Bonuses to 2 other heroes in addition to herself. So Triland versus Triland situations, Luna's pretty strong, so she should be completely fine in terms of getting off to a good start here with the tide heading top.
The other thing, too, to keep in mind is the fact that if they do try to send too many heroes up to try to mess with this Luna, they have Elder Titan. Elder Titan, one of the better heroes in dealing with any sort of tri-lane situation, loves having more units to walk that spirit through, so Navi has to be a little bit careful in their considerations with the laning, but it definitely feels like AS, Monaco, Gambit have a decent idea of how they want to work this laning stage, at the very least.
Yep, get the Luna ahead. Use that to start pressuring towers of Dragonite. Centaur being in the game is very strong for them. The more I watch, the more I think Centaur is very strong right now. He's picked almost every game. And once he finishes Vanguard, it feels like pretty much nothing can touch him. Unless you have, like, Maledict plus a lot of Magic Burst, he's just not going to die. So he basically just gets to do whatever he wants. He bullies your carry out of their lane every single time, and then he goes to important towers, and he just like is so powerful and difficult to kill and takes so many heroes that enemy teams just ignore him basically and let him take your towers. So with that said, if Centaur gets a decent Vanguard at a normal time and Luna gets off to a good start and they have Dragonite get a Blink Dagger at a reasonable time, we're going to see some crazy good tempo coming from AS Monaco Gambit.
I mean, what can they really hope to do, though, to really mess with the Centaur? Oh, yeah, Luna has not a great win right there. I didn't get to see the exact numbers, but was not looking too hot.
The best time to pressure him is before he gets Vanguard. So right now would be a decent time. We saw a game like that last night against Mind Control, where he had to jungle a little bit more than we normally would have expected out of the hero. But he still got Vanguard, and then he still recovered, and he still had super high net worth, so it's fine. But yeah, you'd have to like pressure him in lane or kill him a little bit here. But with Seneko being in the lane, it shouldn't be that hard for him. I'm not worried for him at all.
This is interesting that they have opted to go for a tri-lane down here with Seneko. Just on the Elder Titan, the fact that, I just literally said, he really thrives in these situations, especially when you can have these camps over to the side that you can stack, get even more, capability to just harass using your Astral Spirit. 38% in the DPC, 18%. Oof.
18 in DPC, yeah. It's not good. It's not looking good for Luna right now. The reason they rotated down the Oracle is because he's a hard counter to Elder Titan. You can dispel his Astral Spirit, effectively making him a level 1 hero that doesn't have any other benefits to him. So that's why I always want to fight transition right away. It would have made Snapfire a little bit too useless, and as a result, Snapfire will not rotate to top lane. So hypothetically, they can't swap anymore. Seneko already TP'd to the bot lane. So he can't counter this rotation even if line could shift. So this should be completely fine for Navi. Do what they want.
Alright, well, pretty standard here in the mid lane. A little bit of a lead here for the Dragon Knight. 9 and 3 currently CS, 6 and 2 on Iceberg. But of course, it is going to be very important that the first time that this Dragon Knight goes for the Dragon form, once he gets at level 6, that we see some sort of a rotation come out from the side of Navi to respond to it.
You see actually nobody go for Water Runes coming from the support, so that's going to give Ice free choice. Pick which one he wants. He's able to, as a result, buy time to get his bottle first before he bottles it up. I guess both players do have bottle now, so no huge loss here. But yeah, the side lane's just pretty important, apparently, to stabilize at the moment.
Afterlife seems like he's having a perfectly fine time as Seneko is forced to head back here. Does not have any regen other than the Ring of Regen, so he's going to just wander on back and I'm sure teleport back into the lane.
Yeah, it could be a little expensive to do this, but he saves the tango basically. You would have to use all 3 charges just to get back up to full, so it wouldn't be worth it. And for now, it's just a Centaur anyways, so for now it's not going to be a big deal. Give him a little space. Centaur's almost at ring of health.
Otherwise, it's been pretty... Oh gosh, I didn't realize. I forgot that that was a taunt for Luna. I remember the one where she like has the... she spins the thing, right? She's got her glaive that she spins and just... I did not know that there was this... I forgot about this one with the cat. Yeah. Boy, that's annoying. And I love cats. This is... Oh dear, Valve.
Most taunts are pretty annoying, I gotta say. Once you hear more than like once, you're like, okay, that's enough. Please stop.
Yeah, I know a lot of people get triggered by the music with the Crystal Maiden one a lot. Got like
They're
a little
all bad.
piccolo solo or something. Which one really grinds your gears, Purge?
I don't know. Maybe that SF1 is, I'm a little softer to it nowadays, but there was a period of time where that one was spammed constantly in the mid lane. Pro players have ruined almost all taunts for me, frankly. They just press them constantly. They're bored, so they're like, well, it's all easy laning stage stuff. Pressure on Sapphire.
Yeah, they've definitely got a decent amount of damage. I don't think they quite have enough, though. You can see that Dream is considering it, but has those 2 points in the Lucent Beam, might have been able to... it would have been very, very close. I'm not sure the exact math on it.
If the creep wave didn't block him, I think he would have gotten him probably, but close.
Which is interesting, because I figured that this lane, especially with all the negative armor that was going to be coming out of it, would be pretty scary, I think, for the Luna to approach, but definitely see more of the aggression coming out from the side of Gambit here.
I think it'd be scarier if he didn't have a hard stun, because if he does get gushed, Tidehunter will approach, and they have to do follow-up right clicks. That's really important, but the Sun's going to be able to lock that down. And Luna's got pretty fast boots here, and the Wraithband as well, so he's actually got pretty high armor. So really the vulnerable one is Lion, so as long as Lion is relatively careful in his positioning, he'll be alright. I
mean, Immersion has been incredibly careful with it. In fact, he's the one that's setting up most of these stuns as well, so... I think he'll be alright. And that being said, over here, Roger getting clicked down. Looks like they're going to be happy to take down the courier instead, because it is, of course, the Ring of Hell. And is he going to get a kill here, too? Oh, the dream for Dream.
It really is. And at first, I was like, like, what the... Is he going to get distracted by this courier, but killing a Ring of Health against the Tidehunter is super value.
Yes.
I believe that would have been the Ring of Health that would have eventually been turned into a hood to help make Tidehunter really tanky. So breaking that up for a while is going to be a nice advantage.
Like we said, we do have a rotation over to the mid lane. The Dragon form has been used. Got the bottle service coming out from Roger. I'm not sure how much they can actually do here, though, with just the two of them. I think they would have needed maybe +1, tried to push him off the tower. But he is taking advantage of this Cardi wave, of course.
Yeah, Iceberg just wants to clear the creep wave here, but he's being careful with his nuke just in case there's a chance to get a kill. And so pretty darn good damage with the first catapult here. Down to 500 HP on the tier 1 tower. It's great.
Pretty calm in the bottom lane. Haven't seen anything too wild. Like you said, being able to purge off things in the bottom lane makes it very, very valuable to have the Oracle over there. But no one. Positioning, grabs himself up the rune. Over here on Iceberg, it's the Arcane. It's going to be poking away here on Monaco. Going to go for the Dream Coil as well. Looking for the stop. Nice silence, though, from Iceberg. Waiting patiently. It is a little telegraph. It's going to just poke forward here. Needs another click or two. And down goes Monaco.
Yep, not a huge net worth advantage from that kill, but a kill is a kill. And with the Arcane Rune, his Dream Coil is going to be off cooldown a long time. And frankly, if they weren't going to gank the Dragonite anyways, it's not a big deal to put Dream Coil on cooldown there. I like what Iceberg did there with that kill. Lost his bounty, but hey, it's punished enemy team.
You get the bottle service yet again here for no one. It's like a couple pings coming out. They want to make some plays over here on Roger, so they'll open up. They've got a nice Earth Spike, the Hex, and Dream just running out, and it's going to respect Ramses, though. We'll back off a little bit. It is his birthday, after all.
Hey, that kind of pressure into Snapfire is really effective. Roger does not have Tranquil Boots yet, so this is going to make him feel like he won't be able to fight to the death anymore. So small trades like that are excellent. There's second Dragonite ulti.
Yeah, and the pressure's on this tower. Not going to be lasting for very long. I don't think they're going to be able to do much of anything here to no one. But see the wrap around here coming out from Merchant. The teleports are coming out. Nice cookie coming out from Roger. As they go and use the Stampede, they'll be able to stun up the puck. Turning right back around again. The Dream Coil. Perhaps the Dragonite has gone a little bit too far here. As they'll also join in. And down will go the Dragonite. But looks like the tower was taken down in the process.
Yep, Monaco moved forward and punched it. Oracle tried to deny it, but Oracle's crappy base damage was not enough. But ultimately, what saved that fight was the cookie from Roger. Incredible play there. If that cookie didn't come at that moment, there would have been a Dragon Stun follow-up. Lion sensing some danger through Earth Spike out. Both of those two basically were less effective or missed, and as a result, Puck gets out of danger. I thought he was dead for sure when that Hex came, but good cookie saves the team.
It's not often that we get to call a cookie incredible here, so...
Yeah, but that
it did. It absolutely saved him, yeah. This is looking scary for Dream. Smoke immediately breaking. The route into place. Roger trying to get close enough for the cookie, but this time not going to be able to bridge that gap, as Immersion also makes his way back up. And they did smoke underneath a ward earlier, so even though, Dream still was a little bit forward. They probably were expecting something to happen, so backed off.
Yep. It would have been a hard kill anyways. Dream's got boots, Tidoncha does not, so his ability to like gap close and get damage on his opponent was pretty unlikely, so it would have been a dangerous Ravage, low chances of succeeding. So
these stacks are beautiful over here.
So,
That is going to be
okay, and Luna went for 2 points in Lucent Beam to lane. A little bit more than we normally see, but still effective, and now 2 points back for Glaives. So he should be able to clear waves decently here. Some damage at a time. He's got a hood, but...
No, I mean, you've got a double damage on no one. You've got so much damage here. I don't think you survive this. Dream will find himself another kill, and the pressure is on this top tower.
And so with DK being here, he can pressure the tower. Luna can't help if he wants to, but he's also got Mask of Madness finished. It's flying out right now. And now the Ocean Heart, so he's going to be really happy for jungling purposes here. Sitting... waiting to come forward. Just going to clear the wave most likely, and we'll see if they stick around and finish this tower.
Looks like they're going to try to make a play. Afterlife, the cookie hop. They've got the little shredder. The route into play stomp does come out, but he's very tanky, and you can't run away from this. He finds the kill on Roger, but does eventually get slain by Iceberg.
Centaur is balanced, guys. It only took 4 heroes to kill him, and they still lost one. I suppose he was taking, I guess you might take return damage from Will Shredder, in which case that's kind of a lot, but that was a lot of effort just to kill one guy, but they got him.
Yeah, but what percentage of this is that Centaur is too strong and that Vanguard is very strong?
It's almost always when something becomes overpowered in Dota, it's because there's multiple layers, so it's both for sure.
But like what percent, like which one is stronger than the other, I guess is my question.
Moxie, I just didn't do the math before the cast. It's hard for me to right now.
You literally had one job, dude. One job. You're not even here.
Damage.
You slacker.
That's true. That's true.
Oh
Tower damage got
God.
reduced, so Vanguard damage blocks to more. There's it's the fact that Centaur's gotten buffed in other ways. The Stampede cooldown got reduced by 20 seconds, which is massive. So just a mix of everything.
No, he definitely has been gaining in popularity. It seems that he and Beastmaster are showing up in almost every draft. Either they are being banned or picked up. So perhaps something to look at, Mr. Ice Frog. But this Luna Dream very happy. Is farming up these stacks. Look at that net worth too. Keeps on creeping up higher and higher. Gonna have that Yasha online very, very shortly.
Yeah, this is pretty good actually. Really good farm speed. He's actually gotten a lot more Lucent Beam than we normally expect out of Lunas at this phase. Not going for the max Lunar Blessing build. Seems like everyone has very different ideas about what the best skill build is for carry Luna. And I think I like this one a little bit better. I think not getting any Lucent Beam at all is a bit of a mistake at times, but yeah, he's going to have Eclipse more viably ready in an earlier phase than we've seen with some other carry.
Well, definitely feels like there's a lot of fighting early, but Silence gets tossed out again. Centaur, they end up using 2 ultimates, and they still have not managed to kill him. So, yeah, I would say that this hero seems very powerful indeed.
Level 10, and he's got almost 2,000 HP. And yeah, he's got a Vanguard and a Hood, but yeah, it's kind of an insane bonkers amount of survivability there. That's like the easiest Dream Coil break I've ever seen. It's like, oh, 300 extra damage? Fine. Keep running.
And I remember there was an ESL song like a while back that was just all about running, and that's the first thing that comes to mind now whenever you say that. That was a missed opportunity. They could have tried to work that in. Oh, wow.
Upon a loyal warrior.
Luna just doing Luna things, though, has that Yasha completed, and is going to be going for the BKB as the next item. A lot of neutrals, 33% and 33% of the lane creeps as well. Look at Afterlife. He's just not afraid here. He can tank the tower. He's got the rest of the team standing behind. No one pops the dragon form. And Roger's going to be careful here. Blink completed.
Yeah, they can't stop this. I mean, Afterlife's tanking it on purpose. He's regenerating 25 HP. Great denied by Roger, though.
Had to use the little shredder, though, to do it.
I mean, it's fine. Ooh, 70 mana, it's gone. They weren't going to fight anyway, so...
Efficiency purge.
Scanning.
He's going to regen it back. It'll be no problem at all. And that's Dragonite ulti half gone now. They're going to get tempo like this, but what you're doing is just trying to buy time for PA to get farm. And this is one of the downsides of the Battle Fury build, is that the tempo has gone up a lot in this last patch, And if you buy a farming item like this, your impact in team fights is going to feel less. And, you know, sometimes that's not going to matter. You'll still win fights without it, or maybe with PA just not being there. But he needs to get his next big items for sure. And the timing for Luna's just probably going to be faster, but we'll see. Because BKB is just being worked on now for Luna.
I mean, that definitely becomes the issue when you're up against something like a Luna. And the fact that, you know, you can build a Luna very differently depending on how you'd like to do it. But she is just naturally going to be able to farm faster. And the PA, I'm not sure. You know, we talk about the fact that, you know, she could have gone for the Desolator. She could have gone, obviously, you know, she's got the Battle Fury. But with the timings coming out from NAVI too, is it better to have the Battle Fury over than trying to be overly aggressive and putting all your eggs in this early basket?
I mean, I wouldn't say they're not putting all their eggs in the early basket with the Battle Fury though. I mean, a lot of their other heroes are very strong right now, absolutely. And part of that purpose was just to make their team fights easier and to make sure that they could slow down the towers being taken a bit. And they've been semi-successful at that. But Luna is still the most farmed hero. There still is a net worth advantage on the side of the Radiant, so it's not perfect for them. But PA is a better ultra late game carry than a Luna is almost always. Just because once you get BKB and like Abyssal Blade, she's going to jump on one support and she's going to kill them really, really fast. And those supports aren't going to be able to defend themselves often. Luna can't really do that. She has to like walk in, pop her ultimate, start right clicking, and hopefully people die, kind of. She needs to be able to,
make
like,
her sound so underwhelming. Up with Luna at some point, Burge. You're just so disparaging.
It's the reality of Luna in the late game. She's about getting advantage and then pressuring towers and making it scary for the enemy team to ravage into her because she's got BKB. That's the value of Luna. It is not like taking an even team fight and like just picking off heroes. But killing enemy heroes at the start of the fight is huge.
Ooh, smoke on smoke action. All right, the jump immediately over on Luna. She's trying to just dodge around. Knows that she's probably not going to survive this, though. Will fall, but they'll find the kill and always want to fly over in the back lines. No one is just chasing after Roger here, who has already used that cookie, so he is slowly just getting chipped down. And, oh, look at that finger from downtown over there. My goodness.
That slow creep screwed him, and he walked right past it. Aggro, that's 25% slow. Gave him time to catch up.
Radiant
Just me mad about that one. But yeah, Luna died instantly. Obviously, it was a grab, but
Merchant has found himself a puck here hiding in the side, but I'm pretty sure he should be absolutely fine. Earth Splitter does get used, though. So get the silence. No one on the hunt, searching for this puck. They do have the Astral Spirit. It's going to try to teleport away. I don't think they're going to be able to cancel in time.
that was really close a couple times, actually. Nice that they're able to get there so fast. But no kill, not a big deal. With Blink Dagger up on Dragon Knight, he's going to be sitting great. Very ready to be the first initiator or the follow-up to Lion. These two heroes, Lion and Dragon Knight, just make the rest of the game really dangerous for Navi, because if they ever do get caught split pushing, they're going to be stunned for like 5 to 7 seconds, kind of a thing. Not going to be a fun time.
I mean, we've seen the power of, you know, a Dragon Knight and a Centaur, actually, in one of the Alliance games. I think it was Alliance versus was playing the Dragon Knight. He'd get an opening, he'd find that Dragon Tail, and there would someone be immediately running in to try to help him. Then just the stomps coming out from S4 immediately were able to, you know, counter-initiate, and they took great fights off of it. So that is something definitely Navi has to be very aware of, especially because they just picked up the Blink Dagger on the Centaur as well now.
Yep, that's definitely the best thing about the late game draft for AS Monaco Gambit, is that all of the heroes playing around Luna can get pickoffs, can amplify each other, can secure a lot of advantage if they do get those pickoffs in other ways. It's just Luna will be following up, not so much like the guy that can do it himself. Map control and initiations is really the name of the game from here on out.
Illusion!
Well, PA is, of course, catching up, though, in terms of net worth. It's a 9.4k over on Luna, 8.4 over on PA, so the Battle Fury is helping out, and you have a Mithril hammer picked up over on the PA. Not sure if she's going for the Deso first or the BKB. Lots Power Ranger TPs coming out immediately as Roger gets spotted here by no one. Rest of the team, they've got this lockdown for sure. Roger is not able to do anything but just sit there and die.
Yeah, might seem like a little bit of overkill, but they don't know how many team enemies are going to be there, and they're trying to force the issue with their gold advantage. And with Phantom Assassin running around, with Blur pretty much constantly on, it's difficult to find PA and limit his farm. So he just keeps hitting creeps and finishes Battle Fury, and that's going to give a really good timing window for Navi, especially with the Solar Crest finish now on Tidehunter. So between Ravage and Solar Crest on the PA, there's going to be a lot of damage coming. Which item he's buying? He is going BKB first to be safe. Pretty needed. If he doesn't have BKB and he runs in, there's an Eclipse and any disable, he's just going to die, and it's going to make his hero feel not valuable. With that said, now his problem is that his damage is not that incredible, so like his damage impact will not be as obvious, but he'll get there eventually.
I think the thing that worries me right now is if you take a look at what AS Monaco Gambit have online for initiation, you have a blink on Immersion, you have a blink over on the Centaur, and you have a blink on Dragon Knight. So if that PA steps even the slightest bit out of line, they have immediate just blink initiation to go and just hold her in place, and then all of a sudden you're missing all your physical damage for the most part.
Yeah, and getting chain stun from full to nothing is the scariest thing for PA, absolutely. But the whole purpose is reading the map and predicting where you think your opponents are going to be, and just not being there with your PA. You want to be, if you're going in first, you want to be jumping on a support or something like that instead. So VTune is a very, very high-ranked player. He is very talented, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get picked off out of position too often.
Top tower is under attack.
And you can see the way that Navi is playing too. They're trying to kind of stay in the general vicinity of one another, so in case someone does get jumped, they can immediately respond. Except for, Ramsey's here, but of course he is a Tidehunter. He definitely is chonky, and the rest of the team is now making their way over. BKB is completed over on Phantom Assassin. We also have the BKB completed on Luna. So this could be a big reveal for both teams here as Ramses just swims on over, starts with the gut. V-Tune is nearby. Dagger's going to get tossed out. They're trying to bait a little bit here. Lunar hit down over onto Ramses with the little mini stun will slow them down, and it feels like Gambit don't really want to take this fight. They sense something's up. No one's showing in any of these lanes.
Yep, they know their opponents are in the area. They got the tier 2 tower already. They don't want to waste BKB. Very safe for Dream to not use it. Well, not really safe. It was the right choice, but they wanted to get him to force BKB just to waste it. That way they could force a good fight. But yeah, net worth advantage from earlier is still about there. It's all about the initiation. And with Ramses in the front, he's very difficult to kill. He's got tons of armor. He's got a hood. Could die to magic damage. That's maybe the most vulnerable thing, but he's going to get Ravage off if he does. So for now, just posturing and trying to break smokes and looking for the right initiation while V-Tune farms more.
3K net worth lead at around 20 minutes in here for AS Monaco Gambit. Ramsey's very much posturing himself very forward. Just hoping that they, they get impatient, maybe take that bait, but it doesn't look like they're going to be doing that over on the side of the Radiant. Being very, very patient, just continuing to play around the Luna, and both teams kind of mirroring each other's moves.
Yeah, just this cliff ward is really important right now by the Oracle, just for controlling the jungle down here. It's the one that I see contested the most right now. This one and the opposite one near Rochan. Feels like the two big ward spots. So if they just keep ward vision down here, it should make it really easy for V-Tune to keep playing in this area. Keeps hitting creeps, keeps pressuring towards the tier 2 tower, which is going to force AS Monaco Gambit to potentially react themselves. Well, jungle is a little bit scary.
But every time I hear this Luna use her taunt, it just makes me think of Sir Action Slacks. It sounds like he's the one making the meowing noise.
Very similar tone, yes.
I know, right?
I can see why you're confused, yeah.
Bottom lane, though, Afterlife hopping forward. They're going to miss the Earth Spike on the Oracle here, but they're not going to miss the finger. So that's another finger stack going over for the Lion. And will force the side of Navi a bit back here as they do smoke up, hoping to catch stragglers, hoping to find anyone. And again, it is just Ramses, but I guess they've decided they've had enough of his just taunting around. And he's so tanky, as all of the team having to show up for the most part here. They get the stop, the sleep, they hit everything on Ramses, and eventually no one will get the kill.
Took a lot, but they got him. That's with Elder Titan in melee range, by the way, so he was losing almost all of his base armor and base magic resistance, and he still tanked a lot of damage. Having Solar Crest, Dragon Scale Fates with Soul Ring really helps out a lot, and that's it. But they finally get a big pick off. He didn't want to Ravage, it wasn't going to save his life anyways, and they finally get an opportunity to save Rose without having to worry about their opponents showing up.
Yeah, that is the one hero on the side of the enemy team that you don't want wandering over to that Roche pit, so we'll happily clean up this Rochan, get some immortality online, and probably go for another objective. Jenkins completed for Puck 2.
And this is where Luna wants to be your match net worth with the enemy carry. You've got an Aegis now. She's finished Sanj and Yasha, so the stuns that do affect her aren't going to last very long, nor are many of the disables. And then you've also got BKB to back up. People's Gift, great item for any agility hero too, so he's just like abnormally tanky at this position and difficult to kill. Kind of curious to see if he plays with the Shard later on. I know it's been talked about as popular and valuable, and he went lots of Lucent Beam cooldown, so I assume he's going to get it later. It does the 2 attacks off of the Lucent Beam target, so it helps you, even with a right-click build, accelerate. Puts him in a good position. Vessel's up on beach, so this would be a decent time for Navi to fight.
Yeah, well, they're going to initiate again on Ramsey. The follow-up though from Iceberg as they vanish. They just absolutely blow up Immersion as all of their ultimates just getting tossed out over here. So not looking great. The buyback now from the Lion. No one had jumped into the backlines. They still have that Lincoln's on the line. And the Luna is just ticking down with all this damage over on the side. Cookie Hop going forward. Is it going to be enough to save all? Yes, it is. He's going to be fine as they go right back in. That Aegis will indeed get popped. No one, though, still alive, still chasing after them here. Has his attention now over here on that Snapfire. Afterlife will follow up. The Lucent Beam from Dream will clean up. But they did force a buyback out of Immersion during all of that. And again, jumping on the Tidehunter.
Yeah, and it was multifaceted. They disabled the Tidehunter at first. They popped BKB to protect against the Ravage. They used Eclipse, but very interestingly, the Oracle used Fate's Edict on the Tidehunter ahead of time. He anticipated the Eclipse and ended up eating a bunch of the beams, and just made Tidehunter feel not that really tanky, actually, way more than you would have expected. Because the max beams you get per unit is 5, so those first 3 or 4 got eaten up by Tide at 0 damage, so the Eclipse just really didn't feel good. Again, that's the biggest issue that's hurting Luna as a carry right now. Eclipse just feels like it has a lot of solutions to it these days.
Iceberg just playing around a little bit, gets a snipe on the courier. Yeah, look at this. It just goes from 0 to 60 so fast. That Dream Coil, the Ravage.
There's the Fate's Edict. 3, 4, 5. 5 beams hit him while he was completely magic immune. Insane. Really good usage there by the Oracle to protect without having to use his ulti.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Initiation again. Cookie Hop not going to save them as Immersion gets another stack. Drop the splitter as they find the pick off over on Immersion, and the jump forward here from Afterlife is able to take down Iceberg. Now they're still chasing after Ramses as the BKBs were popped over here on the side of no one, and of course V-Tune, who just wants to get out. They don't have any way to cancel it, but this is not looking great now for Roger and Ramses as they are left behind, and Roger just a little bit too squishy. So eventually, are they going to just oh no, he's got the Glimmer Cape. He's actually going to survive, but it's not looking as promising for Ramses, although they're using everything in the kitchen sink to try to take him down. But look at this boy. He is so tanky. They'll even go and just use the Oracle ultimate to try to keep him alive, and perhaps no one has gone just a bit too far because they will be able to take him out. And they're going to try to re-engage here. Ravage, of course, going to be up in a couple seconds. This is a good stop here from Afterlife. Okay, that time Ramses is not going to be protected as he does get blown up by the Eclipse. They're still thinking about going in, though. V-Tune making his way forward. Sees Saneko, has that Deso online. Lucent Beam will buy a little bit more time. Saneko trying to just teleport out. He is going to get rooted into place, and he's going to get nuked down by Always Want to Fly.
Really well done with the Fortune Sun anticipating this. Puts on his ally. He gets the easy route as a result. And not terrible. They do lose the Dragonite. They got a little bit too eager, thinking they were finally going to be able to kill the Tide, but it takes a lot of damage to pick him up. Now Blur Evasion picked up by PA. This is going to make V-Tune, who's already very difficult to kill, almost impossible to kill. 80% evasion is what he's rocking just passively right now. They do have a lot of magic damage, so they can kill him, but it's going to have to be when BKB is on cooldown is the only window that they're going to have here to deal with V-Tune. So as long as V-Tune doesn't make any major mistakes, or the rest of his team doesn't get completely wiped in a one-sided fashion, then PA is going to have a really nice window where pretty much nobody can do much other than stun him and deal with other heroes instead.
Iceberg does have a double damage bottled up, so I'm sure he's eager for the next fight, although he does have that Ags queued up. They do have a problem with all the BKBs coming out from the side of Gambit. But it's like they're thinking about maybe doing some sweeping motion here. Ramses does have the Ravage up again. Dasher gets picked up by V-Tune. I'll drop a sentry, try to get a little vision. They have the scan, they know exactly where they're headed. But do they do anything?
It's difficult to fight past this mid-river point. Your opponents stand on their high ground, you stand over here on the high ground in your jungle, and you got to be careful as you approach these situations. But the Basher is going to be a really big deal. Using that, who picked up the Orb of Corrosion? Was that?
Looks.
Is that Radiant or Dire? Let's see.
Well, no one's got it equipped at the moment, so.
It's Radiant, so that's good for AS Monaco Gambit. You do not want a PA to have that item if possible. It just increases his damage so much. He does have Mindbreaker instead, which is also really good actually in these circumstances. You can throw out a Stifling Dagger and get a 2-second silence just about. And considering he's also got Basher, that means that Lion is shaking in his boots right now. If he gets initiated on at all by PA, there's a really good chance that you get a kill even without having to pop BKB.
Movement over here in the mid lane. It looks like they'll initiate on the Snapfire. The Stampede that gets used to jump forward from Afterlife is going for the double edge. It buys just a little bit more time thanks to the Oracle, but over on the back line, they find always want to fly. So there's not going to be an Oracle available for this fight. So it looks like the rest of NAVI is on the back foot.
Okay.
Smoke comes out from the side of Gambit, maybe hoping to catch any sort of stragglers. See the supports are trying to push out over here in the middle lane as the rest of them get into position. They will see Ramses. He's going to pop the smoke on no one. Again, not really the target that they're hoping for, so they might try to comb through the jungle here, see if they can grab anyone else. But they might just have to settle for Ramses again here. Yeah, the Dragon Tail will come out. And you can see V-Tune just tossing out the dagger. Look at that damage over on Dragon Knight.
That's pretty good. Almost nothing they can do to the Tide. Although they're building towards it, the Shadow Blade pickup that we saw in Dragon Knight, a little bit atypical, but the whole purpose is you can build into Silver Edge and get a break off. Here's that initiation on Snapfire. Once again, full magic resistance on him is why it took so long for him to die here with these right clicks, but DK also hit the Oracle. Hitting the back line is a great thing to do if the guy you first initiate on is busy. But now with Smoke in the live game, they're going to find Centaur.
And they will indeed. He snaps that coil, and there's a lot of negative armor coming out as Roger will be able to get his revenge here on Afterlife.
That's pretty YOLO, actually. I mean, they didn't have very good vision in the area, and he goes to take the Shrine, just really expecting the enemy team to be somewhere else on the map, and they ran right at him, getting that kill. 50 seconds now, where AS Monaco Gambit's not going to want to engage. Rochan is probably not going to be up in time for them to get it, but they'll pressure the tier 2 tower with this kill advantage that they got. Every kill matters so much right now, feels like.
You just want to keep that tempo up. You don't want to have a moment where you're just sitting back for too long, so... I don't think they're going to engage without the center, but I could be wrong. Doing this very far forward here, a little bit scary considering, but feeling confident.
It's an extra tower kill. That'll make it easier to go high ground when it comes to it. And frankly, with that tower being gone, it's a lot easier for Navi to control the tri-camp area. They can move from each position to the other without having to worry about smokes breaking and stuff like that. But Gambit on the map again, moving out. Luna trying to finish an MKB. It's still about 1,500 gold away. She finishes that. She will finally be the person that can deal with the PA.
Snapfire also picking up a gem as well, probably to help get just some more, map control, try to take down any sort of vision, and also try to spot when people are coming forward, like that Dragon Knight, for example, who again is working towards the Silver Edge, so...
I mean, the vision's so good on Navi, they can see almost everything. See if they decide to jump. If they've got Blink Dagger on Tide, they could Blink Ravage. Want to.
I do like the way that Ramses is playing very, very forward. Very difficult to take him out at this time. So every time it seems that they go for a smoke, they usually run into Ramses first, it seems. And he's more than happy to soak up a lot of that damage.
Yep, the value of the tanky offlane hero. Buy all these items and break the smokes and make everyone happy on your team. Lion gets the ever important finger kill health talent.
Ooh, tanky boy.
Only got 4 finger kills, so it's not that good here. It's fine. He'll take the extra HP. Maybe that will, if PA sneezes on him while attacking him, that could be the difference of him staying alive.
That was so unimpressed dad of you. He's like, only has 4 finger kills. Let's not get too crazy about this. Poor Lion. You know, he's doing the best he can. This is a hard game.
Yeah.
There is a PA
KD,
that can just...
His KD is great. It's just, you know, there's limited amount of
it's
kills.
great. It's fine. Cool. Cool beans.
BKB picked up by DK. Very close to the silver edge, about 1,000 or so. That'll be possibly a big game changer, because then it's going to completely change how Navi can play the team fights. Tidehunter can sit in the front, but the problem is that he's going to get broken. Therefore, Kraken Shell will stop working, and therefore stuns will actually become valuable against him again. So if they can find him when he's out of position, they can break him and chain stun him. They can just kill Tide at the start of the fight. This is going to completely change the dynamics of how Navi can stand around engagements. They're going to need sentries to protect Tide in addition to however their position.
Is Snapfire...
And then maybe Oracle's going to have to save him instead, which isn't what they want.
Yeah. Is Snapfire the one who's holding the gem currently for Navi?
I don't... Nobody's holding the gem for Navi right now, actually.
Okay, that's strange. No,
So,
Iceberg.
I'm sorry,
Iceberg
it's
has it.
Puck.
Yeah. Okay, that's the best carry for that, because I was about to say, if it's Roger holding that, that's really scary, because he has been jumped on multiple times and just erased from the team fight fairly early on. So I like the fact that Iceberg's going to be holding on to it. It's hard to get your hands on that.
Roach is up, so both teams are going to be trying to play around it here. They're going to spot.
Silver Edge completed now.
Ward. Okay, there we go. Ward killed now. Tide's got to be careful.
Yeah, look at no one. Look at him. He's being so patient. Gem gets picked up on the Elder Titan as well. It's a vision game here. Ramses. Oh, there's the break. They'll open up. Follow up with a nice Earth Spike. And again, he's just so tanky. They get the stop off. They also get the Earth Splitter, but...
Yeah, Face Eater came out instantly to protect him from any magic damage. Break again.
Another break again. Want to go in on this, though. It's just the battle of the tanky boys right now. All right, they'll finally go and they'll use the Oracle ulti, because they used the BK... Or not the BKB. What did they use there?
He did use BKB and BK, yeah.
He did use the BKB. Oh, gosh.
But Oracle ulti on cooldown for 80 seconds. This is an okay window. You could also argue there's a little timer where BKB comes back up, but they're looking for the fight. They've got MKB ready. They don't have Satanic just yet.
All right, there it is. They follow up. They had a beautiful Dream Core, but they've also got the Eclipse coming out from Dream now. V2 and Dream just trying to fight each other, and they're not really finding success. Oh, the Ravage just barely clipping two of them. The Cookie Hot forward. They do manage to take down Dream. Ash coming out as well over onto Afterlife. He tries to get the stomp up, but it's not enough to save his life, as the gem does indeed get just picked up again over here as Iceberg fell during all of that.
Plays by Navi. I mean, Always On a Fly just made that so difficult for AS Monaco Gambit, despite them breaking the Tidehunter. Every single time that he got gone on, they slapped Fate's Edict down, and then now there's just no magic damage follow-up. Here's the second break that we see. Instant Fate's Edict is going to make all this extra damage weaker. Puck gets a great silence, and V2 dives to DK, knowing he doesn't have BKB. Once that kill happens, we get to see Dream and the PA fight to the death, more or less, but V2 gets cold feet, knowing his BKB's done. This Cookie was so good. Gives him the follow-up Ravage after the first stun, and they get to clean up the important heroes on the backline. But I think that fight was a really good example of, like, both carries, the PA and the Luna, having the ideal items, and just one of them is stronger. PA just looked more valuable there in that head-to-head fight, especially with the Scotty pickup that V2 has grabbed. It's going to limit all of the nice lifesteal that Luna's hoping to have when she picks up her Satanic and 25 talent later on.
You know, it's interesting to see the different ways that people have been building Luna currently, but I just have yet to see it really impress or look good.
Yeah. It's a hero that I like too, and I want her to feel to be valuable, but she has issues right now, for sure. And doesn't help that the talents got changed recently. She lost her cast range talent in the big cast range apocalypse that happened in the last patch. She had a 350 cast range talent, so some of her ability to like affect team fights without putting herself in danger just got removed. So even though Lucent Beam Stun lasts longer, which is kind of cool, it just doesn't quite feel as valuable, and it also took away her viability as a support. So while she is still being used because teams want up-tempo carries, we're probably going to have to start seeing some buffs to Luna, or people are just going to stop picking her because they realize they lose too often with it. So we'll see. For now, maybe she can still pull out the win. She has farm goal, but now there's a 11k network deficit in Navi's advantage, so it's just getting worse for AS Monaco Gambit.
Is it a situation where you could possibly build her a little bit differently and maybe have more...
I don't think so. Unless you try to do like Ags or something like that, to do like that hybrid cheese. You could argue maybe she should be using her shard potentially, but it's a lot of net worth, and if she buys her shard, then it's going to delay her ability to fight PA to the death.
Right.
This is not the game to do that. You need to make sure that you can remain competitive against PA.
All right, well, B-Tune has that Aegis online and is shoving out the wave here bottom. It looks like they're thinking about going high ground here. Ninja Gear gets found by Luna. In the meanwhile, nice, yeah. Definitely something nice for her. Protect her a little bit. Lotus Orb is placed over onto B-Tune. It's rooted into place, though, as all the other TP... Oh, my goodness. All right. We talked about Centaur looking tanky, but he doesn't look tanky at all when that comes down. Obviously, the Stomp, the Earth Spike. Dream Coil gets used over on the Luna. She's being held off to the side as the jump forward over here from B-Tune. Just leashed up, and there's a decent amount of damage, but they've got the Oracle to just keep him alive and healthy. The Ravage comes out. Dream goes down, but they are going to buy back these Word for Kisses, just landing right square over onto Snake. So they jump into the back line there. They find always want to fly. The Cookie up forward. Oh my goodness, no one is just ripped to shreds. And now B-Tune's just running over here, over at the Luna, over at the line. It's a good sleep. It's a good stop. But can they do anything else beyond this? They've bought back up so many heroes and they're just losing them. The Aegis finally goes down, but then so does Dream. Ramsey's just running at him with their face. The Cookie hop forward, just a little bit too far forward over here. Not going to be able to go land on no one, but look at B2. Look at these daggers. Look at this damage, this negative armor. The GG gets called. And NAVI looking very, very strong here, and unfortunately the Luna still not finding success here.
That was great success for PA, though, I gotta say. I was a little bit unsure about the Battle Fury, but I think NAVI did such a good job with their other 4 heroes to buy time for PA to become the carry that we've all seen her be.
Dire team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Navi's turn to pick.
Pack!
Navi's turn to pick.
Their backs are truly up against the wall now. Against Monaco, Gambit, 1 game down against NAVI, 0-2 so far in Season 2. This is must win for them. Both Game 2 and Game 3 has to be theirs if they want to be able to have the freedom to be able to go to the major based off of their own score and now the other people's losses. We've got Game 2's draft now underway, which I'm hoping we're not going to see a Luna, because that hero seems hard to win with.
Yeah, it's not got a win in East or Western Europe yet. I think it's like 2 for 2 losses there, and this was the first loss for Luna in this region, so yeah, hopefully we don't get to see any more Lunas.
10
Now,
seconds
AA is a fascinating pickup for me here. There's no
5
particular
seconds
reason to pick it up just yet.
Yeah.
It's almost like a pseudo-deny pick in the sense that all these Timber Saws and even Centaur, you don't necessarily feel good picking them. AA just gives you that extra burst required to bring down the strength heroes in the offlane right now, the Axes, Centaur, Timber Saw. But they pick one anyways. So they kind of say, screw you, we don't care. Going to be keeping an eye out for Wraith King and Sven.
Navi's
2
turn
prime
to ban.
meta carries that synergize quite well with the Ancient Apparition.
I guess the main thing for an AA pick, it's just the idea of like 4 protect 1 strategies. I'm trying to kind of put some reasoning here where when you first pick this puck, you assume it's mid. The
10
offlaner
seconds
for
remaining.
Monaco Gambit is often quite sacrificial.
Dire
Therefore, it's all
team
about the
ban.
carry. So, like a casual AA pick, game 2, it's just, well,
Turn to
sure, if you want
ban.
to play some 4 protect 1, we're always going to be able to isolate that hero with that initiation of this tiny. But again, it's early days. It's just a kind of a casual AA, nothing too much. It would remove, like, Monkey King from the game, Slark from the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of carries that you can't pick up anymore,
exactly.
right? Alk is on that list as well.
10
The
seconds
Lifestealer
remaining.
is going to be banned by Gambit themselves, because, again, a
5
hero you
seconds
probably aren't
remaining.
feeling great about picking.
And a hero is okay against AA, that's PA.
Navi's dire team pick.
This is why they pick it here. Bang.
Phantom
There you go.
Assassin.
Wow!
Nailed it.
Block pick carry.
I had to say that quick enough so it sounded like a good prediction.
Navi's turn to pick.
If the Phoenix. Okay.
I don't like this PA pick nearly as much as the last one. Now the PA is playing into the puck.
Dire
It's like
team
playing against Phoenix. She's a support that is guaranteed to take at least once A gets level 2, you're guaranteed to take 8 hits. PA ain't meant to hit you 8 times. She's meant to kill you in the first 5 attacks if you're a support. So suddenly, if they get themselves a Faceless Void, throw it up there. You got yourself Phoenix
10
plus the
seconds
Void.
remaining.
I know you're against AA, but so like Time Walk
5
won't heal you.
Dodge it,
remaining.
Brian. That's
Yeah,
it.
just dodge it. Honestly, any hero that that is not stationary in fights, I think it's fine against AA. It's not as much about the heal reduction as it is that you just move out of the way. Heroes like the Alchemist, on the other hand, he is going to stay in place in the fight.
I like from Monaco Gambit, though, that they have kind of flipped the script on their approach, where game 1, they were all about this kind of Luna win condition, let's go play early, and now they've got like this ultimate team fight scaling point where this Phoenix will have the freest of games unless there's some ranged hero that can deal with egg, because right now there is no egg hitter. So yeah, I like the scaling factor from Gambit where they are so good.
How does dive work in terms of carapace? Like, does it register
you'll get
damage
stunned.
instantly, or can you like dive through carapace and egg?
You'd get so as you dive, it's like a small fraction, then you get stunned after.
Okay, so you'll probably be able to egg if you do it, if you're aware you're going to get carapaced. I was just curious. Jug It's not exactly the hero I had in mind, but it's very survivable against everything that's not the tiny, or I guess tiny mid game, PA late game. It is like one of the meta carries right now. It's pretty reliable. Lets the Phoenix take over the lane. It can go jungle with level 5, 3 points and spin. They don't have any BKB piercing threats so far.
This is a like, of all the drafts that Monaco Gambit have presented in DPC so far, this is one of my favorite though. Simply because they first pick a puck to instant react with a tiny, and now they've picked 3 heroes that do not care about a core tiny. And NAVI have clearly presented that this is a mid tiny. So it's like, okay, how is he going to have a game? Unless he crushes his puck, he's not going to be able to suddenly run to lanes and get kills. Phoenix has egg, Jug has spin, healing ward, Centaur has natural tankiness with Vanguard and Hood. So yeah, I like how Gambit kind of utilized their first pick to kind of force NAVI into a weird position, but...
Let's make sure we ban out the Slardar if Monaco Gambit wants to round it up. I think they would get absolutely screwed by Slardar here.
Yeah, that's 100%. We saw that yesterday as well in Western Europe, how last pick Slardar can wreak havoc, but then, of course, he didn't win the game in the end. But just the first 20 minutes of the game was very enjoyable. That
Slardar was amping up a Faceless Void, which is okay.
Yeah.
But if you compare that to like a PA, that's a very different story, I think.
Yeah, NAVI, they're all out on the skirmishing. There's Slardar ban, yep.
What else is left in the off lane is they have given Ramses that overall 10th pick a lot.
I'm telling you, this is the Ramses effect. He joins the team. He's drafting as well. It's like, guys, don't worry. We can talk about my hero. Oops. We've picked 4 heroes. He's got to pick my hero now.
Oh, my gosh. Sorry. Last pick off lane.
Oh, no. Oh. It's working, though.
I guess I'll pick PA.
5 seconds remaining.
Vici, what hero do you want? No, I've already locked it in, mate. Too late. Too slow.
I feel like we should see another... Oh, PA.
Whoops. Just bound his right click to pick in PA.
Exactly.
So Monaco Gambit, they are looking for their position 5 or 4, depending on what Phoenix is doing. I'd like to see them pick up
10 seconds remaining.
Enchantress or something here, like a strong laner. Okay, no CM. Oh, sure. Not the worst, not the best. I think, of course, you have to think about, is CM that good? I think Nick's carapace removes CM ulting throughout the entire game.
This is all about the early game momentum.
Exactly, yes. It's all about the lanes now. That's the key thing here. CM Jug, strong lane. Phoenix Centaur, strong lane. Puck, somewhat countered, but still should be fine farming.
4 heroes that do utilize mana to accelerate their farms, so CM will help that a lot.
And you can't really go like Darkseer now, for example, here that Ramses has played before, because CM Jug happily plays into Darkseer, the Frostbite onto the creep that has the Iron Shell, and then the run down with the Crystal Nova plus the spin of the Jug. I still think they might pick it though, just for the Aura Buyer and then the...
Yeah, you might go something like that, or something like a Necrophos.
Into CM Jug though, I think that just...
The problem is, I feel like you need a ranged hero with Nyx, because if you're against Jug CM, any melee hero is going to struggle. I guess Darkseer would do the best out of all of them.
Yeah.
But...
I'm just thinking like the skirmishing style of NAVI right now, they're looking just to really run at them and have that non-stop reset and fight.
Nature's Prophet could be really strong here. I would actually be very down for a Nature's Prophet.
Oh yeah, Furin vibes.
They need that a little bit of early tower pressure, amps up the global presence they have from the AA Nyx combo. Nyx is able to roam because you're a pretty self-sufficient offlaner.
CM can't really lane too comfortably into the either. But it then puts them into such a position of they have to get that quick Aegis and just go, go, go. And I love the fact that the teams have kind of flipped the pattern of how they play. Game 1, it was like NAVI can wait, eventually win. And now it's like NAVI, they have to go, they have to play strong lanes and kind of get online before this egg comes into full effect.
I just look at the spot and say there's no way they're gonna try to contest the team fight, right? Like the team fights.
Maybe an Underlord or something.
Select your hero.
All right.
Now this is a hero I was spamming at the start of the patch.
All right.
And he wins his lane. This hero owns 315 base move speed. They've given him like 4 base strength and 2 patches.
Yep.
He just feels good. I'm curious to see if Ramses just goes straight bracer like a lot of strength offlaners have been going. Has a great target to buff up in the PA. Best way to deal with puck is to just stand still in the coil. The status resistance makes it last less amount of time. Dude, I'm down for the Omni Knight. I actually think this hero's sleeper OP.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I like the idea of it, because right now it's Jug v the world for the big damage outside of maybe an egg and a coil. So one Guardian Angel and you're going to be pretty happy. So I want to see Omni do well. I like seeing new heroes.
I mean, it certainly seemed like Ramses was having quite the discussion with his team. He almost looked like he was arguing adamantly Omni Knight is a good hero here, guys. Trust me. Kept nodding his head, kept telling his team, let's pick Omni Knight.
No, that was V-Tune saying, why am I playing PA again? And he was like,
Stop talking to me.
I'm picking Omni. You know, that's exactly what was happening.
All right, so is it enough? Are we going to believe in the Omni Knight pickup for Navi?
I want to believe it just to like validate my own beliefs. Starting at the patch where I'm like, damn, this hero is good.
Did you stick with it?
I've stuck with it.
Okay, cool. I don't know if you gave it up then.
Nobody's tried it. I haven't had a chance to like be disproven yet. So this is like the first big stage game where Omni Knight Core has been getting played. I'm excited.
What if it just feeds though, to like a
If it absolutely feeds, then I will forget this conversation ever happened.
That's fair. We can roll with that.
Anything special? Skill builds, item builds, anything like that?
He's just a
special about
buffer.
Omni Knight?
I think solar press, phase boots, solar.
Even a pipe just to get the lads a bit more.
Maybe hood solar.
Okay, just same old Omni Knight, huh?
Just run around.
But you honestly do a lot of damage yourself, and I think the shard is reasonable. I'm not even kidding. Like, you bonk 300 pure damage.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
4-second cooldown.
Hey, it's Monaco Gambit. They're going to be matched up against an Omni Knight here. They desperately need this win. Are they going to be able to get it? Let's check it out with Moxie and Purge.
Well, once upon a time, Phantom Assassin and Omni Knight were one of the dynamic duos, and we're finally going to see an Omni Knight again and a PA in the game. Tell me about this, Purge. What do you know?
That should be interesting to see. Omni Knight has been, outside of the fact where he got really popular as a 5 for a period of time, he's been a little bit unpicked for a long period of time, but I'm happy to see him get thrown into the game again. He should be very survivable in the off lane. His raw HP is going to be pretty high, so like dealing with Joke Spin, it's like heals are a great way to deal with it because Joke just does a huge amount of damage, but past that, Joke has issues in the laning stage. So Omni should be very survivable there between Heavenly Grace and Purification.
All right, so you can see.
With it.
Yep. Yeah, but Brain won with it versus Tundra, so
Your last move.
be a lot of fun to watch the instant realization that there is indeed a ward over here. It's Iceberg.
Oh, just
yeah, he just waits.
He holds it.
It's like, hey, you want this? Yeah, no, you're not getting it.
He wanted to get that free damage in on Puck with the extra hit toss, so that was cool.
Calculated.
One guides me.
Another taunt for you to enjoy, Purge.
Yes, this one doesn't bother me as much, I guess.
Really? This one is like way
Less
worse.
aggressive.
It's all the noise.
Loud.
It's loud.
It's loud, but
Yeah.
I don't know, just not as harsh to me.
To the omniscience.
Interesting. Learning a lot about you today. A little bit more damage over here on no one.
The battle begins.
I'm surprised Ramses didn't go for this one. But, okay. Definitely safer. Probably make his way towards the top lane now. Queuing up for fast boots. Very good against Jug. I see him picked up a Basie, so a lot of mana spam will be happening up there.
Did Always Want to Fly not have items? Did I see that?
Is it a bottle rush? No, he's got items.
Okay. All right. For some reason, I thought I didn't see anything there for some reason. All right. Well, that's good. I mean, we've yet to see a really successful, support just rushing the bottle.
Yeah, it used to work. Well, I don't know if I like the way that Slack said with techies, but got nerfed anyway. So the whole suicide thing. You used to be able to suicide and then TP back to lane and refill your bottle continuously, basically on suicide cooldown. It was very valuable. Not so much anymore. Now it's just probably weak. Roger doing normal pull stuff here. He's got the camp blocked with a sentry, so I see Monaco deny just in time here, but he'll miss the first one. Everything normal so far?
Yeah, it's a pretty quiet game. And again, the side of AS Monaco, they do want to play fairly quick and up-tempo this game. They have that Crystal Maiden who's going to be able to also enable them with the Arcane Aura. So get that little bit of extra mana regen early on. Always feels pretty nice. But, I mean, there's not much that this Crystal Maiden can really do to Roger on this Nyx Assassin right now. Occasionally, tossing out the Frostbite, but not great at trading here.
The Frostbite, like the time it took for her to turn around Frostbite and run away, it's like Roger was already moving again. It just did not feel very good here. And CM is generally just not picked very much right now as a support for various reasons. But I mean, Clarity's did get nerfed recently, so a little bit extra mana is not terrible. But I don't know, does Center really need the extra mana? Not really. I mean, it'll be nice for like Puck, I guess, and Jug a bit, but I'm curious to see how it works out. It's lockdown, I guess, against somebody like PA. That part's not bad. Attack speed reduction and frostbite against her, it can be good. But I'm not really sold on CM right now, but maybe I'll make it look good.
A little bit of a stomp down here coming out from Afterlife, just trying to harass a bit. Nothing too wild. So with the Crystal Maiden Shard now, right? So it makes it so she's able to run around within the ultimate. It's no longer channeled, if I understand correctly, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
So-
you can basically buy the shard, then when you use your ultimate, it's just on, and then you can continue casting spells using items. You just run really slow.
So I mean, it's hard, right? Because it is a position 5 Crystal Maiden. It's not like she's going to be, rolling in the cache unless she gets like Philosopher's Stone or something to that effect.
Yeah.
But that is, of course, a solution. We heard the panel actually talking about the fact that you've got the Spike Carapace on the Nyx Assassin to try to interrupt any sort of, Crystal Maiden ultimate, or, the fact that they have other ways to really stop it if it is, without the shard. But you also have an Knight who's going to negate the physical damage, but the magic will still come in handy for sure.
Yeah. Basically, I just don't really see it being a thing this game. Spike Carapace is like the ultimate counter,
Right.
because if any of the things hit you, it's going to interrupt it. Avalanche is very good against it. It's kind of cool, but I don't know. At least from like a 5-position perspective, I just don't see it being useful.
This is a nice little snipe there. They take the Ring of Health away from the PA. That definitely hurts.
Mid lane or something. Those puck killing V-Tune's courier. Puck is mid right now. He must have gotten the Ring of Health from his side of the map.
Maybe, and it just took a strange path.
What happened.
Bounty Rone's going to get picked up here by Iceberg. And it feels so strange that we have all these runes on the map and we're just not seeing a lot of contestation, I guess.
Yeah, those there's just so many of them that it kind of becomes a struggle at times to commit to them. Ooh, Iceberg getting both water.
I'm pretty happy about that, but there's a little bit of an opening here in the top lane to put out Harass over onto Ramses.
And there's the solution. If he jug spins on you, you can heal yourself, and you can increase your raw HP with Heavenly Grace and get regen out of it. So it just offsets the spin damage. So even though he will be taking a lot of harassment from these two guys, it's not as dangerous.
Just continuing to trade a little bit with the damage here in the mid lane. Nothing too wild going on for the time being. Where do you think we're going to start seeing some real action popping off here, Purge?
Puck hitting 6 is going to be one part. Tiny could potentially roam really effectively.
So you figure...
Omni Slash, when Jug hits 6, that's another kill opportunity. But before that, it looks a little bit mild.
That was what I was trying to figure out, is do we have, any sort of really aggressive potential coming out from the lanes as is before the ultimates come out. But it does seem to be very much the, just waiting and being very dependent on these mid laners to make some sort of a rotation for the most part.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Centaur doesn't really expect 8 kills in his lane anyways, ever. It's just not something you'd ever see. Unless it's on the support, basically. So as long as A doesn't make any major mistakes, it should be fine. So it's totally normal, though. Nyx will get into the game a bit later, too. So far, though, PA's got much more last hits than Jug. Maybe not as many as they did a moment ago, but MC's pressuring Dream a bit, going for the max purification build. I was a little unsure what skill build he'd go for, but this one will give him the best ability to harass Juggernaut.
Bottom lane, though, always want to fly, is ticking down to these flame spirits, and it is going to be Immersion who gets the first blood. Can also going to take a little bit of harass. I think they're very happy, though, with that kill in the support. We'll get too greedy here. But some harass, and the Dream Coil does get used over in the river as Roger does tank it up. But now Iceberg, no one's trying to plink away a little bit. They'll get the double Nova off, try to slow. Go, use the illusory orb. I don't think that puck really wants to show up there. Seneko, again, tossed up into the air. It's just a matter of time. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Iceberg, because body blocks are coming out from Roger, and they take their time in hitting that Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, nicely done. I'm sure why they were unable to get the kill with the Dream Coil. Maybe a little bit scared about Spike Carapace or something, but another kill, evening things up. There's some pressure on the Phoenix bottom, though.
Well, he's fine. He's got Icarus dive.
Doesn't even use it.
Doesn't even use it. Look at that. That's how sure he was that he was fine in that situation.
Yep. Centaur almost got his Vanguard just about 500 gold away, and so that means PA's ability to get a kill in this lane is gone here, but that's fine. Ooh, nice mana burn on the mid lane. I like that.
Doing a little bit of a dive here. Do you have Monaco nearby? So they do manage to take it down the Observer Ward over on the side with nice D-Ward. Roger considering going for the Impale, but going to back off.
Taunt right there. Pressing his taunt button 8 times. TP bottom from Tiny in a good position here.
Yes, he is. Yep. And they've got the Avalanche looking, waiting here. No, not going to be able to go and toss back just yet. The jump forward, though, coming up from BC and Afterlife going. There's the toss up, and they do manage to burst down Afterlife. Top lane. Oh, Ramses is just tanking the Omni Slash. The opportunity presented itself, and Dream took it, so... Found a nice pick off in the bottom lane, but they did end up losing the offlaner here. And giving a kill over to Gore.
Really surprised Jug was able to get a kill there. I thought Ramses would be able to outkill just about everything. He's got more last sets now by about 10 or 15, so that's a big moment for AS Monaco game.
Gets silenced, Dreamcoil gets used. Monaco is here, so this time around they will be able to get the kill on Roger.
Not bad.
Yeah, the top lane, though, exactly what you said. You know, the fact that we aren't going to see any real kill potential until the Jug gets the Omni Slash online. And so, you know, that's exactly what ended up happening, despite the fact that he does have so much heal and has a lot of solutions here.
To the omniscience.
Yep. Yeah, he does. He didn't have enough mana for his ultimate, it looks like. He's still holding a 6th skill point, but if he has ultimate ready, he could have traded that out for the Omni Slash, but it doesn't work out for him. That said, though, Iceberg's got 2 kills. He's really close to Blink Dagger, and this is going to change the game. This is like the moment that all Tinies want. Get that Blink Dagger up quickly, and then you move around the map, helping get kills on the map. And one really nice thing about the AA, like they talked about on the panel, is that it's going to be very effective at killing these tanky offlane heroes. Centaur has to be worried about rotations, even with Vanguard. Vanguard does not protect you much against magic damage, because it's just raw HP and physical damage block. So if you gank a lane where an AA has like level 6 Ice Blast, and you can amp the magic damage by 15% with Ice Vortex, like Tiny can absolutely kill Centaur with a little bit of help.
We already saw him get the kill early on with that rotation. So definitely, you know, while we say that Centaur is very, very powerful, very tanky, they do have some nice solutions for dealing with him in this game.
Mm-hmm. Which is rare. It feels like there's like literally no games that we've seen Centaur does he seem like he can be pressured once he gets Vanguard, but this is the one. Next out double edge as well, just so he can harass V-Tune a little bit more in the laning stage. Kind of a cool build. Ramsey's sitting top, Iceberg sitting top. Still no Blink Dagger, about 200 away.
No one is creeping his way over. Does walk right into the Tiny, and they have the follow-up this time around with that silence. They're going to try to buy a little bit more time. The Avalanche comes through, and the Guardian Angel, but not quite enough to save him as Immersion finds kill. And now Iceberg should be able to... Oh boy.
He's out.
Whew.
Yeah, the Dream Coil was effective, but the Avatos was able to catch the Phoenix as he dove in. They ended up killing the Phoenix. No, he wasn't 6 yet, so no egg was possible. We had the big ulti there, absolutely saving Tiny's life. And while Ramses died, pretty good considering the counter rotation. Tiny's back on the map now with Blink Dagger. Here it is one more time. Gets spotted. Dream coiled. Lots of nukes. Silence as well. He couldn't react quite yet. Went the heal first. With the Heavenly Grace and the ulti, more than enough to offset the damage output. So he just TPs away. Frostbite's gone at that point, and just ends up being Ramses sacrificing himself.
That was
in the
so
live game,
close.
the V-Tune just killed the carry, by the way.
Oh!
That's a big deal.
That is. 228 damage for the coup de grace.
Radiant structures.
My goodness.
Huge one. Huge kill. I didn't see how it happened. I was watching the playback. My bad.
We're going to need a playback of the other one now.
Yeah.
Just do playbacks of playbacks of playbacks.
This is what it's like doing Weatherman. You just like miss something, so you go back and have to watch that, but then you haven't been paying attention to the live game for a bit. Okay, it was Iceberg, really.
Yep, it was the setup. The setup with the Vortex and everything.
It's misleading. Interesting Ice Blast here. I think he thought Iceberg was going in his white through.
Possible. Dream Coil's going to get used, though, again, over on the Nyx Assassin. He's silenced. Couple more clicks. They buy a little bit of time there, but the spin coming out from Dream will ensure that he goes down. And the pressure over on the mid lane.
He's just happy he got the mana burn off. That's going to make no one's next fight a little bit harder here, even though the tower's taking damage.
Radiant structures.
They got everybody, though.
They want this tower. They want this advantage. They want to make sure that they've got the pressure. And again, this is the draft that they're playing. It has to move fast. They have to be very efficient. Iceberg, though, getting into position. Immersion's already teleported out, so they'll take down the tower.
Ooh, that Nova. That was so big by Seneko. It interrupted the Blink Dagger. I just put 3 costs because he was trying to do Avid Toss up front, aiming for that back line.
Oh, he just can't catch a break here, too. He loses the Arcane Rune.
And they lost the tower.
Yeah.
Really nicely done by Seneko to save Puck's life there. But if not for that, there's probably disable follow-up or possibly kill there.
Sounds like we have a Nyx on the hunt, but they also have the sentry down, so gonna have to go and hunt elsewhere. In fact, he's going top, and he is gonna run into this Phoenix. I think has V-Tune also here. They'll open up Vendetta with the Impale follow-up. They do have an Ice Blast, but doesn't quite connect. The Spike Carapace, though, will slow down Immersion. And I don't think they have quite enough damage here, as it looks like now they're just on the back foot. They're trying to run away. Can they find V-Tune in time, though, is the question. No, he's going to be able to go a little bit more. Ramsey's, though, left behind here. Egg is going to come out. Roger turning around. He starts to give a couple of these clicks off. Not going to be able to do anything. Oh, Ramsey's up with the Guardian. It's not enough. Dream collects the kill. Egg goes off on the back lines. Roger, just one little Roger alone can't take down an Egg.
Kind of weird for Roger to hit the Egg there, but either way, our Guardian Angel comes out, but the Maelstrom damage that's proccing off the Jug does magic damage. It goes right through that physical immunity, and that is why there are 2 dead heroes there. V-Tune did barely escape. The orb didn't get vision of him, so they weren't able to get the Dream Coil off. Great juking by him. But ultimately losing 2 heroes now. That's the 3rd death for Ramsey. 0-3-1. Playing from behind on Omni Knight's not the worst, but what happens, you just kind of become a support eventually, and that doesn't feel very good net worth-wise.
All right, well, a smoke coming out from the side of Navi. They are hoping to possibly get some sort of a pickoff, maybe put up a little bit of vision as well. Iceberg and Roger leading the charge here. Always want to fly, tailing behind. They get a scan off. They realize that something is going on. You can see Afterlife immediately crossing back to his side of the river. Getting some vision placed. Seneko. Spot the side here. They've got a haste over on Afterlife. Moving very quickly. Doesn't have Stampede up just yet. Might be able to go and collect. I always want to fly. No, last second. He's able to teleport out. Very close.
Sure. Yeah, they get the D ward though. They just invaded. They're going to be looking for stuff like that. On the bright side, V-Tune, has Battle Fear already. So he just cleared a bunch of stacks, Ancients, and Large Camp, pushed out the top lane. He's doing great. So probably similar as last game is what we'll see.
Blink also now picked up on the puck, so it's going to make these initiations perhaps a little bit easier and also make it much harder to kill him as well. Roger's going to have to do a lot of scouting in order to help lock them down, but does place a ward over here. Spots out Dream, taking the stack. Surprised that they're not going to try to punish him for this, but they do have a smoke over here on the side of AS Monaco Gambit. So
I mean, it's difficult. He's so deep. And he has not felt quite as strong as I was hoping he would be, considering his start here. It's going to bring smoke on Virgin, though.
Come forward over on the Iceberg with the silence. They go. They use the Dream Coil to stop here from Afterlife. The spin to boot. Iceberg will fall.
You know, that happens sometimes when you walk high ground, and with the ward there, he thought that he was going to be moving into a safe place, but because they were smoked, doesn't get the easy grab, or at least the safer grab. So,
well, definitely felt
killed.
Yeah, I was going to say, it felt like Roger, he placed up that ward quite a while ago and was just kind of waiting for +1. But again, the smoke making a huge difference in that particular play. Definitely don't want your mid-tiny getting picked off like that. Roger, though, finds an open here. Doesn't have any help, though. V-Tune?
DD's moving fights. V-Tune can get killed now.
Yeah, he's got the Omni Slash, and there's nothing to jump. Oh, yes, at the last second, he jumps over to Always Want to Fly. He'll slow down just a little bit. The Phoenix, Icarus Dive coming in, fries him up just a tiny bit, and they will engage a little bit here as they get the Avalanche off. It doesn't feel like a hard committal.
Hard not to go for that as Dream, because you don't want to Omni Slash a PA almost ever, because he just passed Blur, he goes invisible for a fraction of a second, and then Omni Slash ends. But he saw Blur break on the PA as he approached, so he knew he had an opportunity there. If he had gone for it right away, he actually would have killed V-Tune. But because he hesitated a bit, he was able to get close enough to his ally to jump to him. So it's one of those tough decisions where, like, a bad player absolutely would have Omni Slash instantly and lost and gotten the kill, but a good player has to hold back for moments like that, and as a result he he went half in, and it was a waste, unfortunately. Either way, they're still both
Radiant's
farming
top
really,
tower
really good.
is under attack.
So it's not that detrimental. 2k gold advantage, AS Monaco Gambit. The Jug should scale fine against the PA in this game in comparison to the previous ones, especially with how Jug helps out his team fight with a
Radiant's
healing
top
ward.
tower has fallen.
Yeah, they're definitely neck and neck right now on the side of the cores. A little bit ahead here for V-Tune, of course, but I feel like we've yet to see a big full-on fight break out between these two teams. It's a lot of just making space for the cores to get things done.
Yeah, getting a little pick up is kind of surprising. The games, at least these two matches so far today, have been a little bit farm heavy and slow, but not for lack of trying. Iceberg has been trying to get kills, but his opponents are just shutting it down with nice rotation. Smoke breaks. This is
Smoke breaks. The jump on the back line, though, with the silence. Always want to fly. We'll fall it over on the side. Roger getting tossed up. Will land on Snako. They'll find the kill. The dagger. Icarus dive coming up for the Phoenix as he goes in over onto the high ground. Great positioning for this egg. Dreamquest going to land over onto 2, though, as Iceberg tries to ruin the egg. Will indeed pop. Iceberg still alive, trying to bottle through. Eventually, he will fall to the Dream as the hunt is on now from Monaco Gambit. They're looking to grab any sort of stragglers, but they're not quite finding anyone, as they do manage to snap up a regen rune over onto V-Tune, and the rest of them just trying to leave.
They definitely can fight, potentially get a kill. I like this. He's farming towards his ward. That way, if he sees his opponents, he can jump on them. Like, he definitely could kill Phoenix right now, for example.
Especially when the Ice Blast lands like that, but there is a puck nearby. Snako's here as well. It'll be the jump forward. They want to just get rid of immersion. They'll be able to do it. Stomp coming out, though. Perhaps they've just gotten a bit too greedy as V-Tune has to go jump over to Roger. They need to be able to close this gap, as you can see the puck trying his best, trying to do some body block. Not going to be able to do it, as they do manage to see Roger. More body blocks coming out. They've got the freeze. They've got the vision. They've got the dust on top of that. The leap forward from Afterlife, and down goes Roger.
That could have gone so much worse for V-Tune there. I love that moment where, like, you clear an ancient stack, and that's the exact moment your opponents approach you. So then, rather than running for the hills, you have to go pick up those neutral items. And then he ends up killing the Phoenix. They get the D ward on that cliff ward. So kind of cool of him to be there. It ends up working out. And then Nyx does the right thing and runs towards it. Yeah, the Ice Blast there spotting out Phoenix. He has to grab the neutral items. Then he's like, uh-oh, this isn't good. But luckily with that vision, he's able to jump directly on the Phoenix, get that kill after he'd used dive. And then Roger, halfway through this, basically just commits kind of body block. He starts slacking the center to make sure that he can't blink, knowing that disabled hold is really kind of line.
Yeah, he will fall again. We get another nice Icarus dive over the back lines, though. Oh, look at the sun rays doing so much. Snako does fall. Iceberg also going down, and so does Immersion. Roger trying the best he can to throw out the Impales. Not going to be able to quite do it as Afterlife chasing after Ramses here. Does land the stomp, the double edge. No one is going to go join back in. And again, these body blocks have been the name of the game here. Over on the side, Roger just barely able to crawl away, sitting with 60-something hit points.
It's really hard to play Tiny if you are not the guy that gets to initiate. If he gets Dream Coiled like this and Jug walks up spinning and you're about to die, you have to throw your spells out. And I think the thing that's really hurting Navi so far is that their team is great at initiating. Nyx Assassin is great at initiating. So is Tiny. So is A following up on those two guys. But I just feel like we haven't seen it all game so far. It's always Navi on the back foot. And this game could be so in control if they were just the ones initiating successfully.
I mean, they get a beautiful Ice Blast off in the pit. So we'll push Gambit back for a moment. But I have a feeling they're going to go right back in just a moment. You have to be careful, though. Iceberg would love to get one hell of an avalanche. You don't have to worry about the Ice Blast, though, now. Vortex gets dropped down for a little bit of vision.
Yeah, ward dewarded, too. That will help a bit, and they're going to get a little scared. The Vortex is scary. They have perfect vision now. Makes going in so much easier.
I mean, perhaps they can, like, smoke and make some sort of a wrap play, but...
Yeah, I think they just don't want to... They don't want to gamble here. They're in a good place right now, so they don't have to deal... anything that's overly aggressive or dangerous. They've got big team fight ultimates. They just don't want to get like bursted down. Like the worry is certain stun into burst like this.
Ooh, that is a great stun into burst. No longer have to worry about Afterlife joining in, as the rest of the team is smoked up behind, but don't think they necessarily... Yeah, they don't want to go in on this. They do have to... I don't think they like that they're losing this, but I'm not sure they have a lot of choices. Perhaps maybe the puck can make a cheeky play?
Fear not heresy.
Get a Fire Spirit tossed out. Roger. Right, getting front and forward here. They get the egg, but it's going to be the... Oh, wow. V2 actually snatching up that Aegis. It will go off.
Is under attack.
Okay. Nicely done by Puck to kill it, but he ends up dying as a result. So probably not worth the trade because that's going to buy them 40 more seconds to get back control here. And there's another kill for free.
Just trying to get the D wards off. What were the chances?
Not terrible. They're there's a room spawning, right? And they just got the kill, so PA was going to be aggressive. Their whole team was going to be aggressive on the map. And he was blurred, so he couldn't see him coming. Rough one there. And now AS Monaco Gambit on the back foot for a bit as a result of that Aegis. Aegis definitely more valuable than the gold here. Yeah, they just went for the rune. And was like, I'm going to nuke you. I feel like I die like that.
Just a casual.
At the time. Oh, whoops. Incredible how well he casted Crystal Nova there with one hand, but for him.
Sometimes, I mean, as a Crystal Maiden player, you're used to this, right? Like you're just used to always kind of being cannon fodder, unfortunately. And hey, at least you're the one who got blown up, and not your core. It's space, Perch. It's
who was
space.
already blown up? Yeah, you're right.
Looks like we are going to have a couple people running into one another over here, but no vision currently. So Afterlife needs to be very, very careful. No one, of course, over on the side, though. They'll spot out Roger. Immediately, the Spike Carapace, the stop forward. No one showing himself, but immediately the response here coming out from Iceberg. The Sunray will be able to clean up over onto Roger. And no one is still alive. He gets off that Dream Coil. They do manage to take down Afterlife, but it's not looking super great here on the side for AS Monaco Gambit. Oh, V2 hoping he can get his hands on no one who's trying very hard. He's trying to sidestep the Avalanche. He's still alive, but it's not going to be for much longer. As he blings off into the side. Do they have the vision? Do they know? They don't.
He doesn't get him this time. He's looking for him, but and he read him the first 3 times, and that's the only reason no one got initiated on. He even noticed that he had the debuff on him. That's why PA was able to jump, but good attempt by Always Want to Fly. But unfortunately, he was a little bit too far away. Tiny combo does not stun for a very long time. The Ice Blast wasn't able to get there in time, and as a result, Puck ends up staying alive. Very scary, though.
Very close.
Yep.
For sure. I believe we just got an Agnum Scepter, though, completed for the Jug. So that is going to come into play here, yeah. That'll
be really nice. Protect himself from stuns while initiating. Oh, there's the break.
There's a lot of people over there, V-Tune. They're just hugging in this woods over here on the side. All right. Well, Navi's looking pretty scary right now. V2 sitting top of the net worth. You can see how well their burst strategy is working out for them, and it's starting to get a little bit later, which is always a little bit scary for the side of Gambit.
Well, both carries scale pretty well in various ways, so I think both teams have a lot of good strengths going for them right now. Jug's just going to be more and more of a monster against PA as the game continues. Whether he wants to go MKB or Scotty or something like that. I mean, Maelstrom is already very effective against Evade heroes. It gives you like 40% of the true strike that MKB does, so like going for the full upgrade is usually just not worth it to buy MKB instead. But we'll see if he shifts into it, depending on the skill, the talent that PA goes for.
Sure.
If he goes Blur, yeah, you're probably going to need
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, right now it looks like Dream is considering picking up the shard for one of his next items.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But they're still putting pressure down here on the bottom. They've already lost the top, and the creeps are pushed in a little bit. It's like Navi's not too concerned about they're making their way down. V2 looking for the opening. They'll use a Stampede to run away. No one, of course, though, is stuck over here with the Ramses. So is going to throw out the Illusory Orb, try to dodge away. V-Tune's on the hunt. They don't have any great solutions of being able to find this Puck, though, right now. So he's going to be able to walk away.
Virtually no way he dies here. He's got Aeon Disc as his first major item after Blink to protect against this burst from Tiny plus AA. So he's super safe right now. He's going to have less offensive potential, but his goal is basically to get good Dream Coil on the right heroes and lock them down to buy time for Jug and some of the other heroes to deal damage. So maybe they're going to struggle a bit damage-wise mid-game, but him dying is just way more realistic. So he's got to be careful.
Right. More pressure being placed over on the mid tower. Oh boy. Alright, Senego just took one step outside of his base and he just got blown up. Afterlife trying to do some counter initiation here, but they actually commit. They go in. They do have a couple of these little slashes. The Omni Slash just gets tanked by the creeps, which is a bit of a disaster for Dream. It's hoping for a little bit better here. No one's still hiding in the tree line.
Went for the swift slash first to initiate,
Yeah.
like feel things out, and it looked good. He's like, all right, let's keep slashing. He jumps all the way over to the neutrals instead. Really unfortunate there for him.
No one needs to be careful. They do have the sentry ward down though, so they can see Roger on his way over. By Carapace, the ball with the Dream Coil, and just does get popped as they leap immediately over onto Roger, and the Sunray does a decent amount of damage to take him out. There's a spin coming out from Dream. V-Tune had jumped in pretty far there, but not quite going to find any more kills after Roger falls. Snake had bought back during that too.
Yeah, that was Seneco's second death in that engagement. Looked pretty scared for the puck. He ended up getting caught by the Spike Carapace, but the Aeon Disc kept him alive and allowed them to squeeze out some more team fight advantage without no one dying. So item absolutely paying off here. Gonna finish an Ags next up, but no one's still struggling on mana regen a little bit here.
He'll refill his bottle. That'll help at the very least. But the leap forward immediately. Oof. That is one cooked bird.
Basher and the Mindbreaker, actually the perfect item for getting little kills here. There's that Swift Slash, and he's like, look at all these heroes that I can Omni Slash.
Oh no.
And Ramses is there too, and it just stuck on the neutrals, unfortunately. Would it have been amazing if it kept hitting heroes? I'm not so sure, honestly, but they were all pretty full HP. They didn't really burn any cooldowns. They probably would have been fine, but maybe they would have forced Guardian Angel out earlier or something like that. I'm
surprised that they committed on that, because it almost felt like a little bit of a hesitation when it first opened up, and then like the leap forward coming out from your Jug as he just gets dragged further and further in by these heroes. I was a little surprised. I wasn't sure if they necessarily wanted to commit like that.
Yeah, it was a little dangerous for sure, but if his Omni Slash did a lot of damage, it would have been fine. But most of the heroes on Navi's side are pretty high armor, relatively, especially with Omni backing him up.
Is under attack.
Alright, well, PA making work at the bottom tower now. They just want to get rid of all these exterior towers.
Radiant's top tower is under
Continue this pressure that they've got going, because they're looking very nice right now.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Definitely feel that pressure over on Gambit currently. They're not sitting too pretty in the standings either. So definitely want to prove themselves here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
V-Tune changing his mind on his neutral item, goes back for the Paladin Sword. Doesn't want the Mindbreaker anymore, and that's because he's going to build the Satanic next. So amping up his lifesteal into massive heights is going to be so useful for him when he plays against Jug and fights him to the death.
This should make my life easier.
So much negative armor.
Illusion.
All right. Well, Gambit grouping up a little bit over here on the side. Maybe gonna make a play on V-Tune here to get the stun to double edge down the slash. Oh no, but they have the Guardian Angel. So they'll immediately use the Stampede and run away. They do Dream Coil up Iceberg over here. I'm not sure they want to go hard commit-ons, but they do. They actually go right back in again. Afterlife was looking for another victim here. Not going to be able to quite find it, though, as he does get frozen into place at Iceberg. Even though they initiated him, it looked so nice. Not enough damage to take down this Tiny.
Really good choices.
Ooh,
I thought he was going to use almost right away, but just kept running. And he ends up staying alive there. Hit by him.
Yeah. So, another smoke coming out from the side of Gambit. It feels like they're getting a little desperate. Trying to find just some sort of a pick-off. Trying to find one person that they can actually take out of the equation.
A little harder for them to get these solo kills for sure with Puck's items, with their other heroes.
We'll try to get the jump on Ramses here. And he's got his own BKB, though, so he just immediately pops it, runs away. There's a Heavenly Grace on there as well. Had a Glimmer Cape, everything to just keep him alive. It was like they were expecting it. Roger.
They can't chance on their opponents.
Standing side by side here with no one. He's got a lot of information, but no one's already blinked away.
He had to read the Waning Rift there, but he was a little slow.
But he walks right back into Roger, yeah. Got a little bit of damage down. Waiting with the Spike Carapace in case he tries to do anything else. Tricky here. Ice Blast coming in hot. Will land over onto Dream. Well, wait patiently. No one has already just dipped away as V-Tune goes right back to hitting creeps.
both lineups having a little bit of issues of chain stunning, and as a result, their opponents are getting counterplays. So that's why some of these duels that seem like they're really close to being successful are just being misses. The Aeon Disc again, saving Puck's life. Happened multiple times now. They really clutch pickup, but again, as a result, they're having damage issues a little bit. They're having burst issues. Jug is not the most conventional for killing solo semi-evasive heroes like PA or Omni or whatever else. But they're both still farming. PA way dwarfing the Jug now, though. Satanic's finished. He's picked up Titan Sliver as well, so he's got BKB, he's got the Dispel Satanic, he's got tons of status resistance. Looking good for V2.
How to get your hands on this guy. And then on top of that, you've got Icebreaker just completed the Assault Cuirass. This time, it's going to be the Radiant who take the kill on Rochan, who also get that Aegis. Aghanim Shard picked up.
Takes Phantom Knives.
I mean, we saw how strong it was last time.
DK, yeah, really good. It's going to be great against Centaur, and good against Jug, too.
They have a haste over on the Tiny. Nice wards, too, spotting out the movement. The way that they're playing around V2 there. There's a courier over here at the secret shop. They have to...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nope, they'll fortify up the courier. Look at Roger, though. He's on the hunt. Waiting, and he just takes... Oh, no. Those are the Blitz Knuckles, and... Yeah, so takedown always want to fly, at least in the meanwhile. So they do find a little consolation prize.
Kind of a weird place for his courier to be, but it was hanging out there waiting to get enough money to buy the Demon Edge so that he can finish MKB and have true perfect solutions against PA. More or less perfect. He couldn't blur constantly. But, yeah, pressure in the high ground. V2 knows he can get away with it. Oh, he saw it running over there. Okay, that's why.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they briefly saw it over by the secret shop, and then they watched it just go right across. Roger was in good position. In fact, Roger, again, in a very nice position here as he immediately sees no one. No one will just hide away. But the leap forward here from V2 and absolutely just slicing Dream into ribbons, has all those knives. It's not looking great. The bash, can they finish up? No, there's going to be the egg. Three of them all grouped around this egg, though. They don't seem to care. They don't have enough magic damage to do anything about this Guardian Angel as they go right back in after. It's a triple kill now for V2, and they want more. Can they find it, though, is the question. As the rest of them just run right back into their fountain.
They read that team fight so good there. They jump in instantly, get a couple of pickoffs,
and they just call a game.
Wow. There's no buyback on Jug. The game just ended. And with Jug being dead like that, that was minimum 2 racks, possibly more. Maybe a little bit of an early GG call, but really well played by Navi. I think things were definitely a little bit sloppy.
Spirit, who already took fourth last season and just barely missed out on going to the major because of a tiebreaker. They are now sitting at top of the board right there next to Virtus Pro. Gentlemen, drafting-wise, what have you seen so far from either of these teams?
So I think starting with Spirit, they are very sacrificial for their mid laner. We just saw how NAVI, they like to throw out their carry kind of into the winds, like, yo, buddy, play your PA. But for Team Spirit, they love picking up Toronto Tokyo's hero in the first phase. Just, it doesn't matter what you're going to counter him with. You'll play your Storm, you'll play your Puck. You're going to have a good game.
Out of curiosity, so you say sacrificial. What is the difference between, because I've heard some players say, we picked up our offlane last because he had a wider hero pool to be able to grab from. What is the difference there between a sacrificial early pick and we're going to give you exactly what you want early pick?
I think you kind of touched on it there. There's two styles here, which is one, the player itself doesn't have a big enough hero pool, so the confidence of just, we will pick your Storm, your Void Spirit, your whatever, just it simplifies your draft because you now have one more pick to unlock someone else's game. And then the other side to that is more, you value having a different lane, having a better pick priority, so you can counter something. Currently the patch is mid's a little bit too easy, therefore you want to pressure maybe side lane. So this is Spirit's read of, well, we're always going to pick these heroes for Toronto Tokyo anyways, why not give Collapse a better matchup?
Yeah, when we're talking about sacrificial-wise, it's funny because the hero that gets picked 10th can be the sacrifice in the sense that you're not like making them have a bad game, but their game is about enabling the other guy.
Exactly.
The Ramses, he picks Omni Knight last. He's not going to carry the game. He's meant to make the PA carry the game. The hero they've been picking second or third every single game. On the other hand, with Storm, you just need some people to play around. These Storms and Void Spirits, and they do that a lot. They have like Tusk AA. They have these like support kill combos that no matter where he goes on the map, if he so chooses, he can make a play happen. And that allows you to farm more. It allows you to have more options in terms of item build on these heroes. So it's not as much that they're necessarily going to carry, but they get to play the game they want, and it'll dictate the pace of the game for the team.
Little Mars pick here.
Figured it had to be Mars or Void Spirit.
Yeah, no, I was
Team Spirit,
right?
Like, you see a Puck, you're gonna go for one of those two heroes.
Surprised Mars hasn't been seeing much play. Has it been getting banned every first round? Usually we're not in the draft by the first round.
It has been getting banned in either the first round or the second round.
Especially for these two teams. Collapse, best hero, Mars, easily. After that, maybe a Slardar. And then you look towards Winstrike, Rebel plays it mid, and also they can play it off lane. So yeah, these two teams are probably the biggest Mars, teams out of this region for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how much of a difference there is between a player's like top one or two, maybe three heroes and the rest. People say like, aren't they just better than that? Well, it's like your best hero is just so much better.
They bring more to the game, right? They have that read on how certain players, they're kind of stubborn in the way in which they think they can play heroes, but they just play them to that level. A real player who has that specialist hero pool, they can pick that hero, identify a weakness, and then itemize, and you see this new plays coming out.
Specific adjustments to the specific game. It's where some heroes, like, for instance, I would feel comfortable picking Slark in almost any game and trying, and I would be able to adjust as best I could. But maybe in a game where I'm playing Luna, a carry I've played 100 times, 150 times, I would have to have it be 8th or 9th pick in a game where I'm like, I know what I would do based on those 4 heroes in the game. It's just less situational awareness, less ability to adjust.
How many times have you played Slark?
730, I think.
Okay, so I was just trying to give some context of number-wise, what's the difference?
Almost every player has at least 2 or 3 heroes that they've played 500 plus times. And
Spirit Breaker, guilty.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the hero. Absolutely majestic. This region though hasn't played it. Bit upset.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker.
10 seconds.
He's weird, man. It's just his early game. I think his map presence, 15 minutes plus, is really great, but it's just the first 1 to 3 levels. As a carry, I would 10 times rather be laning against a Spear Breaker 4 than a Willow or the Snapfires of the world.
For sure.
Oh, there's a Snapfire. I wasn't even looking at the draft. I heard the lion, but we were so busy talking.
Yeah, they apparently they're saying, okay, Team Spirit, you want to play some area? You want to play in some team fight area? We've got a good combo for that as well. Puck as well as Mortimer's Kisses. Lock people down, throwing a bunch of damage in that area.
Well, this is the first time that we saw the Snapfire 5 was from Winstrike. It was Phantom playing it with that little Shadow Blightstone build. Of course, we then found out actually they got it from Chicken Fighters in a scrim, so we're still yet to truly find out who brought it to the scene, but it was
5
devastating,
seconds
and Panamin in the interview, he was just like, yeah, man, just play Snapfire so easy, I can just carry the team. It's such a broken hero.
Yes, and it feels very good against all of these 4 ranged heroes, which seems to be the current meta, is a lot more ranged 4s rather than the Clockworks Earthshakers of the world.
Yeah, the funny thing about the pace of the meta is that if you pick an Earthshaker, it actually tells you you're going to play a slower pace. And I think these melee 4s usually need an item or two to feel impactful, and thus you actually are starting to pick ranged 4s with melee 3s because the guy that's doing shit on the map gets online in 8 minutes rather than 14.
Radiant team pick.
Is there going to be a Faceless Void this game with the Snapfire?
I think it heavily depends on Spirit's pick here, because of course Winstrike has the last pick in this phase. So I'd love to see from Winstrike then pick up a strong 4 here, and then 4 Spirit to reveal 4 heroes, then you get to go for that carry pick. For Spirit, most likely they want to just go for their position 5, unless they see a glaringly obvious pick here. Juggernaut's banned out, Wraithking's banned out. Lifestealer doesn't feel that great, so yeah, I think just a casual position 5 here, see one more hero, then pick the carry from Spirit. Winstrike will then obviously respond with...
Do you feel like you need a save for this puck against the Mars Lion, or do you just tell your puck player just
Team pick.
don't get it?
Maybe somebody else play those first or stands in front. Still got to decide. Comes to mind right now. They come line, must sitting from Team Spirit. You want that beefy boy that, hey, dare you to go on this guy?
I mean, like, Lion is young, they don't have this damage to deal with any of these beefy boys, right? Sure, you have finger, but the way that Spirit's killing them right now is the comboing up for Toronto Tokyo to have a good game. He's, you know,
5 seconds remaining.
a bit tired there, but yeah, it's nice to see Spirit actually kind of diversify away from kind of the drafting pattern that they had. Like, we had a brief look at their Dota buff and we just see, you know, mid instantly picked. So I'm expecting, okay, maybe they're going to follow that script. But no, coming into this game, maybe that Mars is that flex pick that Winstrike has done before. Maybe that's what Spirit's doing themselves. Okay.
Now, is that a core Enigma or a 4 Enigma? We
I'd
saw
like to see it
Tundra
core.
do 4.
I'd love
Enigma.
to see this call it personally. You see both the support duo, like, it's hard really to deal with a core Enigma with...
I'm feeling Medusa or Spectre for Team Spirit
10
here.
seconds
A lot of the carries are getting banned out.
Spectre, yeah.
You want either Spectre. She's really hard counter to
5
Enigma in
seconds
team
remaining.
fights just because of the pure chaos that's created from Haunt and the potential to jump the Enigma before he black holes, or a hero like Medusa that just stands her ground and you don't really want to black
Dire
in the first
team.
place.
Okay,
So they actually elect to wait for their carry, which I don't necessarily like that, just because now they can counter this Slardar in lane.
This is how they deal with the Enigma. It's what we've seen from other teams so far in the patch, which is just we have a mechanism to go for a quick Aegis, and then we
10
don't care about your big
seconds
cooldowns because we have this carry who's been giving some, you know, 17, 18 minute Aegis.
5
Throw the
seconds
body in,
remaining.
waste your spell, suddenly we win the post fight.
Any Drow pickers? Is Drow
Just
too
for-
weak
just
with
for-
Snapfire? I just think if you... Slardar is one of the few offlaners that I think you really, as a carry, just draft a shit on his lane.
My
'cause
fear is
it's either day or... It's feast or famine for the hero.
I like that, but like it's so dependent on win lane that when you get into the game, you're playing into the chaos of the Mars Arena at defense. When you're trying to siege, you're going to have this Blink Dagger Slardar.
Yeah,
Plus his ultimate last bit, yeah.
If you want to go more the carry route, I think PL. Illusion heroes are also very good against Slardar, but you don't want to pick Terrorblade.
You can't pick
because
Terrorblade into Lion. Yeah. Whew.
So I think PL or Drow come to mind for me. If I were playing carry in this game is what I would want. It just depends on if they're going for the timing or they're going for the, we have Black Hole, we have the hard carry, we win late. Personally, since you have Enigma, I'm less concerned about having a win condition in my carry.
Yeah, someone who can play out their lane and be there with confidence, because you have to think about Mars and
Dire team back.
Mars will have a good time there. Okay, there you go.
Lifestealer into Slardar? What? That's actually really confusing. I would consider Slardar a hard counter to Lifestealer.
It is.
Well, we've seen Lifestealer change a decent amount. I was curious if you guys thought it's still...
It's the same thing, I think.
I
10
think
seconds
the key thing here is in the 1v1, Slardar will come out on top, but with the Snapfire
5
coming in as well,
seconds
that minus armor, the ability for Lifestealer to try and man up as well, I think we can easily see Slardar being killable. I think what Lion brings to the lane, Lifestealer removes that instantly with Rage, right? So I think purely in the vacuum of Snapfire, Lifesteal lane together, plus an active 4 because of Enigma, suddenly the Slardar Lifesteal matchup doesn't feel as bad because you have 3 people, you have minus armor, you have a way to
10
kill him.
seconds remaining.
I'm totally ready to be proven wrong. I think that in terms of counters, like in game as well, Slardar is like a 9 out of 10 towards lifesteal.
Yeah, it feels Slardar for sure is one of the counters to lifesteal, but I think maybe they're just looking at playing a more greedy style of lineup.
That's like supposed to be your best pick, though. When your first pick, that 8th pick right there is supposed to be like the boom, you win the game off this pick, and they just picked it into a hard counter.
But what if their boom pick is not about the pick itself, but more about the theory of they're going to have Rebel on his part, one of the best heroes, pairing with this Lifestealer, the 1-2 punch of their cause, always isolating their win condition now. They pick a Slardar active hero, enabling, Mars enabling. If they're jumping this carry as this double threat, that alone could be big enough to offset the Slardar v Lifestealer matchup.
I mean, they just pick Medusa and they win the game, right?
No, they haven't banned. Yeah,
Spirit,
yeah.
Dude,
Medusa is, yes, for sure is the key thing here.
Medusa or Sven is what comes to mind for me. I'd say Medusa is way better.
I love the Medusa Enigma matchup just for the idea of it's kind of like who goes first. If Enigma can get the black hole off pre Medusa ultimate, then you're going to be in a good spot. But if Medusa gets that ult off and gets black hole, suddenly Enigma's turned to stone, black hole's cancelled. The fight's pretty much lost.
I don't love Medusa as a hero, but I can't think of a better. Medusa's the perfect carry when you just want the carry that they have to go on, but they don't feel good about going on.
They're going to feel terrible.
And Medusa, they have Lifestealer, like you said, kind of all ins this concept of Enigma.
Okay.
If Team Spirit 10th picks Medusa or something of the like that I can't think of, a hero that just doesn't mind getting initiated onto, I really like their chances here. Spectre did get banned, so I would have liked.
Are there any
offlaners,
Brian, that you don't like laning into potentially as a Medusa? The bans from Team
Are you
Spirit.
saying like a 4-position Enigma,
and then you suddenly get an active offlane that can pressure this Medusa, and now this timing of Medusa doesn't come into play?
They could preemptively deal with that. Nothing comes to mind because you want a kill lane, but Enigma is not exactly like a high pressure kill lane. It's just not the same as it used to be because your Eidolons are 50-second cooldown instead of 35 level 1.
I would say that Pango ban is really important.
Yeah, I like
if
that.
You are going to go for a Medusa, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Any long duration, either damage mitigation or stuns are very good against Medusa.
Bat Rider.
Ooh.
Honestly, I would not hate Bat Rider here. But then you get Slarked, I think.
Bloodseeker.
Oh my god, this is like the...
Yeah, this has set itself up to be Medusa, for sure. Yeah, I'm all on the Medusa train right now.
Just stand still, man. The counter to this draft is to stand still.
10 seconds remaining.
Is Team Spirit going to see that opportunity?
5 seconds
I would be shocked
remaining.
if they didn't pick at least something similar like Terrorblade.
Medusa.
Oh, okay.
Carry Slardar?
Okay.
Carry Slardar and mid TA.
Wow.
I will admit, I did not expect that.
No, we didn't. Whew, some little creativity coming here.
Do you think they knew that was coming? Because part of the problem with Lifestealer versus Slardar is the laning phase, right? But if they saw that, if they knew it was carry, and they're like, oh, this is offlane collapse, he's going to be playing the Mars. He's super good at it.
I mean, they were banning offlaners, weren't they?
Yeah.
Or they banned carries. No, they were banning carries. They were banning carries, so they assumed
you mean
Mars and offlane Slardar.
I'm just, okay, Team Spirit coming with a bit of a new take. Again, fundamentally, it's just going to be TA win conditions, Slardar, play out your lane, unlock Rochan, blink Deso, Aegis on TA, run over your opponent.
You talked about that quick Aegis with Slardar.
Yeah,
TA is going to accelerate that one.
Strike 1, Strike 2, things gone in like 3 seconds. But yeah, I like how Team Spirit kind of turned their draft on its head, and I'm just worried about the pacing of the game for a Lifestealer. Like, he's a bit more slow, and now you have Slardar and TA. They have the double jump as well. We spoke about Puck Lifestealer. You now have TA plus Slardar, so...
I just refuse to believe you pick Lifestealer into Slardar and win the game, so I will go against that.
All right, BSJ sticking with his guns on that regard.
Yeah, I do favor Spirit. I like the fact that they went for this last pick, TA. But Winstrike, they have that energy that a lot of these newer teams have, so I hope they can at least kind of rival up against Spirit.
All right, we'll have to see if they can indeed rival up against Team Spirit, as Spirit have thrown us a bit of a curveball. Maybe our casters saw this coming. We've got Moxie and Fogged waiting for us at the desk.
Man, nothing like a last pick TA and a safe lane Slardar. This is not something I've seen recently with running the Slardar's core. How does that work?
This is just something they chose to. It's this big, heavy minus armor strat, and I guess they are looking at, carry versus carry matchup. A Slardar versus Lifestealer. If Slardar gets to get enabled with items, he's going to be able to always fight that Lifestealer, throwing a TA minus armor too. Yep, that's the idea they want, and they want fast pace. I think that's what we've seen from Spirit every time, right? Quick pace,
very fast.
quick, like getting an advantage, and then just like rolling over the game. Winstrike looks, the Enigma, I feel like it makes it quite greedy.
I mean, you've got some really fantastic team fight coming out from the side of Winstrike, right? You've got this black hole, you've got the Snapfire kisses that can be tossed in. Oh goodness, people are just disconnecting all over the place here. And then of course you've got a Puck who can kind of set things up really nicely, right? It's a pretty low cooldown to be able to jump in with the Dream Coil and then follow it up with, some of these bigger ultimates. But it is a little scary, especially when you consider the Roche perspective as well. You've got a Templar Assassin and a Slardar. They are going to have H's so fast this game.
Yeah, and we used to, people always used to talk about, the counter your Dooms, counter your Magnus, counter your Enigmas, those big, long-duration cooldowns is you get Aegis online, and even if they take a fight with it, you have that second life after it, and I think that's really how Spirit's going to play. Their lanes look solid. I think that's why they went for that TA last, because the Mars, he can do pretty well in the mid lane, but they want something to be able to smash the puck post level 2 and 3, and I think it's appropriate. Rebel has been honestly the standout for me from Winstrike, especially on the puck. He dominated the last few games that I saw him play it, so I think Spirit's approach is pretty damn good. And they also have the Lion too, and I look at Winstrike and they only really have the puck to get these initiations, and he could just die immediately after versus a puck versus that Lion in particular. So a little worried for them on that front, but looking forward to perhaps some that infested puck just detonating heroes really quickly if they can get some good initiation.
Yes, they definitely have some nice burst damage in that regard. But both teams have been smoked up. They're just doing a little bit of reconnaissance, trying to see, what can we find out here? As the Crystal Maiden will reveal herself first and foremost. Ooh. Looks like Winstrike not convinced they want to really go in on this, so they're going to back off, as is Team Spirit, grouping around the tower.
Fighting into CM is always a little bit scary. Even though there's a TA who is a literal do-nothing hero, they also have some do-nothing heroes on the side of Winstrike. They have the Lifestealer, and they have the Enigma, who literally are just attacking early on at level 1. So both teams quite hesitant to just take that battle.
They are positioned very forward here, though, over here on the side of Team Spirit. Look at this aggression.
The battle begins.
I'm excited just to get to watch another Collapse Mars and just a carry Slardar. We don't get to see carry Slardar, and a Collapse for me has been the most impressive Mars, besides Boxy, who was looking phenomenal the other day. He's so good on this hero, just so comfortable, and knows which heroes to go for. So I think this game it's going to be similar. Just the angles of approach, just going for killing the poor Puck, Lion, and Mars. They're going to have their eyes set on him.
Gosh, it's so funny that you mentioned that too, because you talked about the Mars, but also when I think Boxy, the first thing that comes to mind is actually Slardar. So
me too. Yeah,
it's kind of an interesting game here for sure, but everyone has just wandered off now into the lanes. We're going to be focusing up on that CS, obviously, and probably not going to see a lot of aggression coming out right away for either team.
No, definitely not. Lane, we'll see, bottom is going to be really one-sided, I feel like, for Spirit. They should just get absolute free farm of Slardar, besides just a few Eidolons that get denied. Cheshire Cat is going to heavily struggle down here. They actually didn't even block any of the camps, so there will be pulls that come out. As Maposhka can't kill his sentry in time, but that's okay. He will have the small camp available to pull it back.
Phantom and Mira just kind of trading hits here. Do have to be a little bit careful, though, because Mira definitely getting the better end of this trade and also able to immediately take down the sentry, block the camp, and sort of set up the lane very nicely for Collapse there.
Yeah, a lot of time Lifestealer is pretty good versus the Mars, but I think with the backup of Lion, it changes it quite a bit, because there's those double forms of Disable, and Lion, the harassment, it really does start to build up, so Lifestealer does have to be a little bit careful in the first few levels. And yeah, we'll see if this Enigma, if this greed does pay off. I'm a little worried, because I really feel like the mid matchup in particular is going to start getting pretty one-sided pretty fast. The first 3 levels, great for Puck, but once TA hits 3, 4, 5, it quickly starts to get much worse.
It's interesting that we're starting to see this Enigma show up in the jungle more and more. I'm trying to remember which player did this recently, where they just went off to the jungle, showed up, and just made a huge impact. Was it Snaking?
It was Snaking, yeah.
Right, yeah.
I was going to say it. Yeah, he did really well. He actually got some really clutch black holes in the game, too. And I think it's probably the best way that you have to play the hero, because of just your conversions are so bad. Like the cooldown now, if they get killed in the laning phase like early, you have like 30-40 seconds when you're doing nothing. You can't actually deny the same like double range creep every time. So you just have to play your own game. Back to the old days of Enigma.
I was about to say, man, it has been a while since we've seen someone just straight up just walk right into jungle. It used to be an actual thing way back in the day, but it is interesting though. I wonder now, because we're seeing so many of these Enigmas, right? They're heading in the jungle. If we're going to be seeing a resurgence of these roamers a little bit more, that can really put the pressure down, because he does tend to sit very low. They have to be so careful down here. Yatro and Pushka are just slaughtering Cheshire Cat. They need maybe one more hit, and Yatro will find it.
This is going to be really problematic. Like this Slardar is going to be absolutely huge. CM, I actually feel like Miposhka now soon at some point may just be able to just like ditch the lane soon. When they get in a good position, the Slardar can 1v1 easy versus Bloodseeker, and CM has an open map. And then look what you're mentioning, you know, if he's able to just like walk into the jungle, find an Enigma, that'd be a blessing for Miposhka.
Well, I think it's one of the things that you have to be very aware of, especially after watching, several of Team Spirit's games, is just they reach a certain point and then it's just, they don't stop. They know exactly what their power peaks are. They know, their item timings, and they're just going to group up and be extremely aggressive. And as I say this in the top lane, Diracho is not looking great, because Collapse will find himself a kill on the Lifestealer. But I mean, in terms of like looking at their draft, Fog, this is such an aggressive team very, very early on. They're not going to be able to find a footing if they start to fall behind at all on the side of Winstrike.
I absolutely agree. I don't really see the purpose of when they picked the Bloodseeker. I didn't see like some standout being like, damn, it's a good Bloodseeker game. It wasn't really showing anything. These heroes from Team Spirit, they don't really care if they get ruptured as much. They just stand in the Mars arena and fight. As
Tokyo's so mad. He's so mad. He watched it just get denied in front of his face, and Toronto Tokyo was having none of that.
Shouldn't be too mad anymore as he gets himself handed a free kill.
Yep.
That's okay. I think this game is going to get pretty one-sided pretty quickly. Like, Lifestealer is not getting a good start up top at all. I feel like it's going to get progressively worse as we see Collapse. Just early game items. Just Soul Ring straight into Orbital Corrosion so that they can constantly harass this Lifestealer. Diracho's game is going to be quite slow.
It's just so difficult, right? And you figure, he does have that little bit of an insurance policy in the fact he has, Rage. But Cookie Hop 4 might be able to find himself a little bit of a kill here as he uses the Rage. He uses the Fairy Fire, so he does manage to get a kill on Mira. So that definitely feels a little bit better, but does have to be careful because, again, the aggression coming out from the side of Spirit is intense and furious here.
He's still just not really getting many last hits. Like 14 last hits to the 27-16 of the Slardar, who's also getting kills enabled on him.
Top lane? No, just a little bit more pressure over on Collapse, but when you don't have that cookie available, you have no way of locking them down and holding them in place. As Mira making a rotation here, hoping that maybe Rebel will get a little bit too aggressive perhaps, but Rebel just gonna back off, realizing Lion is nowhere to be seen on the map. Maybe now is not the time.
Yeah, he's smart, plays it careful. The lowering Collapse up top to like 200 health is actually quite nice. Even if they don't kill him, it's actually opening the lane bottom for Cheshire Cat because he has all the thirst stacks. He's got like 400 move speed. They can't actually go for the kills on him. Not getting last hits, but he's up to level 5 already on Bloodseeker, which I'd say is not too shabby.
I think you're pretty happy with the fact that you're able to at least soak, right? Sometimes it sucks when you're not able to actually hit those creeps, but at the very least you can get close enough to the creep wave to make sure that you're getting those levels online and you can be an impact.
Yeah. And honestly, because they did make that Slardar the one position, the Bloodseeker Rupture is going to be a little bit more effective. As long as they're not fighting inside a Mars ult, because if that's the case, then they're not really going to be moving a whole lot.
Nope. Definitely not. But be interested to see, when we're going to start seeing some of those rotations, if we're going to start to see the puck, try to be a bit aggressive, or... I feel like they're just getting too much done here on the top lane, honestly. In fact, yes, there it is. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Rebel coming in hot here. They'll follow up with the homage, and there's going to be 4 heroes that will help Rebel collect his first Dream Coil kill here. I don't even think he used the Dream Coil. Never mind.
No.
Not even necessary.
Yeah, quick rotation too, and Diracho starting to catch back up on the last hits nicely. This little rotation is quite clean as Rebel. He'll get some harassment from Tokyo. Tokyo actually has a haste, so you might think about just like running at him at some point soon.
No, he's fine. He's fine just vibing.
Under attack.
Yeah. Hang on to Coil though is huge, because now we see Cheshire Cat, he's at level 6. So now even Yatoro, he has to be a little bit cautious down bottom as he's gone full green. It's a Midas first on the Slardar. I like it though. I actually really like the Midas on this Slardar carry. The attack speed is just so beneficial as a Slardar. And just, of course, levels. He's gotten away with a free lane, so why not? Yeah. I think they're playing greed versus greed, so if they want to raise the greed, he'll raise it right back. It's mid.
This mid, the meld strike, they have all the lockdown for the puck, but not going to be able to quite finish off as last second. Those Rods Tokyo turning around. He is ruptured, though. Use the black hole to take down the TA as well. So I think both of them getting punished here, but we'll lose both of the mids. I guess this opens the door, though, right? Because they did use the black hole. It was definitely a worthwhile target, but they definitely have a lot of breathing room here where they can start making more plays without that worry over on the side of Team Spirit.
I think overall Spirit is going to be more of like the fast-paced gameplay rather than having to rely on cooldowns. They're going to constantly be looking for these type of pickoffs on Pantomim here in the river. Do they have the
look at the damage. Yeah, they do have the double damage over here on Lion. He can just murder Pantomin, and it's not enough damage to take down Mira here. So that's a nice little pickup for the Lion.
Yeah, this is they don't have to worry about like the coil. They don't have to worry about the hole now. So I feel like for Team Spirit, they can just kind of chill in their lanes, just farm it up, and I think that perhaps it scales really nicely versus this Lifestealer carry. Sure, Enigma's getting away with his greed. He's actually top net worth for his team somehow, Yamich. But this Lifestealer's game is just never going to be easy into these matchups. TA and Slardar will shred him if they ever get any type of disable onto him.
This whole thing, it just comes about because Pantomin was trying to wait for Ribble to get over there and pick up that double damage rune, but unfortunately not going to be able to do it. Cookie Cap just a little bit short here. The top lane, Mira getting to position, lands a beautiful Earth Spike over onto 2. The Hex comes out. They have to be careful to go. They'll use the arena. They drop the Midnight Pulse. Yatoro is, of course, here. He's chasing, collapse, trying to stay alive. Does look like he's going to be all right, but the Blood Right's going to come in over on the side. Can it connect? Oh, he's still alive. Oh, no, Yatoro at the top lane. He TP'd in, and he TP's into his death, as it looks like they'll be able to get another kill. Cheshire Cat will collect over on Collapse Route to Tokyo. Oh, my goodness, the Dream Coil. They've even got the kisses. It does get interrupted, but they'll still be able to take down the TA, and this is not looking great for Mira here, as there's just too many arrows, too much damage. Winstrike hitting fast and furious here.
And they clean up the big creeps of the Ancients. They actually get all 3 of the big creeps. Diracho going to finish those up, and I take back everything I said about the Bloodseeker. Cheshire Cat, the Rupture is being extremely effective right now here, especially on that Slardar who TP's in a little too aggressively. They thought they could take the fight, but Winstrike, they bring the numbers. Enigma, it's starting to work out. He already has Solar Crest. I mean, he's so farmed. Now Diracho, even though he's had a bit of a tough time in the lane, he's completely recovered when he's buffed up. Look at his armor. 26 armor. So now those melds and that Slardar corrosive phase won't be nearly as effective.
Well, it's definitely necessary for sure to stand toe-to-toe. It's still not a super easy game for this Lifestealer when you have this many, not necessarily counters. I guess, yeah, Slardar is definitely a counter, but feels a little bit better now.
And all that will be definitely problematic. The bash overall always will, corrosive hose always will be some type of problem. Well, if you can get the rage up, or if they can get the initiations with those infests. That's a big hit though. Winstrike, after a little bit of a weird lane, a little bit of a shaky start here with that Enigma in the jungle, they hit big around Ancient.
Yeah, definitely have to feel good about that, being able to take down so many heroes, and we'll still make another initiation over on Duracho. Rage will come out.
Chain stun.
He's just going to go right back to hitting those creeps. Seems pretty happy about it.
Pretty big slip up there from Mira. That was definitely I think that was a free kill there if he actually connects the stun. They have collapse with the ult. They have the finger too. They actually miss out on a kill on the Lifestealer perhaps there.
Huh. It looks like the TA is going BKB first.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's quite different.
Yeah. I'm not usually used to seeing a TA do something like that. Usually the Deso, of course, the Blink Dagger. Yeah. We've just got that Mithril Hammer, and pressure being placed now over on the mid lane.
Maybe he's really feeling just the scare after he just gets coiled in Mortimer kisses. Maybe he's just feeling that could just happen every time in the game. Maybe he's just feeling like he just has to go BKB, or they're just going to focus him every single time in the fights.
Definitely a possibility. I'm just a little bit worried. Like, yes, you have the Meld Strike, you've got that negative armor and whatnot, but then are you going to end up suffering? Because you get this BKB, which, well, it's good for team... Oh, off the mark there. Again, there's going to be the fortification. It's like Team Spirit, they want to jump in on this, but They've got so many buffs over here, over on Duracio, and they just haven't been managing to leave. Oh, they're going in. Pantomen has himself a little surprise inside here. He's looking for the cookie hop. Spada Yatro and Maposhka, they have a nice deep ward.
Rebel, nice stun for Mira, but they can't actually follow it up. And they're actually doing the double up strategy. So they have the medallion on Pantomim. They have the solar crest on Yamich. So good luck. Your meld, your corrosive haste, it's actually answered because they've itemized like this. This lifestealer is sitting at like 30 armor when he's fully buffed up. Even if he is going to get corrosive, he's going to be strong. It's a cool approach.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's not something you see often. It seems very cool. Dreamclaw's gonna get used, though, over here, and immediately they follow up with the black hole. Yathro's toast. So is Collapse. They're not even allowed to participate in that fight. They just get murdered so quickly as Mira does manage to land that Earth Spike and run out. But they have just lost two of their big players on the side of Team Spirit. Winstrike looking real nice right now.
Yeah, and they're the ones being the aggressors. I actually did not think it was going to be them looking for these constant moves. I thought it was going to be Spirit because of that TA and that Slardar just having that big advantage in the laning phase. But no, Ward gets placed down. They instant jump.
Yeah, they're making all the right moves, and they had just great vision. That was definitely worth a black hole there.
Yeah.
Very nicely played.
Rebel is just always on point. It does seem like whenever he's playing this puck, the team knows how to back him up perfectly. His coils every single time so far have been so successful, and on the side of Spirit, they're just getting caught with the heroes that usually are the initiators, the Slardar and that Mars. This time, of course, the Slardar is the carry, but he has to go for Blink. They need some form of initiation so that they can actually start a fight. Otherwise, it's just Winstrike time and time again getting the perfect setup. We'll find one here, it looks like.
Golo used the Crystal Maiden ultimate, but the cookie hop from Pantomen doesn't matter. Followed up with the Waning Rift. Immediately, Mira is dead. This is looking like a dead Maposhka too. Judge Cat goes running in at the speed of light. And Rebel will be the one who slays the maid.
And they can't even
tips coming out.
They can't even kill the 5-position snap when they find him alone in the jungle.
Not a good sign.
Dramatic for Spirit. Yeah, definitely not a good sign.
It's amazing how fast this narrative have changed. We're saying, Team Spirit, they're going to be super aggressive. They're looking good. But just some really smart and very just creative ways of playing around the Team Spirit draft. I'm still absolutely loving the fact that, they see that much negative armor. They pick up the Solar Crest and then also that medallion. That's really cool, and that's really thinking with portals.
Yeah, no, I definitely love that they're, just adjusting some little things. It's not your usual build-up for an Enigma, but definitely working. He's going to go back for that Blink afterwards for some better team fight. He's almost got Blink, so he'll have follow-up for Rebel every time. Spirit just getting ran at, not having a good response so far.
It feels like Collapse just can't find these openings. He did get one arena off top, right? But it was immediately followed up. You saw Yamich there. He drops down that Midnight Pulse. Nobody wants to stand in that, and the rest of the team just immediately collapses on top. But, okay, it looks like Spirit's going to try to go for this rush, but they scan it out. They know they're in there. The Blink Dagger's just getting picked up now for this Enigma. This is very scary. Doesn't have it just yet, but, yeah, they've got the Atos. They're going to hold the Templar Assassin into place, followed up with the Dream Coil and the Rupture. And then follow up, they'll maybe be able to find themselves. Killfinger comes out. They do manage to take down Rebel, but Toronto Tokyo standing off to the side. The buyback's going to come out. They manage to take down Maposhka. Toronto Tokyo, though, he just cannot stand toe-to-toe with Pantomen. And now they're just chasing after Collapse with the Infest Bomb, and they're just moving too quickly. The Atos holding it into place. Winstrike surgically just ripping them apart. Yatro is still up here. He's got to be careful. They don't have anything to cancel out this TP, so he is just barely going to make it out. His mirror is heading for the trees, crying, please God, don't pay attention to me. But that is the Roche that is going to be lost for Spirit and claimed by Winstrike.
And that may have just ruined the whole game plan from Spirit. They are all about Rochan with Slardar and TA, but TA just got owned. She got ruptured, stood still, and I don't know what happened afterwards. If he was still ruptured, he BKB'd at the very end and then just dies. It was kind of weird there from Toro, and I take back literally everything I said about the Bloodseeker Cheshire Cat. He's having a phenomenal time. All these ruptures on point. And look at poor Tokyo. He's just standing there.
He's just standing there, yeah. Did he fat finger it? You're not surviving that.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit weird. And that was, the thing is, Spirit was the ones trying to make this move because they knew that the Enigma Black Hole was on cooldown, but they can't even get that rush.
They're trying to make something happen over here, but it's just too scary. They're all grouped together.
It's falling apart quite hard. Collapse, he went for all those early game items, Phase Boot, Soul Ring, Magic Wand, Orb of Corrosion, but now he's just so far from Blink, he's actually not even looking to build up for it, which that's really painful. They need their offlaner to be the one to go first. Instead, it's Yatoro playing the offlane from the safe lane as a Blink Slardar.
Double damage spotted out over in the bottom rune spot. Winstrike looking to pick apart anything they can. This ward has given them so much vision. Is okay. Poshka hoping that maybe that little extra armor would help or something. I don't know, but
they're just getting ran over.
They just can't. They can't find a footing.
Yeah, they can't find any type of pickups either. No blink daggers for good initiations. It's the carry with the blink. He doesn't want to blink to start these fights because they'll just die instantly.
Right.
So they really need to, honestly, I think Collapse, there's no way he can go for anything else. He needs to get a blink or this game is just going to, it's going to end without them being able to do anything versus Winstrike, who now has all their ults up again. They're just going to hunt as soon as someone shows.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they know exactly where Collapse is, so I'm surprised. I was about to say, Yamcha is just going to break down all the trees. They're going to run on in here, just chonk away here over at Collapse, and just put down that damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You know, Dota is one of those games, Fog. I love being wrong. Like being able to, you know, we looked at this draft earlier and we're like, yeah, you know, this is just going to play too fast. Oh, they lose the courier. Oops. But I believe the blink was delivered at this point. But, you know, we looked at this draft and we're like, yeah, it's such early aggression, you know, this is definitely how it's going to play out. But Winstrike proving me wrong for sure and just looking so good while doing it.
Yeah, same. It's like it all kicked off with that top fight, right? Where Yatoro makes the first move and just dies instantly after showing up with Midas. They use Collapse's ult, they get nothing out of it too. It's been a massive snowball effect and just great aggressive moves from Rebel and Cheshire Cat.
They jump in immediately. They just take out Maposhka. AZ Infest just hopping a creep, running away here. Yatoro joining in as Toronto Tokyo. How do you get them off of this tower, though, guys, is the question. Because Winstrike, they're not going to let up. They know they've got this advantage. They've got a puck with an Aegis. They've got an Atos. Onto Tokyo, just melding in place. Doesn't want to go forward. Has the refraction up, at the very least. They use the dust. They'll use the rupture. They go right in. They pop the BKB. He's trying to just man-fight, and he just stands there, though. That's not what you want to be doing.
Solar Medallion. It's full countering spirit. They just have no real actual magic damage. They're all physical. It's solved. He's even got evasion too. He's got the halberd. Best item you can pick up versus TAs in most games. And versus Slardar too. It's really strong. Just they don't have any damage to be able to take out much of anything on the side of Winstrike.
Dive are scanning.
Yatoro. It's a bash off. Can they finish off? Can they burst him quickly? All right, yes, they'll be able to go take down the Aegis. Atos, though, holding in place. Now Yatoro running away. Is going to get Dream coiled up. He's trying to get over to the high ground here. Maposhka trying to stand in position, trying to do anything that he can to help. As they use the black hole, but only grabs the Crystal Maiden. As Yatoro swims away, they'll lose the Maiden. They eventually end up losing the Slardar as well.
At least they got the Aegis, but
I know, right? You got those silver linings, I guess. You know, they only caught the Crystal Maiden in the black hole. Yeah. I don't even think they need the black hole, Fog.
They're just the black hole. I think that's probably the biggest highlight, right? It's just like, okay, they use black hole. Maybe Spirit in the next 2-3 minutes, perhaps they can try to make something happen, as they will have the blinks. So they're going to actually be able to do something. Collapse is about to have his finished up. Same thing with Toronto Tokyo. So they will have triple blink daggers. So they still have potential to be able to try to catch heroes. They have to find them at some point when they're split up, because right now Winstrike overall with the team fight has been too. But no black hole, no coil. Maybe.
I mean, the problem with picking up these blink daggers is that they don't allow you to scale. They don't allow you to continue forward. As Pantaman, very forward here.
I just think they need anything at this point. They don't want Yatoro to be the only one blinking, because he was the only one with blink.
Yes, you don't want your safe layer. Okay, that's a nice crush over the back line, but immediately the Rage comes out to follow up with a very nice arena, as now they'll follow up Impale. They still take down Yatoro. Pantaman does fall, or rather manages to take down Rebel. Oh, sorry, I'm all over the place here. As the Hex comes out, they hold him into place. They go with the Crystal Maiden ulti. Can they take down Diracho? Yes, they will. Now they chase after Pantaman here. He's going to get stunned up. He's got to go Scepter, though. Is he going to be able to teleport out? Do they have anything to cancel it? No, they don't. There's just no mana left over on this Crystal Maiden.
The blinks pay off. Yatoro, he may get focused, as it tends to be the case in every single one of these fights. Slardar, but Collapse. He finds the dream target. They get Rebel, they get the Bloodseeker. These two die, and then Diracho's isolated. And that was them hitting back when there's no black hole in particular. That was a nice hit finally for Team Spirit, as they've started to find a little bit of breathing room in this game. TA has claimed top net worth again.
They desperately needed that. They needed to take a fight where they were able to make something happen, and, you know, definitely paid off. It is scary, though. The next time that this black hole is going to be up, it's Definitely something that they have to watch out for because Yamich has been pretty on point with a lot of these. But yeah, the way that the fight opened up too with the Slardar, you know, waiting patiently, not being the one getting jumped at, definitely turned that fight around for them.
Just finally able to get an initiation rather than every spell being casted on you and you have no response but watching. As Winstrike, they're smoked up looking for any catch here. Yatoro doesn't quite have the BKB. This looks like a pretty easy kill.
This is looking very easy indeed. Another kill here for Cheshire Cat. He's making this Bloodseeker look really, really good.
Yeah, he is. I'm honestly quite surprised. 5, 2, and 8 when he was just left alone bottom. He's always finding the right targets for the Rupture. He's always getting it onto that Slardar or the TA.
Radiant's middle tower has
Another tower going down. And it just feels like Winstrike has really just taken complete control of this map. Some quick map over here. See the armor with medallion solar with 30. Nice.
Very nice. Glad somebody did it for me.
Definitely helps. Lord knows my brain's all over the place today. My goodness. Oh my god, is Rebel gonna... Oh, Mira at last second blinks over to the side. Thought Rebel was gonna get himself a nice little pick off there for half a second.
They still have to be a little cautious on the side of Winstrike of just getting chain stun. With chain stun and just the burst, they can just remove a hero still quite quickly on the side of Team Spirit with these blinks. And the Deso is now about to be done for Tokyo too, so they will have some good damage now coming between the 3 cores. The Collapse has also somehow found almost a full BKB after just getting his blink dagger in the last fight, so they've actually gotten a ton of farm on the map after some scary moments in the beginning. They've actually shrunk that experience lead too from near 10k to below like 4,000.
Radiant are
I
scanning.
think they get in a much better position in this game.
They go and they use a scan. They know that they're hanging out over in the triangle region here.
Next big thing that they have to watch out for is Yamich's BKB when that ever does come online. It's going to come pretty quick because he does have that Philosopher's Stone. But besides that, I do think that Spirit overall, if they can get a good jump in the fights, it's going to be a little tougher for Winstrike. It's really going to be depending on who gets the initial go.
All right, we have the big smoke coming out from the side of Winstrike, hoping that perhaps they will find someone wandering around out in the woods.
Interesting how they infest the Bloodseeker too. Like normally it's like, hey, we have a vessel, we have Puck who can just jump in, but no, he's just giving the Bloodseeker tankiness. Look at his armor. 43 armor when this Bloodseeker is medallioned up. That's without even the solar crest. So, and look at his HP, 2480. So maybe just thinking tanking him up is the right approach.
I mean, it's worked for them so far. Oh, Yatoro has not had a game at all. He just immediately gets shredded into pieces. Mapochka now running for his life. Cheshire Cat has the Atos, though. He's got the blood right over on the ground. And the Glimmer Cape comes out. Don't quite have that vision, though, so be able to leave.
Yeah, maybe we're seeing why, that Slardar tends to be played in the offlane. Toro, he is really struggling. Phase boot, blink, Midas, almost BKB. BKB will help a lot versus most of this damage that's going to be coming up. But yeah, every time, he's just getting caught.
I mean, the concept and the idea looked good on paper, right? You have a Lifestealer, you want to play really, really fast, you want to get that Roche early, so you've got the Templar Assassin, and of course you've got the Slardar, who tends to be his direct counter. But it just feels like they're really lacking now. It's too scary because, I don't know, I'm not sure here, Fox, because you've got the initiation that can come out from Collapse, but they're missing an element, for sure.
They most definitely are. He is the entire team fight for the team. It's all on Collapse. He has to get like a dream arena, while on the other side, they have great ways to take team fight. On the Puck, the Black Hole, the Mortimer Kisses and everything too, they have a lot of different ways to follow up. I just feel like it's literally all Collapse. If he misses his spear with his ult, they just lose. They just lose the fight completely.
It's a lot of pressure on this Mars, for sure. They're grouping up a little bit here, though. Perhaps hoping that they can get a smoke with Mira nearby. But they do need to push out these waves.
They're probably feeling pretty strong. Triple BKB into this Puck who doesn't have Aghanims. If they can jump on the right targets, it's going to be tough for win. If they can actually get the jump, as long as they're the ones who jump first, they should be able to win that fight pretty hard.
They have to be careful. The Black Hole is up, of course, so that's going to be one of the big targets there that they need to make sure will not be able to survive and get this off. Collapse getting into position. Will get spotted here. Immediately the Atos holds him into place. He's going to go for the arena. He just barely misses off the side as Yatoro. He's looking for any sort of a target. He has the BKB. It's going to get get ruptured. So they'll have to back off a moment here. They're all hiding in the pit. They know the kisses come out. The invest bomb, they just absolutely blow them up over on the other side too. They go for the black hole. It does get canceled out. But Toronto Tokyo chasing after the cookie hop coming through, but Mira goes down as now they're just chasing after Toronto Tokyo, ripping through that refraction. They place the blood right over on the back lines. You can see that they're just going to town here. Yamich will fall. Frostbite going over here onto Cheshire Cat, but he's still hungry. The cookie hop forward. Duracho gets himself a triple kill. And Maposhka hiding in the pit. There is probably the only way out for this guy is death. But it looks like, no, they don't quite see the Crystal Maiden, so. The Glimmer, oh, they have a sentry though. They walked right into it. That is a dead Maposhka. And this Roche easily belongs to Winstrike.
What a disastrous start for Collapse in the fight. He just completely whiffs. The arena is completely off the mark, and now he's the entire team fight. If that arena misses, like I was saying, there's no way that they can take the fight. Yotaro, it's actually like the worst way the fight can happen. Yotaro is the one who starts leading the charge. He gets ruptured with his whole BKB duration. Has to reset, but they see him perfectly, and then you just kill him. As yeah, Collapse needs to get better jumps if Spirit's going to have any hope in the game. It's starting to disappear.
And it's very scary with the fact that now the Enigma is going to have a BKB completed for the next time that he goes into these fights, yeah. To say the Midnight Pulse has done a lot, but yeah, look at it, just barely missing it. Yatro, like you said, has that BKB. Can't do much with it, though.
He has to get the jump. They have to get the instant jump. They have to catch at least one hero with that spear on the wall and just instantly blow him up. They're going to try again. They have their BKBs at the ready. They've got the ult ready for the Mars. And there is no black hole, so maybe they can try to do something here.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They've got to realize something's up, though. Look at this, though. They don't have any other waves pushed out other than bottom.
Yep.
This is sort of a desperation play, it feels like, right now.
They just want to get one good fight where they at least connect their spells, because then they can start to at least get like a little bit of space on the map. But it's just not happening this game. Winstrike, they're just buying time now too. 50 seconds for Black Hole. They're going to start their own push. Orb of Destruction into the bags of this Lifestealer, so the push is stronger.
Okay. Tokyo just trying to do some cheeky quick plays here, but it's so difficult. He's so tanky.
Even when he's Corrosive Haze, it doesn't matter, because now he's got Lotus Orb too to remove it. 47 armor, like, Jesus. Love the build from Duracho too. It's pretty standard for the Lifestealer, but just Armlet for armor, Halberd for the evasion / disarm versus TA, and then more armor with the AC. And he, of course, finds a Orb of Destruction for more minus armor to be put on them. And then he's just going hard. More satanic, just buffing himself up, just being that much tankier. Because he knows if he survives the initial go, they'll win the team fight.
Yes.
Black Hole's back. And there's a BKB on the Enigma, so this next fight, it's just harder and harder for poor Team Spirit.
I mean, they know that Yaturo's not there, because he's showing in the lane, so I'm surprised that they're not trying to strike a little bit harder, a little bit faster. Yamage going forward, though, uses the Black Hole on Toronto Tokyo. They just want to get rid of this TA, and they'll be able to do it. Mortimer Kisses get shot out. There is buyback on TA, but it doesn't seem like he wants to use it, as this Rax is just falling very, very rapidly here to Duracho.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, easy for the Enigma. When you have BKB, there's no cancel. They can hold the target, the main one.
Jump forward here from Rivo, manages to go and grab up both of these supports, but the immediate follow-up and collapse, he gets off the arena, but it doesn't do anything. He's just walking in and out and around in circles. They might be able to go down. They finally be able to take down. And now Racho just fighting here with Yatoro with that BKB. He's just going off here, trying to take down Toronto Tokyo. Eventually the Aegis does indeed pop. This collapse has just been trying to hold everyone over on the back lines. Perhaps they've gone a little bit too far, though, because they do have the Hex, they do have the Chain Stun, they've got the Frostbite, and they'll finally be able to take down Duracho, as he's been in their base for quite a while. Nothing to cancel out the TP of Pantomen then. And Yamich is forced to just run away.
Winstrike definitely going a bit too far. They're going under the tier 4s, getting the Bloodseeker spear to a tower, the Lifestealer under tier 4s the entire time, getting beat on by Corrosive Haze, Meld, Deso. A clear overextension by Winstrike when they don't have that Black Hole available. They don't have Kisses available. They didn't need to go for all that. They'd already gotten the Rax. They actually just give Spirit quite a bit of hope there. It does cost some buybacks. Of course, the triple buybacks coming into play, but pretty decent comeback from Spirit. Still, they need to do this a couple more times to have any hope in the game, but...
Hey, it's hope. It's something. Hope. They'll take that. Because before it was looking pretty dire for them.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't even trying to make a joke out of that, but you know. I think it was rough too because I believe we noticed as well the Slardar still had his TP on cooldown during that last fight. So perhaps they thought that maybe he wasn't going to show up. Maybe, you know, lots of different situations there. So. We are just
I think Winstrike's just they were feeling themselves a little too much. Rebel just going in for the 2 supports with the coil, maybe not expecting those buybacks to come into play.
Yeah, I have to say, Rebel looks so good on this puck.
He always does, yeah. He's actually been super impressive for me, constantly. And actually, Cheshire Cat too. I thought this game was going to be one where he just gets nothing on this Bloodseeker. He's having an excellent game. He's literally rupturing the perfect target every time. In the previous series too, and he's played like his Slardars and stuff, he's looked fantastic, so... Him and Rebel definitely looking really hot.
I guess the question is this a situation because you have the I don't want to say the ultimate solution, but you do have the solution of a lion, right? To be able to try to like lock down this puck. Is it reaching a point though where Rebel is just getting this puck too often, where perhaps it's worth it to use a ban on it?
It might be. I mean, the hero is just super difficult to deal with a lot of the times. That's why they went TA too, right? Like to shut down in the laning phase, and it's already worked. I mean, it might be just worth that ban. There are some, you do need to ban like these bans. So it's Winstrike charging in with the super tanky Bloodseeker.
Pops. Toronto Tokyo hiding over here on the side. Turn their attention over to this Crystal Maiden. They do have the vision on her, but we get a big arena over on the back lines. But the Black Hole also capturing two. Toronto Tokyo and Mira getting caught in it. As now the finger comes out. They'll take down Yamich. Toronto Tokyo, though, eventually falling to Pantoman. And Pantoman has been just guiding them left and right, but they do have the BKB, so eventually they'll take down the Snapfire. Buybacks are coming out from the Snap as well. Cheshire Cat still hunting. Oh, the Atos, it clips over onto Collapse. He's not going to be allowed to teleport out. It is silent stuff. Fairly tanky, but he's got Dota and Cheshire Cat just hunting him through the tree line. Rabel joining in as well. Silence coming out. They've got the damage. Down goes Collapse.
They tried to go for the Enigma so badly. Mira as well as Toronto Tokyo. They tried to get the jump in the back line, but he actually blinks same time. BKBs and Black Holes right onto the Toronto Tokyo TA. Ends up killing him, but damage was done. The TAs controlled the whole fight. Cheshire Cat gets the Rupture off, and then Lifestealer's fighting on the south side versus things that he doesn't care about. He doesn't mind being inside of an arena versus a Mars or fighting versus Slardar at this point as this Lifestealer. He is a beast. Paladin Sword with Satanic too. No worries for him anymore.
Middle tower is under attack.
At this point, he can just waltz on into the space
Radiant structures
and start breaking apart the buildings. It's just too scary for Team Spirit to try to jump in the middle of all of this. They're too far behind now. They've got too many solutions. This Cheshire Cat with the Atos and the Bloodright has done so much this game. Dream Coil gets used. It's only on Mira. They do have the... they have the vision, though. They've got the dust. Duracho just runs right on in, and down goes Mira.
I like how they've approached some of these fights, too, on Winstrike. Like, they're walking into this scary high ground, but they have a Bloodseeker with 50 armor, and then he gets thrown Solar Crest, Infest, Medallion, etc., and he's got like 60-something armor with 3,500 HP, so you may be walking into a high ground, but this Bloodseeker's immortal. So it's a really interesting approach that's worked out super nice for Winstrike this game in Spirit. I think they're going to have to go back to some more normal kind of things, because this one, it's kind of been solved, it feels like.
The immediate jump here. They've got the BKB. They'll follow up with the arena. Cookie hop out, though. Yamich just walks on out, and he got a little bit of help there from the Lifestealer, but he'll pop out, chase after, over Collapse. Mortimer Kisses do get used. Toronto Tokyo is sitting a little bit low, but they'll buy back. And they need to defend this last tower in racks, or else they're going to have mega creeps here, but not going to have that arena again. Look, he's just so powerful. He's too strong.
Minus armor debuff.
Jump in here from the puck. Will manage to land the Dream Coil over onto two. They'll even use the Rupture as well. You can see Duracho, he wants to take out Toronto Tokyo, and he's going to be able to do it. The Black Hole comes out. It'll drag back over on Yatoro. He's going to fight back, but Poshka letting it go. Trying to just get some of this damage up, but the size comes out. They'll be able to take down Poshka. The Hex as well. This nice stun up here from the Lion. They need to get this kill on Yatoro. Again, he needs to get back into his base. He's not going to be able to. The GG gets called. And Winstrike showing up here in this first game, and they just look incredible, Fog.
Yeah, it really is like these first 15-20 minutes for me. It's a lineup for Spirit where I feel like if you don't get Roche, you kind of just like lose the game. You have to play with Aegis on
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Storm Spirit!
You mean Beastmaster?
Nah, Winstrike. Confident. Go.
I've got an idea. Let's go Nyx Anti-Mage first.
No, go Beast Nyx.
No, Nyx Anti-Mage.
10 seconds.
Just and then you pick the Diffusal PL mid Anti-Mage.
All right, again, a bit carried
Burn the
away.
mana. Burn the living hell out of this guy's mana.
Oh Christ!
Any other mana draining mechanic? Oh, Lion 4. Let's go. Is Lion ban? Nope. Okay. Nyx Lion.
It's the first phase.
Nyx Lion. We'll save Anti-Mage. We'll leave Anti-Mage for second round.
All right, but all jokes aside, they're now discussing. Lads, can we get a Beastmaster? Do you think we're going to be good against this?
Are they a Lena team? I feel like you just Lena this.
There it is. Gone. Pick the Nyx. Go on, Winstrike.
No, Tusk is better. No, not Tusk. Tusk for Team Spirit.
I'm so excited over a Beastmaster game.
Do you are you scared of 4 position Rubik at all? I know, so the 2 counters we've seen to Beastmaster are mid-storm and mid-Rubik. You afraid at all about support Rubik?
Not really.
I'd much be more afraid of a roaming 4 like Tusk. That's what a lot of teams have done. You pick the storm, but he needs that extra oomph to give him the damage. It's Beastmaster after all. He's not actually a sniper. He plays like one, but he has 1200 health.
Okay, nice.
And Tusk. That's what I want to see. Roaming 4, Tusk Clock. Yeah. Tusk Clock.
Oh, no clock. I like the Tusk. In regards to the whole 4 position thing against Beastmaster, I feel like you don't naturally buy Ags until you've already got a couple items before, so that timing is way too late to what a Beastmaster in the mid lane does bring. But yeah, Winstrike, they're covering themselves
Lion
from the
burns
Beastmaster.
Mana. We're setting it up. Nyx Anti-Mage. I said it.
Did you hate him that much?
That's one of the 3. Toronto, Tokyo. He's the win condition. They go for the save route instead. I can get down for this.
If you're
it's also the magic res. That's a way to deal with the axes.
Yep.
You dispel them and you magic res in the Fate's Edict.
Yeah, I think if you're Winstrike here, you are basically deciding if you're going to pick Tidehunter entering the second phase straight away, or you're going to be banning it out. Simply because the 1-2 punch of Storm Tide, it counters the Beastmaster too much. Storm can jump the Tide, there's the ban. And then Tide with Kraken can purge off the axes. I like this ban from Winstrike for sure.
You just got to go bad in LC second round.
But Spirit's got the easiest bans of their life. They see a Lion, they need an offlane. It's gotta get rid of the big boys. Centaur, Timbersaw, big 2.
What's the third big one? Bristleback?
Maybe a Mars could also be kind of cool, but I guess Oracle kind of negates that a little bit with the whole.
I don't like Mars as much because he actually wants to be played with for the entire laning phase. Timbersaw Centaur on the other hand, they're like, okay, leave me alone. I'll get my levels, come back and impale the guy. We'll kill him. Mars on the other hand, he wants to battle.
Yeah, so Spirit is actually... Oh, wow, okay, fun fact for you. Spirit is the only team in the region to actually have beaten Beastmaster. So earlier we had the stat, which was Navi and Gambit were the team to have
lost with it, yeah.
Yep, they lost to it, and it's because Spirit beat both of them.
With Storm Spirit?
In one game, and then Void Spirit in the other.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
So in that game, in the first game, Spirit had like an Oracle Troll setup, and they had the Void Spirit in the mid lane, so they had the jump with the Void Spirit, and then the eventual I don't care about you with the Troll, who can just kind of just run at you. And in the other game, they did have that Storm Spirit combo, and then they had the Tide pairing in that one. So
Nyx Anti-Mage, let's go Nyx it up.
You're being very, you know...
You really want the Nyx, despite the fact they already have Lion.
Okay, that's a Gyro 3, no worries, we're still on pace.
Oh my god. Brian, what's happened to you?
You know...
You've opened up
There's somebody in Twitch chat who's on the same wavelength as me, and they just say, hey, that Storm can't do anything if he has no mana.
10 seconds remaining.
I will say, this concept of drafting that you're trying to, you know, maybe bring in as a new meta, doesn't work that well, Brian.
Hey, you don't need all the
sorry.
Take one of them take like 9 times.
Yeah, but that's true. And then, oh wait, hold on. I know the strat that you haven't mentioned. You also have to tip the guy and chat war a little bit.
Oh, every time you mana burn him, you tip him. You impale him, you mana drain him, tip. Mana burn, tip.
Mana burn is chat
Mage hit him, tip.
No, you can't tip too much early because you won't have it for the crucial point. So it's chat wills for the mana burn, and then deaths are for the tips, you know?
I see.
Or if like he has no
when
mana...
he goes down to 0 mana, you can...
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Once you've completed the... Yeah, sure.
And he has to walk back to base.
Yep, but luckily for our sanity and our analysis, these heroes aren't going to be picked. So we can probably
get away from this. Gyro's a bit weird into Oracle as well as Storm. You kind of die to the Orchid. You don't have a save yet. Maybe they're going to go for like the Abaddons of the world.
I think the idea of Gyro is simply, well, one, it could be the 5 still. We've seen that in the previous season. Not much has changed that.
I guess I've never really seen that this season, but yeah, it could be.
But also, it's the idea that if it is the carry, Beastmaster's timing is quick farm Ags, you know, minute 12 plus, and then he's making plays. Gyro's a very aggressive carry, where maybe if there's a quick BKB, due to that quick Aegis, like he's going to want to go in. He can be that frontliner carry that you can have. The same idea of like a lifestealer, right? He runs in first, enables backline damage.
Not nearly as much of a frontliner as lifestealer. Gyro needs like 3 items to do that.
Or an Aegis though, right?
Or an Aegis.
And this is what we're looking at. This is basically what the patch is dictating. What team can quickly go to Rochan first and get an Aegis?
That shard on the second Roche. Who added that? I mean, who had Valve? Can we get names?
He also added Beastmaster, and he also added, you know, Solar Crest. So there's 2 or 3 things that are kind of, you know,
sick human beings.
Yeah.
In that.
But everything else is pretty good though. Let's not knock the patch. You know, it's
probably one guy.
Yeah, Ice if you're listening, I like Dota.
Yeah,
it's a cool game, and I think it's very well balanced.
Yeah, other than Beastmaster.
There's that one guy though. There's the one guy that just had to have his
people are speaking are T-Governor and BSJ. In case you were curious.
Yeah, it was mainly T-Gov that instigated. I was just trying to belong here.
Why are you afraid? We're literally missing 3 things out of like a bajillion things in the game. That's pretty good.
Like I said, it was probably just one guy. Give us names, Valve, and we'll make a Reddit thread about it. And it'll do nothing.
Yeah, just get some upvotes.
It will get upvotes.
Maybe some little badges or whatever they do. I don't know what happens from Reddit.
I've never gotten a badge. I called that one.
Okay, cool.
Remember that?
You have said a lot, Brian.
I actually, right when they picked Gyro, I said maybe they'll get an Abaddon. Somebody in Twitch chat clipped it. We're good.
Yeah, I tried pioneering that analysis.
They clipped every single hero that you said.
But that was my first attempt at analysis, was just try and list every hero as quick as possible, so then I can always reference. I did say Clinks at one point.
I only predicted 1-5 after they picked Gyro.
The team spirit, you know.
Why Abaddon over Omni? Out of curiosity.
You're against Storm. I think you just can't be the guy that also gets killed. They can silence you with the Orchid, but they can't kill you.
We also mentioned the whole frontline aspect, but now Abaddon completely takes that away from Gyro. He's the one going in. And I like the idea of Abaddon just for the tower pressure. If you want to have a saving
Roche
5,
too.
yeah, you know, the Avernus, you know, beat, slap down a tower and objective, and off you go. But for Spirit, they're a little bit greedy right now, just in the idea that they don't have natural minus armor within their draft. So PA will most likely have to go for a Battle Fury, which then means Storm goes Orchid, PA goes Battle Fury. These are bigger item timings that don't align for quick aggression. It's PA needs Fury +1. I'm
a bit nervous for this Mars lane. I would have liked to see like a Razor That's what we saw Tundra, I believe, do against the Gyro a bad in lane. It did really nicely. Yeah, the quality of competition wasn't necessarily as much in that lane, but I think if you just pick an offlaner that say, hey, screw you, Gyro, and then you can kind of like pick on the Beastmaster while that guy pressures the Gyro. I don't think Mars... I guess it almost feels like they're really going to all in this timing of like 10 minutes prior to the Beastmaster Ags, where you have this team fight from the Mars, the backup from the Oracle. Storm's not going to have an Orchid yet, but he'll be active enough. And then they're just going to get a +1 for that.
Do you think this could just be like another Bloodseeker game for Winstrike, where they have this Bloodseeker Lion off lane, annoy the PA? Just applies for
so they think it might be an offlane Beastmaster.
Okay, interesting.
And they banned Lina. Yeah, Lina would be super annoying, actually.
Okay,
Those
so
are good bans.
Yeah, first of all, Spirit, they just need their active 4 now, right? They need someone who can connect the pieces and apply some damage. I think, is Tusk still available?
Actually, Willow's really bad against a Baton. Don't pick that.
I think Tusk is... we mentioned Tusk at the very start of the draft. Just a hero that at least gives him some rush potential.
Tusk Mars, though, huh? I think that lane would
5
suffer.
seconds remaining.
Double melee against Gyro.
Yeah, I'm trying to think more of the game at this point, because they do lack... I guess I just love the double save of Oracle Tusk.
Gyro is a carry I would like to counter in lane as well. Just because he is feast or famine. He either shoves you out of lane and you can't lane anymore, or you can actually bully him into the jungle. Yeah. Well, they just pick Mirana into it a bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little weird.
Yeah.
It's nice in lane, but I think that might be a little too all in.
Just a slight mixture between what you're asking for, right? Which is you wanted range 4 because you're dealing with this lane, but you also kind of wanted something that would roam into the Beastmaster.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Feels like they're trying to do both with this pick.
Yeah, it's just the problem is that the 5-second arrow at any stage of the game can reliably get shielded. If you... I don't know where they would go with this. Clearly, they are worried that it might be a offlane Beastmaster with that Huskar ban. How crazy is like as like a Kunkka id or something like the Kunkka offlane, even just something beefy like that gives you a little team fight catch.
Reduction of X, the cooldown, it does feel a little bit more viable playing a side lane.
They just have like 3 super mobile cores, and I think X or something of the like would be incredibly powerful. Because right now it's just Lion, and I don't think that's enough.
That's also where the kind of Bloodseeker plays in. You just rock the one guy you want to kill.
Too. Yeah, similar.
But yeah, I'm just scared for Spirit and the soft breed.
AoE root. Okay,
yeah.
Underlord's real nice versus PA. In lane, like super early game, PA just doesn't do enough damage to you to ever get rid of you.
So it's just the mid Beastmaster. And Spirit, they are undefeated against Beastmaster. They understand how to play against it, so you gotta give them a lot of props for that. And they do have the scaling of the PA. The question is, Winstrike, they played so well as a team. If they have that grouping of Underlord playing in front, Beastmaster throwing axes, there isn't enough room on the map for PA to farm Ancients and Storm to find kills, and a little bit of disparity in the first 25 minutes on Spirit's draft, which is what Winstrike's lineup thrives in. So yeah, I think Winstrike I prefer, for sure.
Is Spirit's lineup too greedy, Brian? Because it definitely, like, third pick Gyro, they were saying, we're going to run at you guys really fast.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned. I think the problem with their draft is that they need to separate them, but they don't really have tower pressure on the side of Team Spirit, so that means it's going to be difficult to force like TP reactions, and then you get favorable engagements. I still think Team Spirit's the better team, but maybe I'm just underestimating Winstrike. I like their draft better this game. I think it's just easier to execute. The pacing, all their cores should have good lanes. I'd be surprised if Team Spirit wins.
Yeah, I just Beastmaster, kind of dumb, kind of need to get nerfed. Just a lot of this. Oh, I got a close-up this time. Hi, this is Beastmaster. Get it out of Dota, please. Thank you.
It's a fun and interactive hero. Much like Beastmaster throws his axes, we're now going to throw it over to Moxie and Purge.
That was an impeccable throw right there, I have to say. But maybe the wrong names here. It's fine. But, I am a little concerned when you take a look at the fact that they tried to do a counter in game number 1, Fogged, right? We saw the Slardar going up against the Life Stealer, thinking that was the solution, and now we've got the Storm thinking he's a solution to the Beastmaster. And I've seen it fail before. Is this good enough?
It's their comfort, at least, and it's not something super out of left field, like a TA mid, which we don't see too often. It's not a Slardar carry. It's much more traditional, and it's pure comfort.
Okay.
from Team Spirit, right? They love Tokyo on the Storm. Collapse plays his Mars that he plays so much. Mira, his most played hero, I think, is the Mirana as well. And Mapushka loves playing these saves. But it is playing into some pretty good stuff from Winstrike. They have these ways to dispel and protect from axes on that Oracle. But Winstrike, they have good ways to be able to protect their heroes as well. This Abaddon pick for me is pretty huge versus that Mirana combo with the Mars. If he's always just in position, even as long as he's inside the Mars ulti, he'll be able to pop his ult, shield off that initiation off of the Gyrocopter or the Beastmaster, and probably just turn the fight. So we'll see if this greedy draft from Spirit does work as Winstrike. They've drafted themselves just a nice stable one that can fight at all moments.
It seemed pretty peculiar, the fact that they picked the Mirana into the Abaddon, but perhaps it's one of those situations where they're valuing, the fact that it puts some pressure early on the map. Obviously, Pentoma can't be everywhere in the beginning until, those bigger teammates start breaking out, but also the fact that you do have that Moonlight Shadow, right? So a little bit...
Exactly. That's the biggest one I was actually going to touch on, is the invasion plays that you can do with Mirana. Like, you don't have to always just rely on a smoke to be able to get into those Ancients and shut down Beastmaster, because that's going to be the goal, of course. The Moonlight Shadow, I think, is going to be a pretty cool tool for them to put the pressure on and try to invade at the very least. But we'll see. I think this last pick, Underlord, was really good from the side of Winstrike, because it actually solves a lot of the problems of just control. Versus Storm and PA, the pit is quite problematic. And then I see this, this timing, where it's like usually this 12 to 15, 12 to 16, where Roche is going to happen if Beastmaster get Ags. Underlord and Gyro around a Roche with a Beastmaster. Can Spirit fight that? I think it's going to get to that point, and we'll see if it does, if they're actually able to contest it at all.
I think the other thing that worries me a little bit when you take a look at Winstrike's draft, you talked about the fact you've got that route, right? You've got this big AoE that, Storm can't zip through, neither can, PA. She can't really move throughout it. And all Beastmaster wants to do is just sit back and toss out those axes. And they found a very eloquent way to sort of deal with this first pick Storm to make it so it's not going to be that easy for him.
Absolutely, yeah. These huge bruisers in the front, and just even the extra heals that comes from the Abaddon. Yeah, in theory, it should be able to protect Rebel, but Spirit overall, I actually have to agree with Brian. Maybe I am not feeling it as much from Winstrike. I do think Spirit overall has shown themselves this season to be a bit of the stronger team, but we'll see how it all progresses. Right now, lane's looking quite good for Spirit.
Bottom lane, Yamich is taking a decent amount of harass here. I don't believe they have that level 2 online for the Oracle just yet, or else that definitely would be a kill, was being able to nuke down with the Purifying Flames. But yeah, we're seeing some skirmishing going back and forth. The other thing you have to remember too in that top lane is the fact that, I think they canceled out the salve, very nice there. But the fact that you have the classic combination of the Mirana and the Mars, right? It has a lot of setup potential. If you know that they don't have that aphotic shield up and running, you can potentially make some sort of, harassment plays, or even possibly get a kill.
Yeah, I think for the most part, it's like going on Pantomime. If he's in position, they can get the kills. Besides that, I think killing the Gyro, that would just be a big mistake from Winstrike, really, if they do let the Gyro get caught out too far forward, as it should just be the Abba. Nice courier kill from Mira.
That little bit of a start there in the lane. Yatoro sitting very low here in bottom. Does have a salve, though, given to him by Mapushka, and he does have a couple wand charges.
Yeah, besides just the the pit being so effective in the later stages versus Storm and PA, Underlord versus PA in laning phase is also just an excellent match. Your base damage is just massive. You can never actually turn onto Underlord and kill him, because he's just so tanky. Even though PA Oracle is a great kill lane, Underlord doesn't care. He has 6 armor.
Keshigat's really been looking very nice in the last couple games that we've been watching him.
Yeah, he's improved a lot over the years. He's always been there. We always talk about it. We always make jokes about the Cheshire Cat themes. They always seem to have it. Top Yarrow will connect the cat, so he is there.
Yep, he's already just ready to just remove it. And now Mira has to be careful. Does have a couple of these leaps if necessary, although he's very low and just got too greedy there, deciding not to take the leap early.
I think he just really underestimated the silence coming in. I think he wanted to finish off the missile, but gets turned and also bottom.
Yeah, they find the kill over on Yatoro. He was going a little greedy, chasing after Yamich, and he just wasn't able to do it.
They're just playing around stick charges down here, is what I'm seeing from Winstrike.
Oh?
They have so many.
Is it the Mapushka?
He's also down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
My goodness, lanes are going beautifully for Winstrike.
They just both rush the wand, right? Your versus PA Oracle. These two heroes are probably the heroes that spam the most in the laning phase out of anybody. They had when I last checked on the line, he had 10 wand charges. So what I think happened was PA went on him, they just turned with stick. Be a little more careful on Spirit to do those type of plays. And check those stick charges. Cheshire Cat, the tower.
Yeah, they're trying to punish this here, but they have to be careful. Again, very difficult to make moves on Cheshire Cat as this Underlord, as he's very, very tanky.
And Line, one of the better actual just right clickers now that we've seen as a 4 position, just sitting behind, constantly harassing PA. To a very good start down here.
Things are lining up very nicely for the side of Winstrike. We'll see if they can continue up with this momentum here.
Yeah, mid, it's been kind of even. Tokyo's getting quite a bit more denies, actually. Very impressive by him. Very comfortable on Storm Spirit, as we know.
Oh, yes. Very much so.
How's their stacks looking? So Beastman, yeah, his board is already chilling, waiting. He's got a triple stack already at the ready. He's going to have a quad stack. Nice enabling for this beast. Self-enabling.
Hey, you know, you want to be a good mid, you got to take care of things yourself sometimes. I mean, showing up, getting your own wards sometimes, stacking your own camps.
That's why this Beastmaster is just so ridiculous now. Not only do you have a free ward with Hawk to cover if you are getting ganked, but you're also stacking the Ancients for yourself. It just kind of feels like it's jack of all trades.
Definitely agree with that. I mean, I remember a time when Kips was, I was casting with Kips, and she's like, there's literally a flow chart, is when is Beastmaster a good time to pick? And even back, this was way before, you know, he got all these buffs. It was always a very solid addition to your draft, whether you need to push a lane, you need an initiator, you needed someone to carry auras. Like, you have all these options, and he's just gotten even better now.
Yeah, BKB piercing disable, like a boost for your carry. It gives you tower pressure, which then you like maybe going back a little far, but back in the day there was like so little heroes that could actually tower pressure in the same or just enable your whole team to be a tower pressure lineup like Beastmaster. He's like one of the few where it's just like they have no push and then they pick Beastmaster. The team picks Beastmaster. It's like okay, they have push. Just instantly kind of changes the narrative very quickly.
Yeah, why is there a big aphotic shield over here all by itself? That seems odd. A little bit of a bug there.
I don't have that on my screen.
You don't?
My screen looks
really?
totally different.
Huh.
Yeah. I actually have a float. We have the floating one together, though. I have floating one near Mira.
Excellent. Good. I'm glad that I could share this this feature with you.
The shield, for me, it shows on top of Panther.
Okay, I mean...
He's about to get, like, speared.
You just assume that it's located there anyways, but...
Yeah.
So yeah, I do have a disconnect, it looks like, so I'm just going to wait for that player to reconnect in, but definitely, you know, interested to see how the tempo works out in this game.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if they can actually ever contest the Ancients. That's one big thing. As soon as Beast hits level 7, like he's going to walk over there and start farming them very early on. So I'm wondering if they can look for those invasive plays. As Tokyo, he's, like we said, fully enabled. He's got an excellent start, 500 gold over the opposite mid. He's already got his bottle, he's got his 6. So he'll be strong, but he did go for farming build. That's the one thing. We've seen like all of these Storm Spirits now do this because you kind of have to for the lane, so you can actually win it. You go 3 points in Remnant rather than going like the 1-1-4 or the 2-1-2 that we used to see. So we'll make his damage at least to chase out a little bit different how he has to connect with it. But we will see if they can actually go for those invasions. This is Rebel. Starting to farm.
Just a lot of trading in this top lane. A lot of just trying to put some pressure over onto Pantherman. But Duraccio's having a pretty nice time up here. He's able to get decent amount of CS. Sitting currently second. Oh, we have a big rotation coming out though in the mid lanes. They get the roar off and they should be able to chain stun up Toronto Tokyo.
An easy one, really. Just Yamich just TPs in and just actually claims the kill. I think they would prefer if Rebel got it, but yeah. Beauty of Lion versus Storm always, if you do have a leading stun. He's able to follow up. And again, other thing about Duraccio is he did the same thing he did last time on the Gyro. He goes for Earn. I really like it. Like, it's actually quite interesting. Last time he didn't get an Earn charge, I think, to like the 30-something minute mark.
Right.
But the stats are valuable.
Yeah. Well, there's no Abaddon here, so another pause. But this time around, you know, you can see that they recognize, okay, they don't have the Abaddon, they won't be able to go and, you know, just use the Aphotic Shield and lift off the stun. So this is the time to go.
Storm. I don't think they have the damage to bring him down unless they bring one more. And they are. They're actually bringing Tokyo up here.
Yeah, look at this. The zip up, zip around the corner. Toronto Tokyo. He's mad that he got taken down by that roar, so he's going to just take down Duracho. And a spear to the tower should allow Toronto Tokyo. Oh, no, you got to get in there. You got to get the final hit off there, Toronto Tokyo. You can't just play with your food like that. So Collapse will end up getting the final hit.
I like that move a lot. They weren't going to get the kill on the Gyro if he doesn't go up there, and instead they end up getting a double kill because of his rotation. Very nice from Tokyo, always being super active even if he does die. And now they actually also will have the Arena of Blood if they do want to go for a secondary one if the Gyro doesn't have the Abaddon behind him. And the TP, okay, TP for Abaddon is going to be backed up since he did use that one mid to try to help Beastmaster. He didn't have it.
Collapse has just been so off on these arenas today. It's very unlike him. And the tip on top of it. My goodness.
Yeah, that's very rare to see him missing. I think it was an overzealous go anyway. The Abaddon was going to come back up, so I think it would have actually just maybe gotten them killed if they did chase forward for it. So maybe actually fortunate that he misses this one this time.
Possible. Definitely saw a couple really tough arenas. Those were a little bit closer, though, that time around, but
yeah,
it seems a little off on his signature hero. But Rebel over here, more than happy to just continue to farm up these stacks. It's gonna have a pretty fast Ags, I have a feeling.
Yeah, it does buy the Ogre Axe first instead of the Point Booster, so his mana is a bit more limited than usual. And will he get a Ruin as well, as we will have that one spawning. It's an Arcane bottom. Toronto Tokyo, he TPs. Should be able to claim it as well.
Oh yeah, he wants that.
There we go, nice.
Okay, so we've got an Arcane Rune on Toronto Tokyo. I have a feeling that we'll probably see him get a little aggressive again if the opportunity presents itself. Especially because of the way that Lion's just kind of hanging out in that mid lane. They'll try to make some sort of a play, but they will group up over in the triangle. And leave the lane open here. For Maposhka to take some of that experience and a little bit of farm.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Storm Spirit.
It'd be a massive victory for Winstrike if they could close out this series, and as desperate as they are, Team Spirit is confident that they'll be the ones to do it. After all, they just won that game 2. They go ahead into our third draft with Beastmaster out in the open. Winstrike says, fine, we'll be
that game.
Dude, that's cool. I think Spirit, though, I feel like let's go for the Beastmaster themselves, because this game, it felt more like an execution thing. Both drafts are very even. Winstrike had a timing to play for. They kind of misplayed a little bit. And then, of course, PA outscaled. So I wouldn't be surprised if Spirit themselves, they either go for a Void Spirit or for the Beastmaster +1.
I'm sorry, but are people just locked in too much onto this Beastmaster? If the enemy team is first picking Storm, if you just ignore Beastmaster as a hero, surely that sucks. If you're looking at
Storm's good. Like, Storm first phase is legit good. If you ignore Beastmaster, I still think this hero is first phase. That's the
first pickable.
I think the meta is so favored towards mid laners that farm, and Storm Spirit just checks so many boxes. This patch, it's like very strange, but like you don't need reach on like any other hero on your team. You just need some sort of follow up. There's so many heroes that pair well with them. There's so many supports you don't want to pick into him, like the Oracles, the backline saves. I don't know. It's weird to think Storm could ever be a first pick based on like what we know about the hero, but I think with the way Bottle works and the runes and your timings, you're just going to reliably get your game, and you don't have to carry it. You don't have to be like, we saw what Toronto Tokyo did that game. He like did a gank, went back to base, did a gank, went back to base.
He was very active.
He was not. He didn't really care about his own timings.
Okay, so Spirit go for the Oracle once again.
They did pick the Oracle in this storm. Now that's interesting.
I do like, though, when the concept of you play against someone who has big catch, but you pick a hero who kind of is like the big target. You know, Oracle is now in the game. It's like, yo, hit me. If you jump me and you kill me, then my cores will be able to jump and kill you. But if you don't jump me, I'm saving my core. So I like the idea of picking one support or one hero in your draft that is going to be that big, you know, target on the map for the Storm team.
Yeah, you do have to pick something else like that's going to immediately jump the Storm when he jumps the Oracle, though. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Pocket's Voice Break somewhat does that already, but okay, let's go for a straight Timbersaw.
That's another hero that feels like something about the patch, something about the meta is being elevated to a kind of insane point. I mean, this Timbersaw is being picked up. He's got no strength heroes.
It's quite simple. Sanjakaya buffs and shard buffs.
But also the gameplay, right? You know, the idea that mid is less dependent on supports now. So if you have this independent offlane, it unlocks your fall not to only help mid if needed, but you can just instantly pivot to that tri lane at minute 4+. And now you're going to be independent offlane, crushing the safe lane, and your mid should be going well because there's like enough resources there for everyone to go.
Every time I play offlane and I'm against a Timbersaw, like he's on the other team and I know I'm not laning against him, I just get 3-man ganked at like 8 minutes into the game every time. You know, and they just sit in my lane continuously. So what happens is you inevitably have this Timbersaw who's like level 7, the opponent offlaner is like level 5 or 6, and the pressure surmounted on the Timbersaw's team is way less than how much the Timbersaw's dishing out. Just annoying, man. The point that I make is that Timbersaw's always been strong early. He's always created a lot of pressure, but nowadays he actually scales insanely well. The slow from the shard is insane.
Why?
And now it does building. Yeah,
why?
now it does.
Why?
Let's just give it building damage. It was already bought like every game.
Like, VP was picking it, Alliance was picking it season 1, and it's like, you know what we need to do?
We need to buff the item that guy always buys.
Yeah, the item that they like. Let's make it better.
And the Sanj Kaya buff, like, it actually gives you mana. I've been trying out a lot of mid heroes, like Queen of Pain, Leshrax, where you just go like first item Sanj Kaya, and you actually have so much mana. And I'm just saying, Timbersaws now, they go like Sanj Kaya Lotus with no other items that give you mana, and they actually have enough to work with. Obviously,
I think that concept bothers me of giving a hero like he has a
something
clear
he's
weakness.
never had. Yeah,
and being able to fill out that weakness and say, okay, now you no longer have that glaring, like you're supposed to, especially in Dota, you're supposed to, individual heroes are supposed to have very strong strengths and very weak weaknesses. And what makes the team composition very important, you
have to have a little
each other up
in
in that regard, right?
I entirely agree with you there. Wholeheartedly.
Another thing about the Void Spirit for Team Spirit, of course, a very comfort hero for Toronto Tokyo. They can play it in the offlane with Collapse as well, so a little bit of flexibility there. I think Void Spirit naturally don't like jumping heroes that are innately tanky. He wants to jump in, execute, and disengage, and just disrupt the fight. That works well against a Storm Spirit. You can go for the Orchid build or the Ags build, even Yules. This can all annoy Storm Spirit, but you're never going to see Void Spirit jumping the timber at any point with confidence. So, okay, now they go for the AA.
AA is like traditionally countered by Oracle though, because the way Oracle ulti works is that it registers all of the heal at the end of the ult. So the ulti of Oracle, as far as I know, is longer duration than the AA ult.
Yeah, you have to get the Aghanim Scepter to...
Well, the Ags doesn't work that way anymore.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
Yeah, so what happens is, even if you've been healed a bajillion times during the AA ultimate, as long as the Oracle ulti is after the AA ult, you'll still get all of it.
But less about the healing factor. AA is still a very strong laner. He can be super disruptive, and he's a hero with good attack range to deal with what...
You think he's a strong laner, huh?
I do. I think the chilling touch is good.
Maybe I'm just had poor experiences with AA players, but...
Well, it's also a product of having the correct carry with you, right? Like, you need that Wraith King, that troll, that guy who can just bully with. In like a 1v2, it's not so great.
That carry probably does need to have a disable here.
Yeah.
Got a timber.
Some slow, some disable for sure.
No, the thing is, I don't think you need one, though, because you have a Storm. You can just pick, like, Nyx or something like that in the 4 position, and that's all your disable. I liked what Team Spirit banned out, because they realized they're going to have to deal with this Timbersaw, and there's 2 ways to deal with Timbersaw. You like 5-man gank the Timbersaw, or you completely ignore the Timbersaw and you pick on somebody else. So they actually banned out Jug and Lifestealer, 2 carries that are incredibly difficult to interfere with on the map.
This Tidehunter, he's going to have to rush BKB in this game. Playing into a Timbersaw, you naturally... Tidehunter's meant to be the front line. Obviously, Timbersaw can throw the Chakra, the Whirling Death, make you feel pretty squishy. I guess the one saving grace for Tidehunter, unlike other strength heroes, the Kraken, you can purge off the Whirling Death. You can kind of somehow feel a bit better than most strength heroes, but yeah, it's...
I'm a bit surprised they went
There's the Wraith King, that's the laning combo. Like
I think it's very good. I always talk about either CK, Wraith King, or Sven, but I particularly worry about his laning stage. It's weird, because Wraith King, I thought, got nerfed a lot by the Swift Blink nerfs, the Abyssal nerfs, the Rapier nerfs, but yet he's just going Armlet, and it feels like the same hero.
I guess the key thing here is that what Winstrike have identified is, where is the damage right now for Team Spirit? You got 4 heroes, and none of them with confidence.
They do not have damage.
Don't do anything. Right. It's all about propping up that carry to be that guy. This is why Anti-Mage ban comes into play, because Team Spirit, they're going to be super annoying to kill. They're tanky, they're elusive, they're going to prolong fights and engagements around objectives.
I wouldn't mind like a Slark ban. Even though you have AA, I think any prolonged fighting carry that benefits from Oracle will be very potent for Team Spirit.
How about like a Troll as well? But then again, into AA with the whole...
It's okay with Oracle, but like I don't want a carry that... Like, I want a carry that gives them that bit of catch. Because yes, you have the Void Spirit, but you're kind of lacking. I think Troll gets kited. I think a hero like Slark would do much better.
Well, this is where if they had any other position for him, maybe a bit more magic damage, I would be talking about maybe like a Void, where you just jump the Storm, kill him, you ignore the Wraith King.
Yeah.
But then because there's a lack of damage here, like Void just looks even worse.
I think you need a hero that threatens Timbersaw, because you've got like some decent rotators from the or from the Rubik and the Void Spirit, but like if you imagine the carry, I think if the carry for Team Spirit doesn't threaten Timbersaw, then you're never killing this Timbersaw in the first 12-15 minutes of the game.
Ursa and Troll are some of their most played carries that are still left.
Ursa. I guess it's okay. I'm not a big fan of Ursa this patch, but I take that back. I'd be okay if they picked Ursa.
Yeah, so of course on paper looks like the bit of a one, but again, Spirit, they do have ultimate last pick, so they're going to be able to
ban the Ursa.
Fully identify what's happening. Yeah, they take away the Ursa. That's fair play. So carries available for Spirit. It's going to be maybe the Troll just for the Oracle pairing, maybe a Slark, but playing into AA might feel a bit uncomfortable. Lack of lockdown does play well for a Slark to have free reign. And this way, Winstrike, they still need to pick up their position 4. Bans from Spirit, the Earth Spirit. What's left? Tusk is already banned out by Winstrike. I would like to see an active 4 that can play off the fact that Timbersaw can be left independent. A little bit more control as well would be good, but again, you have to kind of think forward about what carries are going to be picked, right? So if you want Troll, if Spirit go Troll, you want a bit more lockdown. If Spirit go for Slark, you need hard lockdown, not roots and stuff like that.
You might want to just go Nyx. I think because you don't see their carry, you just want to do something that has synergy with your other support. And Nyx AA has been like classic for a long time.
That is a classic, but my fear for that is simply the grouping of Spirit, the play style. It often aligns for the 4 to huddle around that 1 quite quickly, and then Nyx won't have that type of gameplay where he's always finding that perfect vendetta.
I just think if he gives information, the Spear will jump the heroes that
that's a nice
need to get jumped.
Talk about information, they ban out Clock.
Yeah, I like the information game. Even something like Bounty.
What are they going to go for? Okay, they go for a Tiny.
Yeah, Bounty would have been bad because of Oracle. Didn't really have time to consider.
And now, Spirit.
Slark it up, baby.
Yep, they just need a carry, an elusive carry to punish the lockdown most likely, and to play, away from the 4. Join when needed, but rinse the map when not needed.
Troll would be okay if they want to do like some steamroll into Roche. I think Slark's better for like the map movements of the game.
Just so hard because like you're laning into a Timber. That's so annoying, right? They pick a Timber, and you're like, like Ricky could be kind of fun, but then it's like
no, you can't pick that.
You know exactly, you can't. Yeah,
that's Timbersaw for you.
Yeah, that's the effect.
Troll's actually fine though. Troll can lane against Timber.
What are they gonna go for?
Gyrocopter.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
We've seen Gyrocopter beat Timbersaw lanes before.
Yeah, no, that was the one we haven't mentioned, but yeah, it can lane into Timbersaw.
Maybe it is different with Oracle. I actually don't know, but Gyro is typically countered very hard by Ancient Apparition because the way you scale is by standing still, flacking people with the Satanic on.
That's true.
So maybe it changes with Oracle. I learned this one from Kyle where he talked about how Ancient Apparition hard counters Gyro. One of the few times where I've been like, wait a minute, he's onto something there.
Okay.
Shout out Kyle for one of the 3 things I've learned from him.
BF Shane relying on Kyle analysis, meaning you're going to go against Team Spirit?
Yeah. I'm down to be wrong that Oracle changes the dynamic of that, but yeah, I think Gyro's pretty bad in AA.
Mr. T Governor?
I think that Gyro does help with the whole how does the 4 of Spirit really get into the game. That Gyrocopter, the early game damage will enable them to run over an opponent. But I think the scaling of the Wraith King will eventually come to a point where it's like, how are we killing Timbersaw? How are we killing Wraith King? And this game, it kind of reminds me of that Alliance series where they had Timber Wraith King. It looks really rough, you lose a couple racks, whatever, and then suddenly, boom, you buy and you run down lanes and you just can't be killed anymore. So yeah, this is very much Spirit to win early. If they don't, Winstrike, too tanky, can never kill.
Neither one of you concerned about the play inside of the game? We saw Winstrike, very notable.
I have to go off the draft and what I think will happen, but obviously I do think Team Spirit executed better.
Team Spirit has had better execution for sure, but I feel like Winstrike, they should identify quite quickly what happened in Game 2. They played well Game 1. Game 3 should be quite even.
All right, let's get the names right this time. Our casters, Moxie and Fogged.
I thought it was going to throw us a curveball and just put in completely different names, honestly. But yes, we have a game number 3. We have a game number 3 here, Fogged. Sorry about that.
I was like, I can't hear you, Mox.
Nope. But, I'm excited. Game number 3, we've got a lot on the line here. Definitely, I'm sure Winstrike would love to, be able to boast that they went and they slew Team Spirit, especially because they are coming from the lower division. And they're really, they've been playing very, very well. So, do have a little skirmish here. Looks like, nope, they're going to back off. They don't really want to take this just yet.
Yeah, it looks like both teams have gone for their own style this time around. Just really confident heroes that they are comfortable with. The 4 positions on both sides for me are kind of the question marks. The Rubik pick, I didn't really see anything that you were just like, oh my god. Besides it being an instant lockdown for the Storm Spirit and stuff like that, it wasn't some standout Rubik thing. Same thing for the Tiny. So I'm going to be looking at the 2-4 positions quite a bit in the early game, seeing what they can actually accomplish. And looking at Spirit, actually, they're getting the wraparound here. Rebel, he'll be able to spot them out.
Doesn't seem concerned, though.
He's dead.
Yep, they just open up. They've got the root in place. They've got plenty of damage. It's going to avalanche over on many of them, but it's not looking great for Rebel. He is going to be the first one to fall. Collapse now. Also running away. Body block a little bit here from Maposhka. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, he's still managing to stay alive somehow throughout all of this, so... Look at the Rochan. He thought about going back in there, but nope. They just want to back off. They want to get to their lanes, and they want to start hitting creeps.
Yeah, 2-for-2 bounty exchange as well. So Winstrike was at least able to claim that bottom bounty rune before Rebel did die. Not too shabby. And it's going to take them a long time to get up top. And now also, Tide has Gush skilled. So I feel like the top lane, Wraith King, is going to be quite happy about that.
It's going to make his life easier for sure, not having to deal with, that anchor smash or anything like that. But yeah, the fog of war just enough. And I mean, that is something that we saw that was a change recently. The fact that it stays nighttime until a certain point. And they also placed a nice ward down to get that vision on the storm early on.
Yeah, no, definitely. I love the nighttime beginning. I think it's a really cool change that's never really been in Dota. I think it's really nice they're able to do these sneak plays. I think this Gush top is going to be really impactful. Because now overall, your entire skill points just feel weird. Because you want to be like level 1 and 2, you want Kraken Shell and Anchor Smash for the lane so that you can bully him a little bit more. But you know what, the Gush versus Wraith King isn't really the worst thing either. Because Wraith King does have such low armor that perhaps he was going to just skill it anyway. And we do see that armor coming into play right here.
Yeah, look at that. They just chase him away here. Does have a salve, though, coming in from Phantoman, so... be able to heal up, but a little surprised with the amount of damage they could take out that early. As Yamich here, too, in the bottom lane. They need a little bit more, and yes, he is going to fall to Yatro.
And this top, actually, the top lane might just it might not matter, even that he got Gush. It might still just be too much for the Wraith King at some point, because the AA overall is a bit of a weak laner versus Tide Hunter. I think with the AA with the Wraith King, that's what causes the combo to make AA strong, but overall AA in the lane, it's just not really that strong. So I do think the Collapse is going to get a lot up here. Dyrachyo, though, does seem like he's also going to be able to free farm.
I think you're a little bit more concerned in the fact that, the Tide Hunter, of course, coming online a little bit faster, a little bit earlier, will cause some problems for Winstrike, because they do have to play so fast. But again, we're seeing that combination that we talked about before with the cold feed, with the stun. Not going to be able to quite finish off Collapse, but the damage has indeed been done here, as Merit does manage to go and get a snipe off on the courier. Collapse, though, is... that is true. Collapse, of course, though, is going to need a little bit more regen here.
Yeah, Mira had the salve just brought out on the courier, so we'll be able to instantly salve up his Tide. Got him?
Just skirmishing back and forth.
Yeah, just constant battles between the two of them. Cheshire Cat, he should be fine. It's just Yamich's positioning has to be a little bit careful for this Tiny, and that's what I was like a little bit, I didn't really get why they picked the Tiny in the game, but we'll see what he can do.
So I know that our panel was pretty split on the whole idea of, the fact that you've got a gyrocopter, right? Gyrocopter wants to kind of stand in the middle of everyone. He wants to just hit people with flak. But then, of course, they have the Ancient Apparition over on the side of Winstrike. So, normally speaking, not super great feeling when you're playing that gyrocopter, but does it get changed with the fact that you have an Oracle on your team?
Yeah, I do think so. He can negate pretty much the Storm, the Timber, the Tiny, and the AA entirely. Like, it's going to be able to just take out so much of that damage, even not even just with False Promise. Like, if he just throws a Fate's Edict, it's going to be able to protect versus a lot of that burst. And yeah, the False Promise overall, if it's timed properly, it'll always counteract the AA, and then the Life Steal will kick in anyway for the gyrocopter. So yes, I think overall, the Oracle should be able to do quite well. And it's Maposhka. This is like his most practiced hero, so his positioning is usually quite on point.
Yeah, he was fantastic in the other games that we saw when he was playing the Oracle, of course, being able to negate a lot of that damage coming out from the magic spells and whatnot. And we even saw, Oracle earlier today as well. I believe it was in the game versus NAVI, being able to just negate all the damage coming out from Luna just because you have a good firm understanding of your spells and you sit in very good positions.
Yeah, I think this hero is definitely one of the best 5 positions in the game at the moment, with all just the crazy burst that I'm seeing so many teams have. Is Tokyo and Rebel both want the rune. Rebel has rushed the boots, so he's just a bit faster. He'll steal that one away from Tokyo, and
now the brothers will take a moment to stare at each other. We do have a little bit of lag, though, unfortunately, it seems. So have another quick pause.
This could be a weird spot for Rebel. Because I see the Rubik is rotating over. Rubik has boots and a spell. So I think Tokyo might just actually battle with him and just body block until Rubik gets over.
Seems to be the play here, as he takes a little bit of damage, but again, Mira, with that rotation, throw out a couple of these hits here, the lift, the toss right back in again with that Remnant, and Tokyo will happily collect a kill on Rebel.
It was cute. You know, it was a cute move from Rebel to he brushes boots and bottle immediately with no other stat items in between, so he can try to steal runes away. But Mira, heads up move, playing around this 4-minute rune as well, and also just to stack some camps, he gets a fortunate timing on that rotation. Yamich will stack the small camp so that his Storm can keep getting that good farm. Even though he did die, he is still having a good time. But look at these runes. The double water runes is going to be taken away. Spirit's going to get one on Tokyo. Mira's going to take the other. And Rebel will not be able to fill up his bottle again. Yeah, but he does have full life, so.
Still hurts though, right? That's one of the perks of being able to play the Storm Spirit right now, is the fact there are so many runes available, so you really do have a lot of options. But again, not the worst thing in the world.
No, definitely not. Cheshire Cat's still only level 3 bottom. He's having a little bit of problems. Whenever the Tiny leaves him, it's actually quite a lot of magic damage between the two of them here, Oracle and Gyro.
They're gonna turn this right around over here on Mira. They've got the slow, and with Yamich being here, the toss up into the air, that's a dead Rubik.
Very nice. And Diracho is still able to farm up here anyway versus that Tidehunter, so that'll level out. Collapse also getting something, but Yamich might get the courier. He wants it. It's dancing.
Oh, he's trying. He can't quite get. There it is.
There we go.
Those wards and the clarity. Mira's not getting those today. No siree.
No. And now that he's left Cheshire Cat bottom, he has the levels to be able to tank up decently. There does have to be careful still, Cheshire Cat. I see he's bringing... Okay, good. He's bringing a Raindrop. I was about to say, he should probably get, Bracer or Raindrop to make himself a bit tankier, since it's so much magic between these two. So should be able to get still something down here.
On the top lane, again, the Gush, the toss back again here with Diracho. It's not quite enough damage to finish him off, though. And I do like the way that the bottom lane is playing. The fact that, whenever there is no Tiny in that lane, they are going to play aggressive. They're going to be all up in the face of this Timbersaw.
They have to. I mean, look at Yatoro's last hits. He's starting to fall kind of behind on the Gyro. The Wraith King lane is actually going a bit better than this Gyrocopters is at the moment. And my God, what's going on with
There's
this
a
thing?
lot. Yeah, there's something going on here, unfortunately. Perhaps Tokyo's going to have to do a quick disconnect. But yeah, the pressure, we've got level 5 now here for the Timbersaw. So starting to catch up a little bit. And, Yatoro, between the two of them, I mean, that's always been one of the perks of playing an Oracle too, right? Is the fact that once you hit that level 3, you've got the capability of doing a decent amount of nuke damage. And then paired up with something like a Gyrocopter, of course, you're going to be able to output quite a bit of magic damage from him as well.
Yeah, if the lane is very close to the Radiant Tower, that's what's very problematic for Cheshire Cat. Even if he gets a couple of Timber Chains off, they have so much chase. But if he is able to do stuff like this, where he actually pulls creep aggro back toward his tower, he's in a safe position to survive. Because they need 2 or 3 sets of spells from the Oracle to actually kill him. Raindrop might save him too. So if he's close to tower, he should be quite safe. And this is actually an interesting one to point out. Rebel did not even take a point in Vortex. I actually haven't seen a Storm do this in so long. It's every time you hit level 4, you always take Vortex. He skips it.
What do you think that is, in particular?
I think just thinking about the farm game. He died twice. So he's probably just my God, I need to just focus on myself and just play inside the jungle for the time being until I hit level 8 to make a move to counter gank a side lane.
Okay, so just trying to do the recovery game for the time being. And, doesn't want to get too distracted by taking too many, weird initiations or fights in the meanwhile, so.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's still weird to see. It's going to make him, if he does gank one of these side lanes and he doesn't have pull, he'll just completely miss the kill because they don't have extra disable. And they are quite limited. That's, Panel was talking about it too. They have a Wraith King stun, they have the Tiny combo, and then it's just Storm for their control. So it is a little bit lackluster.
Seems like they're still doing fairly well. I mean, again, we talked about the top lane, the fact that you've got the Ancient Apparition paired up with Wraith King, kind of a classic duo that can put out a decent amount of damage. Especially, we watched the Tidehunter as he ended up falling, or not falling, but, getting a lot of damage placed upon him during that. Wow, that Wraith King looks absolutely ferocious there from this angle. My goodness.
It's got a good
angry man
right there.
Oof.
I like it.
Pretty nice. But, we talked about the fact that the Wraith King is looking very good in terms of, the CS, and the Gyrocopter falling just a little bit behind. Not, horrifically so by any means, but definitely want to be playing very quickly on the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, now Collapse is much safer up top now that he does have at least, he's level 4, he's got Pointing Kraken, doesn't have to worry about the chain stun of the cold feet and just constantly controlling him since he'll be able to dispel one off. He is a lot safer. And seeing moves around the map constantly now, 6 minutes checking the runes. Team Spirit constantly helping Tokyo. I see this every time they play. They double check runes quite often. And also the stacks going. Mira already has a triple stack at Hard Camp and double at Ancients for Collapse to be able to farm and catch back up, because he is having a little bit of a tough time on this Tidehunter.
Dire's bottom.
I mean, this is just the nature of the lane, like we talked about. Yes, you know, he's tanky, he's got the Kraken shell, so he's going to be survivable, but he's not going to have the greatest time. So I do like the fact that they are trying to, you know, take care of him. We are seeing the Timbersaw, though, making a rotation to the top lane. So
he can kill Tide quite easily with this Chakram.
Open up with the Timber Chain, getting into position, going to do some pincering. Cold Feet, Vortex, it should... Maybe. Oh, no, they need a little bit more damage here. And I mean, Collapse is really making them work for it. The body blocks are coming out. He's trying to juke around the trees. But you know who hates trees and cuts them down easily? It's Timbersaw. So he's going to ensure that Collapse will fall.
I love that move so much by Cheshire Cat. The moment he hits 6, he goes top. Wraith King's gonna kind of go jungle. Timber doesn't want to be down bottom. He can play around this top and mid area. And I mean, I think he'll probably just still leave the lane for the AA, but I love that he makes that pressure play on
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think it was entirely necessary because, again, he's very tanky. And, you know, I was in the middle of saying, you know, they put pressure on him, but they haven't been able to quite get that kill. But when you have that rotation from Cheshire Cat, that makes it way easier. And that's definitely the person that they need to slow down right now.
And actually even cooler. So they're actually going to leave the Timber up there to counteract the Tidehunter, and they're going to send the AA bottom to soak up the levels. AA can die. There's a quick little setup of anything will kill him, but if he's able to pull lane back, he'll get something out of this. This is great maximization, great efficiency coming out from Winstrike.
Definitely seems to be the name of the game today for them. They've made some really smart adaptations in what they're playing against. And I really love seeing when teams are very dynamic in the way that they play. But Toronto Tokyo here does manage to grab himself a haste rune. Does have to be a little bit careful because he doesn't know where people are situated right now on the map. So just going to back off.
And it's Winstrike, its efficiency is the name of the game right now, just like you're saying. Look at the way that they're playing. AA soaking bottom, Timber soaking top, Wraith King farming jungle, Storm farming stacks, Tiny soaking mid. So it's all looking perfect the way that they do have this set up right now for them. However, looking at Spirit, they also have their thing going, right? That quad camp, hard camp now has been farmed for Collapse, so he's caught right back up. And they have that triple stack Ancient set. So both teams are being quite efficient with their movements at the moment. I think the supports, though, on the side of Winstrike are going to be a bit more leveled because of this AA able to soak that.
And just seems to be a gentleman's agreement here on the top lane between Cheshire Cat and Collapse. Not really able to do too much to one another at this time, but...
No.
Racha?
Actually, showing up in the mid lane, I would be so... If I was Yamatek, but that's my farm. Like,
get out!
What's the point of you guys go jungle on Storm and Wraith King? I'm at 4 position struggling for a home. But either way, it's fine. He's able to get the farm, and I guess they want to be active. AA has hit 6, so perhaps the Tiny and AA can actually just look for a setup on almost anybody here. A lot of damage.
I do like the fact that both of us just watched Sriracha just run in mid, and we both had the same exact reaction, like, sir, excuse me, what are you doing here? But
like, I'm farming here, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, he's not afraid of anything at this time. He knows that, you know, the rest of the side of Spirit, they're still, you know, trying to farm up, trying to protect the Gyro, and just doesn't have to fear anything at this time.
Yeah, they're just gonna leave the Racho mid to keep farming. They're gonna send the Tiny to soak the lane where the AA was soaking, and they're gonna play around the runes. Very passive early game here. 10 minutes now, both teams just playing their own style. Just like we saw Team Spirit do in the last game, it's just all about playing to their own strength. Tokyo
was thinking about it. Just gonna dodge away. Goes right back in the end, though. He has that haste. The Vortex, though, tossed back. Ice Blast will collapse over onto Collapse's Phantom, and he's going right back into Avalanche, though. It looks really nice. It'll buy them just a little bit more time. So Collapse and Toronto Tokyo will back off.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tokyo, still with the haste, wants to make a move top, but it's Cheshire Cat with a hood and level 4 reactive. Probably just wants to take the creeps off the tower so that the pressure stops. But killing this guy's a lot more difficult. Until Mira's 6. Like, he really needs the 6 to have that kill potential.
I mean, you do have the rotation coming out from Yatoro now, so they do manage to slow him down. They've got that remnant. They've got the hit with the missile. Oh, doesn't quite manage to go, and just they managed to take down Cheshire Cat. Beautiful play coming out here from the Rubik.
Mira, God. What the...
Perfect timing.
Perfectly times the lift, so it cancels the chain across, and they get the kill just because of that. And I'm surprised they actually get that kill versus Hooded, level 4 reactive, and chipped vest. All right, Spirit.
Well, I mean, again, if they don't get that lift off, he is just gonna hightail it out of there. But look, Rochan goes out, and
Dire's top
look at that.
is under attack.
Beautiful.
Frame perfect. Picture perfect, honestly. Couldn't ask for more from your Rubik. Is Yamich, they're making the move top.
Top lane, they'll get the jump over onto Yatro, the toss back as well, and it looks like they should be able to take down Maposhka in just a couple clicks here. Onto Tokyo also now on the back foot. Miraz just got that chamber chain, so he's going to be able to zip on out.
Dire's middle tower is under
Nice steal.
attack.
Great play from Yamich. 4 positions are impressing on both sides here. The Rubik and that Tiny. Rubik with the first thing, and then Tiny catching the Oracle, tossing him on top of the gyrocopter so he can't get the save. Really nice hit by Winstrike up top.
Radiant's
Is
top
that the Orchid
tower
done?
is under
I think
attack.
it is already finished. So
Radiant
Rebel,
are
very
scanning.
early timing on his Orchid, just straight up rushing with no stat items in between.
It's actually going to make things so incredibly scary for pretty much the entire team, other than maybe the Tide Hunter, right?
Here I am.
Oh, and a regen rune on top of that. So just ignore collapse, and I think if you're the Storm, you go hunting.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower
this
is
Storm
under
can
attack.
just evaporate the supports in particular. Now Void Spirit Tokyo, he has his Yule Scepter done, so he has a way around it. So the core's probably a bit of a tough target for Rebel, but these two supports very vulnerable to this Orchid right now. He's got the regen too, so he can make some active move, but they don't feel like they need to. Deracho, he's able to get this free farm. He almost has his relic for that Radiance online. It's looking pretty good for Winstrike right now.
And you can see the side of Team Spirit grouped pretty tightly together over in this mid lane. Of course, they don't have the Rubik right now. He's just trying to shove out the lanes. One of those supports that has that capability. Surprised that they haven't tried to make anything happen here, considering that they do have the Ravage online for Collapse. They've had it for a while now.
Yeah, and it does feel like they might have to make a move soon. Like, if Tiny gets a Blink Dagger, then it's going to just make it much easier for Winstrike to just cause havoc inside the fights of just pulling targets away from the Oracle, right? Like a toss back, and then Oracle can't actually get in position to save. So, yeah, this downtime, I feel like it just does benefit Winstrike, because I like Wraith being carry overall much better than Gyro carry. I actually have not been seeing the Gyros have too much success across the board.
I was going to ditto that, and we've even seen it with the IO pickup too, and it just never feels super memorable, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I really do like the way the Wraith King's going to be able to scale in this game.
It almost makes me wonder if they were hoping that they'd be able to pick that up for the side of Team Spirit instead. We have seen Yatoro play quite a bit of it, especially in the first season. But you can't leave it in the pool like that. It is a hotly contested hero. Still, even after all this.
They just needed the stun hero, and they had the Wraith King still open, so yeah, it was nice. As Tokyo, he smoked trying to get the hit onto Yamich. They want to kill this Tiny in particular, but Winstrike's prepared in the area.
Looks like they might get a little bit of a fight over here by the room. The toss up with Kofi Collapse, though. Have the root coming in hot here. Those are carried it up. Follow up. Yamich gets stunned. We will fall. Ice Blast connects over onto several, but there's just no follow-up damage right now. They don't want to do a hard committal.
Now they have to give up the tower probably too. Whatever Pressure Cat, he can at least spam it, but they don't want to take a fight around here without the Tiny. They still need a lot more time for Wraith King to farm, so this one looks like it should get taken down by Spirit quite soon.
The pressure out here, but it's taking them a while. They don't have necessarily the greatest tower hitters at this point in the game, so.
That Cheshire Cat's feeling himself.
Yeah, he really is.
Vortex too, like just a little amp up. They're too scared to actually pressure, because if they just like overstep by just a bit too much, they will just get killed by the chakram and all that. But
it's like they're going to turn their attention instead to the top lane. They do have a nice ward over here. They saw that Rebel has been farming, so perhaps they can make some moves. But look at this, already Cheshire Cat realizing that this is their play. It's going to go just push the creeps off the tower, and we do have a big smoke coming from the side of Winstrike.
I'm loving the way that they're playing the map right now. Like, this Wraith King's getting full free farm. Look at Team Spirit, they're bringing their carry up here to try to pressure, but Cheshire Cat's just in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, they get the they almost managed to burst down this timber. In fact, they will do it. They follow up with a nice Ravage over onto two. The four, though, coming out for Rebel. Yamich not able to get taken down here as they get to start. Turn around. Dracho now running for his life, as so is Rebel. He doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of mana, and somehow Team Spirit is just chasing them down one by one. They're looking. They They drag him right back in with that Aether Remnant. That's going to be the reincarnation. Waiting patiently now. He'll come back up, and they just have so much burst damage. Yavich trying with that Avalanche, but it's not enough to save Dyrachyo. Yavro does eventually fall. And now Rebel, he's out of mana. He can't get out of this. It's not looking good for him at all as Collapse just smacks him with the anchor. Whew.
They forced it so hard on the side. I thought they were just going to play. Excuse me. I thought they were just going to play around like the tower defense there with the timber saw. But they even call the Wraith King in over and force a fight, and they whip the Ice Blast. It actually he point click targeted in front of himself. He missed everybody. That was quite a big mistake there for Winstrike. Right after I was praising them too.
You caster's curse them, dude.
Yeah, really did.
Oh, a little bit off the mark, but they weren't off the mark this time here, as Void Spirit is able to just step out, sitting a little low. Scott Maposhka here, though, is going to be able to keep him alive and healthy.
Yeah, that was... I can't believe they brought Dyrachyo over. Like, he had Radiance done, too, and he TPs to the end of the fight before the Radiance is even on him. Like, they had such a good setup for all of it. In Spirit, they take a big fight just into everything there from Winstrike, just preparing, because they moved away from their tower. They should have just stayed fighting around the tower a little bit better.
It felt like it was tough to the entire time. It felt like the Storm Spirit didn't have much mana anyways when he first jumped into that fight as well.
Yeah, he's been trying to get the big pop on Yotaro, and then the Ice Blast just gets blown right in front of Panther. He just whiffs completely. Literally just double-clicked it or something. So they mess up their initiation, their go. Yeah, it really caused quite a bit of problems.
Costly mistake for the side of Winstrike, but they're still sitting, you know, they still look pretty good right now. You've got this Wraith King who's been farming exceptionally.
Yeah, they're still in a pretty good spot. Like, the Wraith King's still great, just like, it's such a sad way, because he just got the Radiance, shows up, he doesn't even have it on him. He actually has it on the courier and then dies twice, so it's just an approach that Winstrike didn't want to have happen. Not in that manner, at least. Like, if they just waited maybe like 10, 20 seconds more, it would have been a different story, especially if they were like, fighting around their tower. Instead, they get peeled down to the south side where the ward is already covered for Spirit, so a bit of a weird one.
Double damage snapped up now here by Cheshire Cat.
You have to blink now on Yamich, so they should have easier attempts of just initiation and better ways to just blow up one of the targets for Pantomim and Yamich. But they do need to find the Oracle. Still going to be the same thing as getting to that back line, finding Maposhka so they can't get these saves off.
I do have to say, like, Maposhka has been just so good with his positioning.
Always.
It's a difficult thing to play an Oracle into a Storm Spirit. Like, it is actually so incredibly hard. But he's managed to get off all of his spells. Even if he does die in fights, he almost always manages to get off the spells necessary. Looks like Pantomen, though, is going to walk right into Toronto Tokyo and Yatro. And look at this. Toronto Tokyo doesn't even bother. He's like, all right, I know my boy's got it. Just going to keep looking and see if anyone else is left behind here.
Call that bloodthirst. I love to see players, especially mid players, having that. It's like, you don't go for the one kill, you're always going for the next. I always see Toronto Tokyo doing this in every single one of their games. Always goes for the higher priority target. Is they were trying to take advantage of the fact that Reincarnate was down. Even though they didn't have their Ravage, they tried to just still fight because they're feeling strong. Reincarnate's now back. Maybe a little harder to pressure Dyrachyo.
And they know exactly where Rebel is. Like, every time. They have great
they do.
vision over there in the dire jungle. I'm surprised that they aren't trying to make more out of it. I guess it's hard, though, right? You have to have the right setup to jump the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, they don't have the most disables. They do have some decent ones with the Lift and that Aether Remnant, but yeah, it's definitely a little bit complicated until like Collapse has Blink Dagger in particular.
Alright, well, more grouping up over here in the mid lane. And again, Cheshire Cat's just going to throw the Chakram out, try to push through, and Rubik will get himself a nice steal there. Will be able to push lanes out himself even more efficiently. And it looks like, yeah, they're thinking about just walking into this Roche pit. That's pretty difficult for the side of Winstrike to get in there when you consider the fact that Collapse does indeed have Ravage. He's got a pipe. You've got saves coming out here as well. I don't know.
Too hard.
Do they contest?
I don't know if Winstrike can approach. No, I think that they don't have the same amount of team fight. Like, if it's just a walk-in approach, like this Hydron is going to get a great Ravage. Ice Blast is down now too, so
yeah.
Spirit, they can reset, wait for that to come back off, and either smoke and look for a fight or just jump right in.
Is this a situation where they should have been ready to jump in immediately after the Ice Blast instead of using it as a scout?
In position.
Oh, speaking of position, Cheshire Cat, I know you're feeling very mighty, my friend, but you are not that mighty against what they can throw out against you like that.
not versus Chakram and Iceborne. Actually, using Iceborne, sorry, that's unnecessary, but just Chakram. Like, the fact that Mir is able to steal level 2 Chakram is everything to them. To kill him as Pantomim also is looking to go down very soon from Tokyo.
Yeah, it feels like Tokyo's just playing with this food right now. Does have to be careful, though. So zip forward, a poke again over on Pantomim. They have Collapse nearby, the Gush. Collapse on a killing spree.
And Spirit, just continuing to impress with their movements. Now they still have Ravage, they got the Roche, so now the next upcoming fight, they'll still have it. They'll be able to take the fight versus Winstrike, and it's starting to get a little complicated for Winstrike. What they want to do is they have to get BKBs online if they do want to look to actually fight into this Ravage and Gyrocopter. So they do have the one, but they have to get the second one on the Wraith King to be able to follow up. But that means also that Duracho's not going to have Blink for the instant follow-ups that we see is so crucial for most of these Wraith Kings.
I mean, on the bright side, he is managing to find farm all over the map. He's doing a great job. He's keeping up neck and neck, of course, with the Gyrocopter. So, have to look at that positive side of things here for Duracho. He's very good at that, I find. And that he's always managing, even if, things are looking really tight, he always finds that farm on the map.
Yeah, and his only death was like his team calling him to go fight with him. So. Quite sad for him as DD does spawn bottom. Okay, Rebel will have that one in the bottle with his BKB at the ready.
Oh, they might run into Yatoro here. They have the smoke up. They're hunting. Yeah, they have the scan. Should immediately be backing off.
Collapse just puts himself right in the front of it all because he's the one who wants to get initiated on. He'll just get a great Ravage if that's the case.
The way they're hugging the tree line here, Duracho. Being patient as well. We've got Cheshire Cat very forward. Collapse will show himself. See Yatoro as well. The stun off, put out a little bit of that damage. Not a hard committal by any means here, as the rest of the team still waiting. And very nice position. Drop down a sentry. Duracho coming forward. Going to put a little bit of damage over onto Duracho, followed up the chakra, the zip through coming out from Storm. So he's looking at the back line. He wants to get rid of him here. They want to get rid of that Oracle. They do manage to go with the reincarnation, the follow-up with the Ravage as well. Poshka buying back in Duracho. He is going to fall here. As Yatro and the rest of the crew, they're looking over on the back lines. Rebel is out of mana for the most part as Toronto Tokyo is looking. Yamich, though, will be able to provide some of the backup. And they just keep throwing out these great dispels, trying to keep this Gyrocopter alive. And somehow they finally manage to take down Toronto Tokyo. And they just separate the fight so nicely that they're able to find it. They're not going to be able to go and just cancel out any of these TPs either. So pretty nice fight here coming up from Winstrike. A bit of a shame that they end up losing the Wraith King, but they take out the mid, they got the Ravage, and they took out the Tidehunter to boot.
That was definitely, it was a really good fight. They couldn't get the tier 1, yeah, which kind of stinks, but man, that was crazy, the plays. Like Rebel just diving into the backlines for the Oracle. Poshka actually pre-casted Fortune's End on himself, so the Orchid hit him. He dispelled it instantly, but it didn't matter. He died. It was a really cool play, though. Definitely wanted to highlight it for him, because he did get that little playoff, but overall, great fight from Winstrike, just surrounding them and somehow killing the Tide, killing these right targets, forcing a buyback from the Oracle, avoiding the Gyrocopter Aegis completely.
Man, just look at the way they split up this fight. They got the Ice Blast off, too, this time around, so that makes a big difference.
Yeah. And Collapse not able to heal up at all inside of all of it there. And they're able to just reset with the important heroes. And Tokyo, I don't think he expected to die. Like, if you watch this up here on the top left, he drops so low, he gets the Dissimulate off, and then he gets hit by, like, an Overload hit when he still had an Astral step up. So, he could have played around it, but it takes a little more as he expected.
Very nicely done by Winstrike.
And they needed that. So it's looking a little bit scary. And now they do have their triple cores very enabled, and Tokyo dying has slowed down his progress for his next item quite a lot.
So a bit of mirroring coming out now from the side of both the teams. See that there's some play coming out from Winstrike in that bottom lane. They want to put some pressure down on the tower, and they're trying to find safe farm up here for Yatro and the rest of the crew, but still very neck and neck. This is really been a very fun series to watch, honestly, because you're never sure what's going to happen next.
Yeah, it's super close. It's really up to the huge jumps from Rebel. I'm really watching it. The Storm Spirits got able to get the Oracle every time, especially in the next fight, because he did use his buyback, the Poshka in the last one. So if he does get picked off in the next fight, he won't have it for a very long time. So it's going to be a pretty big window for Winstrike to get access into backlines.
Both of these teams just going to end up trading the tier 2s, not looking to go in for any other battles. And Duracho's going to keep going forward. Top lane, though, it's taking a lot longer for them to take down this tower.
Yeah, And Duracho's got BKB, so now he's feeling probably pretty invulnerable inside of those fights, and he needed it. Like that last fight, he just got completely full focused. His team did most of the cleanup. Now he'll be able to actually contribute something with his team. So could see a very different fight coming out from Winstrike this next one, where they might just crush the fight.
Yeah, like you said, it's difficult when he doesn't have the blink. It's just kind of soaking up most of the damage, but with a BKB now, he can walk in and he'll be able to actually do things instead of, nice find here. If that Yule's follow up, there's just too many heroes here for Collapse to survive.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's a nice find here for Duracho.
Maybe he was right about the BKB on the Tide. It might be something he actually does need. Just Timbersaw and AA, they melt him. They make him look not like a Tide Hunter at all.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he was very isolated up there alone as well. So I can definitely see the necessity of a BKB, considering what they've got throwing out at him. But at the same time, a little bit of positioning there too.
Yeah. In the last fight though too, it's like if he gets hit with the ice blast too, they throw out everything on him. Timber can't kill. I mean, he's not the biggest priority for his team. He just wants to soak all those spells and just get a good ravage off, so maybe it doesn't matter.
Team Spirit, though, still hanging on to that mid tower. It's about 27 minutes in. They just haven't been able to quite crack it over on the side of Winstrike.
Invisibility.
It's a very important tower for all of those Roshes.
Most definitely is, and the next Roche is probably going to be the big decider from both sides where that big fight does kick off.
You can see already just the way that they're positioning themselves around. They're trying to get some vision, trying to take down any sort of enemy vision as well. And I think a Blink Dagger just got picked up there.
Who ended up grabbing that one? Was it Duracho? Yeah, he does. Okay. So Duracho Blink, they have Halberd on Cheshire Cat too. Like his itemization so far in Cheshire Cat this game. The pipe, the Yules into Halberd versus that Gyrocopter are going to be very effective. Very tanky.
Step forward from Toronto Tokyo. Just trying to get a little bit of a drag back here. Zipping over from Cheshire Cat. Timber chains in. Just pokes though. Just little pokes here and there.
Mira really wants to steal Chakram again. He's just looking out for that spell. It's the best steal he... Okay, it's the second best steal he can get in the game, but he shouldn't get the best one, which is Ice Blast.
Right.
Phantom should never give that up.
It's like when you see a Rubik grab the Phoenix Egg too. You're just like, should never happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Winstrike, meanwhile, taking up residency in the bottom area of the Radiant Jungle. And they are smoked up. Doing a little bit of a hunt. They've left Cheshire Cat over in the mid lane. Collapse. Let's get the spot off here. Duracho opening up with the blink forward, but Toronto Tokyo zipping on through. Collapse not able to go on, use that Ravage right away. He's waiting patiently, though. Fairly tanky. Rest of the side of Winstrike is backing off. They're looking to re-engage again. They'll heal up the Tide Hunter. They're just so reluctant right now.
Yeah, they're both just like waiting for one of the others just to overstep their hand, and then they would both jump the backline. Like Tokyo tried to force it onto the AA, but he couldn't actually quite finish it off. Glimmer, Storm's just waiting for a moment to jump either Rubik or Oracle. As we said, Rubik, Mira, he did get the Chakram steal. So it is, we said, like the best spell he should be stealing in the game, and he's got all that crazy cast range. So it is a threat that Winstrike does have to respect.
Yeah, some of those neutral items dropping as well. We'll be seeing different items picked up. Got the Cloak of Flames right now over on Gyrocopter.
Gyro might hit a little bit of a faster timing than the Wraith King in the next few moments. He's able to finish the Butterfly. That could be pretty huge for them versus this Wraith King. He does have to still watch out about all that big burst, and it's starting to be kind of Gyrocopter versus the world, perhaps, as the rest of it.
The initiation coming out from Yavis, but he's got the BKB and he's got the Oracle there to keep him alive. Immediately following up. Get the steal over here from the Rook because of Wraith Fire Blast, but we've got the BKB on Rebel. Toronto Tokyo still alive. Spider Legs just helping Collapse run away, and they just don't want a hard commit. They did manage to take down Poposhka, but they're diving underneath these towers. You have to be a little bit careful here, as you can finally see. There it is. There's the Ravage. Will go down. They've overextended over on the side of Winstrike as Rebel is next to fall. They've left Cheshire Cat behind, and he's very, very tanky, but they've got plenty of solutions here. They'll taunt him. They'll get the kill on Cheshire Cat, and now the rest of the side of Winstrike. I don't think they were expecting that.
No, they got to kill him with Poshka too, right? Where he doesn't have buyback available still for about, I think it was like a minute when he did die. He didn't have that buyback available. They just push forward too far. They keep going just further and further and further, and then the Ravage comes out. It connects on everyone. That was just a bit too far of a dive trying to get the pull onto Mira. And that's really going to hurt, because now we were saying, that next big Roche is the biggest thing that's going to turn the whole game, and they're going to get it for free now probably on the side of Spirit because of this.
Definitely working away over at there too. And also just keep in mind the fact that Maposhka did get, we talked about the way that he gets these spells off. He still manages to get off the major spells before he dies.
Yeah. Somehow. And
Somehow.
Blink Dagger now too, so he's got to have better positioning in these upcoming fights, even though he has died. I'm just watching him shovel. In case you haven't looked at Maposhka's inventory, it looks pretty lovely right now on that Oracle. You know, he's got 5 salves, quad mangoes, stuff. So
Hey,
shovel definitely being
salves are amazing on an Oracle player. They are. Just throwing that out there, you know?
Yeah, shovel on Oracle and IO is amazing. You're always going to be able to pump up and feed your cores very nicely. And the other thing to point out too in the fight is Mira actually got the gem from Winstrike, so now they have a big advantage on vision too, which has been pretty important, it feels like, especially for Winstrike to get that big jump.
Yeah, you know, you've got a Storm Spirit, and while he does have that zip, you never want to zip blindly in, especially when you consider what they have coming out from the side of Team Spirit here, so definitely a great steal. And the Ag Shard, of course, was picked up over on the Void Spirit, so
I like it.
Feels
more damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a plus here, especially when you're trying to play very, very fast.
And you can just reset further. Like your reach and your ways of being able to get out of fights also becomes quite large with that shard picked up too. As now with that fight, with an Aegis, with this cheese and shard, they also now have Ravage back up too. So Winstrike, that last move has really hurt them in the overall control of the game.
This is something so simple that they just committed too hard, diving past the tier 2 with still a tier 1 up as well.
Yeah, I can't believe that tier 1's still up. I think it had to have been just this bloodlust of just being like, Miposhka's dead, no buyback on Oracle, right? Where they're just chasing for these kills, but yeah, just a step too far, especially versus Ravage when BKBs are...
4K net worth lead now, going over to the side of Team Spirit at 33 minutes in now. And they feel like they've kind of hit their stride. And again, not knocking Winstrike because they've been playing very well, but just a little bit of that overextension got them on the back foot, and it's allowed the Roche to get taken.
A couple mistakes can hurt so much when you are playing into a patch that I feel like is so important around that Roche control. It feels like maybe even more than ever. Just being careful on those timings.
They want Yamich. Step forward. They find him. The Ice Blast is just a little bit off the mark. And they'll blow him up. Oh, they've used the Ravage! And they didn't grab him! That's huge. Oh, you've got to be so happy here.
What a crazy play from Winstrike. The scan was caught out, and Tokyo thought they were alone, but he actually just jumps into an AA blast and everything. That was a very precise hit.
Look at that. A little bit off, like by a millisecond or two.
And now no Ravage. So now perhaps Winstrike can fight back. A little bit of sloppiness coming out from Spirit after a nice bit of a momentum game.
Got the BKB, so he should be able to just run away. They have no ways of being able to stop him while that's up and running. Although they do have the missile now that the BKB is over. They're still running after them, though. They want this kill. They get the lift off. They should have. Nope, they've got one more hit. Kenya Toro gets the hit off. Oh, he's trying this. Rebel will fall. Maposhka does get taken down by Duracho over on the back line. The BKBs have run out now, though, so Mira will be the next fall then coming out. Trying to man fight here with Duracho, but they've got the Chakram. It's just slowing them down, and it's just so much damage. So, again, that Aegis is going to get used. As now Collapse waiting patiently. They know that he doesn't have the Ravage, though. The toss up into the air. The step forward coming up the Toronto there does get a lot of silence going, but not enough to save anyone. As now he has to be careful that he doesn't fall as well. But thanks to that shard, the outer ring, he will hightail it out.
All this is a result, though, of that Ravage being used on the left side and Tokyo getting picked off, too. They overplay their hand a little bit on Spirit, chasing the Storm, who overplayed his hand because he runs out of mana, and we have some crazy situations happening there for us. Love these type of games. Mistakes make games way more exciting.
You can tell they really, really want this, though. Both of them are feeling that pressure. They would like to get this victory here.
One of the closest games I think I've got so far. It feels it still feels like pretty much dead even though there's like an Aegis. There was an Aegis on the gyro, and we did have that little bit of throw back and forth. It does feel quite even as Duracho's got the blink, he's got the MKB to counteract that butterfly that we saw coming into play. All about execution here at this point.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I definitely thought, I was like, okay, they're going to put up a good fight on the side of Winstrike, but Team Spirit has just been looking so flawless. It's a kind of a big, pleasant surprise. It's Collapse. Very tanky. He's going to be very forward here. Does have that Ags. He's going to draw a little bit of the attention. Has the Ravage up in about a second as everybody is grouped around. Is he going to go for it, though? He doesn't have the rest of the team here. They'll go. They'll use the save here coming out from the Oracle, but... Nope.
Wait, what?
That looked like the...
Did he just die through false promise?
That was the false promise, right?
Did he just die through? Wait, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, that was false promise.
Was something dealing damage through it? Was the flamethrower killing him through it? Did I see something wrong?
I don't know. We're going to have, I believe Purge is weathermanning this one. Perhaps that's something for him to look back at. But yeah, so he's got the flamethrower. There's the false promise. Gosh, he pops.
Oh, he moved his wand? Wait, what? He moved his... What killed him?
I think it just...
I'm so confused. I have no idea what happened. I don't know how he dies there. He's affected by false promise, isn't he?
It looks like the false promise ends, though.
Oh, it does end. Oh,
yeah.
I'm lying. I'm so sorry. Okay.
There's so many particles nowadays. It's actually so hard to tell on it. Like,
does it?
That's what it looked like. It looked like it just popped at the very, very end here, right?
It's at 3/4 duration. It's not even halfway through duration. He just dies. I'm so confused. All right.
I don't have to go back. That might feature bug. Depends on which side of the game you're on. But it looks like they might be able to get a kill on Jessica.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Because he purged off the Whirling Death, right? I think it's the Whirling Death that causes some weird stuff with the stat loss. And his stat loss ended. So his percentage, but why would he? I'm still
I don't know.
What just happened? Actually,
I don't know.
Like I'm trying to wrap my head around the mechanic, but
yeah, Purge, Weatherman.
Something with Whirling Death. I have no idea what else it could have been.
It's always fun when you get to see these strange interactions come. And usually, in the past, it was when Loda was playing, right? Loda seemed to find every single bug in the game. Poor guy.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I
something with Whirling Death.
It's so really weird about how he does die, though, because he still shouldn't.
Yeah, because I thought I saw the false promise end, but like you said, it shouldn't have ended at that time.
Middle tower
still had the duration.
Yeah, because even if he's below percentage for Shatter, he's affected by false promise.
Right.
And that was one of the weirder interactions I think I've ever seen. As we still see, I mean, they're still all grouped together. They still have Ravage and everything. Fights are still going to be very close between who gets the jumps and. We have Rochan about 40 seconds. Finding out about Rochan in about 40 seconds. So getting these wards around the area are going to be most crucial.
That was a bit odd, though. Like, I feel like, and again, the part of that could be just because we had a strange interaction. Like, the way that Collapse just, goes running out of the base, right? He's got the Gush, just keeps trying to, reduce the armor, but the rest of the team not in position. So, he jumps into 4 or 5 different heroes right there and doesn't manage to get the Ravage off, obviously, because I think he had a little bit more time. Perhaps. Still not entirely sure there.
I'm going to watch it 20 times.
Yeah. I'm actually very, very interested.
I'll check the chat in a couple minutes because it was a fight of those.
Yeah, right.
Maybe someone's a genius. You see something that, I don't know. That was really weird.
Yeah. All right, smoke play coming out from the side of Team Spirit. Like they said, on the bright side, they still do have the Ravage. Got the Blink Dagger online now for the Oracle. They've got a courier over here. The smoke will pop over to Racho. It's just a little bit too fast, though. They're not going to be able to go and cut him down. They do manage to find Maposhka's courier at the very least. Little bonk there coming out from the missile. Brought to Tokyo with the taunt right back in. The rest of the team, though, again, smoked up behind them. We've got smoke still on the side of Team Spirit. It's just feeling a little spooky right now, I feel, for both sides. They're not fully ready to commit. It's been a very reluctant game. It's been neck and neck as well.
It's going to come down to a crazy fight at the end of it all. As Gyro, not quite 25. He does have Trickster Cloak. He's got all these great ways to protect himself. He still has the growth to be able to go with an Agonimus if he's able to pick down up the Plastic in particular. Wraith King has it 25 now, and Wraith King's starting to get to the point of maximizing, where I believe the Swift Blink is done now too. He's got a Penta edged as well, so he's kind of reaching his peak pretty soon.
It's just all about who gets the jump on who, it seems, in all of these fights. Yeah, there's a Swift Blink delivered. Bracho's going to be looking for whoever he can get his hands on.
Ooh, Itoro gets himself a Spell Prism. Nice pickup. Return to Tokyo finds himself a Spell Prism, so that'll be really nice for the upcoming fights.
Collapse does have an Invis Rune. He's going to try to do a little bit of scouting here. Don't have any sentries. They do see the storm. Perhaps they can get the jump on him. Toronto Tokyo looking in position to lift up from Mira immediately. They would like to just blow up Rebel as fast as they can, but he's got the BKB. He's going to be able to just zip around and just get out of this fight here. Cheshire Cat soaking up a lot of this damage. Toronto Tokyo turn his attention now, but they've got the swift link over onto the back line. Zeracha has got his eyes over here onto the Rubik. He doesn't want them to steal the zip forward there coming out from Rebel. They get Mira. They're looking for Maposhka now as well. Maposhka trying to buy himself a little bit more time to toss up into the end. The Ravage comes out though from Collapse. Connecting over on 3. They have the call there. They've got plenty of damage. Maposhka's going to have to go use his ultimate on himself, but they will end up zipping through. Yamich will fall. They'll find the kill on Rebel. The buybacks are coming out now. They're not happy about this. Maposhka, he bought himself some time, but does eventually pop. As now Toronto Tokyo, he needs help. He needs to get out of there as fast as he can, and thank God he has the shard because he should be able to break some ankles and teleport away just in the nick of time.
Chaotic fights. Rebel does buy back, though. That's what causes all of Spirit to back away. They get on the supports. They get on both of the Oracle and the Rubik. Winstrike able to just pierce right through. They're starting to get too tanky. They're not afraid of this Gyrocopter's damage. They're not really afraid of the Ravage either. And now they're going to get themselves this Roach, which has a blessing on it.
I mean, that Ravage looked so nice there, but again, they're running out of damage, and they're running out of HP so that they can continue to do damage.
Immortality.
All right, get the Ags picked up now for the Wraith King. This is the... Okay, what have we found out here? Go back and we look at this.
Watching it again?
Yeah, we're watching it again. I'm not sure. Did they discover something?
He's still force promised, so he shouldn't die. No matter what happens, he can't die. Like, even if his stat reduction is changed, like, he shouldn't die. I don't know. Very weird.
Well, we'll find out later. I'm sure there'll be someone in Twitch chat who will let us know that we have no idea what we're talking about. But they easily take the tower now over on the side of Winstrike. Aeon Disc picked up now for Toronto Tokyo. The burst damage has just been very, very strong coming out from these guys, so...
I'm still trying to... I'm sorry if I'm a little distracted. I'm, like, looking up stuff. I have like, a couple players messaging me. That was really... Hey,
I want to know. I'm not fine with it.
Me too. I'm still trying I'm sure some people are calling us idiots and idiot casters. 2K MMR, AA, blast, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Winstrike, though, they're really finding their footing. Like, this Wraith King is just way too big for them to deal with, and they're just too tanky, is really what I'm seeing. Like, this Gyrocopter's damage is just not there. Even if he has Daedalus now, too, I feel like he's going to have to get to a Rapier territory.
I was about to ask.
To be able to deal with this Wraith King.
Are we hitting that time? Are we hitting where we need to be the Rapier? He's got a Scotty queued up currently, but the Rapier might be necessary. I'm just worried that he's not going to be able to survive it. That is my one concern with Yatoro. There are, you've got Collapse very tanky, and they are just finding Maposhka on the back lines now, and he's been positioning himself very well, but it's immediately just running away here. Over on Deracho, realizing, okay, this can't... They're still there, though. They might be able to find something here. The rest of the team, though, Toronto Tokyo jumping on the back line, just find the AA. Stern try to burst him down here. Yes, they'll find the kill on Positive. Drag back, though, over onto this Oracle, and this is looking like that's a rather dead Mira. So zip in as well. Toronto Tokyo somehow still alive, but they've got a lot of things just running at them, and they do pop that Aeon Disc. It's able to go and pop the BKB, too. He's got to run, though, quickly. He does have that Astral Step, so he's going to be able to zip forward, and then he's just so slippery. It's too difficult for them to kill Toronto Tokyo this time around.
Just them running from the fights, though. They just can't take the fight versus all these tanky cores. They get the kill on the AA, though. They force the buyback. So maybe the next one, if they can catch AA at the start of it, they have a chance. But they're too tanky. They really are just way too tanky for the most part for Team Spirit to deal with. This Void Spirit just doesn't really do that much damage. He does great control and all that, but versus all of these, they have too much to stand.
Rest of Winstrike, they smoke up. Team Spirit playing tightly together. They just need a really good pickoff here on Winstrike, and the door's just open. I see Collapse. Got those spider legs, though. And the rest of Spirit... Oh, I don't know about this. This is a little scary here, but just managed to get 3 minutes to the ball with the Ravage, but the BKBs are coming out of him as Yatoro also popping his own BKB. They try to jump at the back line dribble. He's taking too much damage. Yatoro already falls. They'll get that kill. Now Cheshire Cat somehow still alive. And again, this is the problem. We don't have enough damage coming out here from the side of Team Spirit as they're just able to walk away. Yatoro needs to be so careful now, too. Although they do get the stun, they get the taunt off. That's going to be the reincarnation coming up now. Coming right back up again. Yatoro, be careful. Look at that timber chain. They just go sliding right off that. And the 3 They're just trying to dodge in and out this entire time. Cheshire, he's so gosh darn tanky. Eventually, though, does end up falling. Dracho also will now fall. As the Rebel just zipping out. Pantomime left behind. They get the Wraithfire steal. And they turn it right around here.
Tokyo may be the sacrifice, but a sacrifice for a damn good reason, as the rest of the heroes are just able to cast everything. He gets a 3-man dissimulate to start it off. Ravage connects on 3 or 4. I watch Miposhka in the fight. He sits behind everything and just recasts onto his gyrocopter, full healing him during the entirety of it. And Yatoro just stands his ground. He's able to actually hold it. And now there's no buybacks on 3 heroes. It's just going to be Storm and Wraith being able to fight back. That could be really difficult for them.
I feel like they do have to be a little bit careful because the Wraith King is very, very scary. But again, like you said, you know, the button pushing coming out from Miposhka here has just been so on point. And you've got a big tanky collapse here right in front. So then throw out the Wraithfire, blast, immediately the little missile, follow him right back again. They'll use the fortification. Gotta buy some more time.
They can get this, Rax. These two can't contest versus this just now. It's going to be too difficult. Until Tiny's back up, I think even if Tiny's up, it's going to be too hard for them.
Another gush over on Taracho. But looks like they'll respect. They'll back off.
I think I might have an answer, by the way.
Oh, what is it?
Some random person messaged me, so who knows if this is true or not.
Okay.
But they said, when you receive 10 buffs, and if your first buff actually gets removed after the 11th buff goes on. So
really?
Even though you had False Promise at 3/4 duration, he had too many buffs and it gets pushed off. I don't know how true that is, because I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
But the person who messaged me said they're 99% sure.
That doesn't seem right.
That doesn't seem right, because I only saw 2 buffs and like 8 debuffs. But I don't know. I'm still looking for explanations. Either way,
I mean, that's the first.
have completely come back in this game.
Yeah. That's, oh man, look at that. Look at the swing on the graphs.
Scanning.
They are hanging in there for sure.
Over here now.
These fights are just so chaotic. What's our gyro got now too? Did he purchase anything big? He's still hanging on to some gold. Now looks like he's going to sell his treads, pick up the Scotty, and does he have buyback with it? It's going to be close. He looks like he's just shy of it still.
Where's my pension? We'll need as 3 keys.
He had 10 debuffs and 2 buffs.
Stupendous.
Is what we're getting from production here, so.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. But that's the first plausible one that I've heard, you know, one that kind of makes a little bit of sense, I guess.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
All right, they're hunting. Collapse. Spider leg smoked up. Hoping to grab
big
someone
25s. Who else is 25 now? We did see the Storm at 25 in the later instances there, did take the bounces. Tidehunter's almost 25, so cooldown reduction is pretty huge.
Yeah, bro.
It's almost on the high ground, though. Scotty is finished.
Got the Satanic as well. BKB will allow him to go and continue to lifesteal up, but they do force everyone home here in the process. I love this pickup. I was going to ask if Miposhka had the ninja gear, because I keep seeing him smoked up in the back lines, and I figure that's the only way that's possible. It's just so good for him to be able to sit back and push those buttons.
Yeah, that's really what we saw just come into play in that last fight, just him getting that perfect positioning because of it, and they're going to smoke for that fight here.
Got the Ag Scepter completed now for the Storm.
That's a big one, too, because he did have Timeless Relic, and I did see he didn't have the Ags beforehand, so could be some big pulls that he can get off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Toronto Tokyo is showing in the top lane. I try to make a play on him. He is separated from the group here. Alright, here's the Yules. Can they stun him? Can they hold him in place? Does have the Aeon Disc too, but now that's popped.
That's why he's playing so risky up there. He knows he's not going to die. They don't have a Hex or anything to chain follow it up, so he should be okay when he plays like that.
That felt extra
scary,
risky, though. Like, he jumped right in front of the Storm Spirit with his face. Like, oh.
I think Toronto Tokyo's nickname should probably have a little risky in there, too, because that's kind of how he plays most of the time.
Toronto Risky Tokyo.
Yeah.
Or Danger. Danger sounds good, too. Yeah. Something with the T, though. I feel like you got to keep up that alliteration, right?
Yeah, actually, that's true.
Yeah.
He does like his alliteration.
I'm sure someone will come up with something good.
I'm like thinking timid, and I'm like, wait, that's the
No. That's definitely not Toronto Tokyo at all. Toronto Terrorizer?
Terrorizer? Okay. Deracho's running out of space. Okay, he actually... Oh, my goodness. He can full out commit for the Abyssal Blade.
Well, they need the lockdown. So They are just running circles around them now.
Yeah, he doesn't have buyback anyway, since he did use it in the last one, so does just want to use out his gold for the next fight, just in case.
This is a good pickup too from Aposhka. Picks up the Yandisk. It's just so important that he stays alive. He catches all these spells. Yandisk, of course, cracking over on Chester Cat. Jump forward here with a nice ice blast. Can they save him? Yes, again, he hits the buttons. He's going to be able to go and just hit all the things that are necessary. Followed up with a beautiful Ravage, completing over onto 3 as they're just trying to get enough damage over here onto Rebel. Can they get the Storm Spirit out in time? This is not looking good as Tiny has already fallen. They just hold him into place, and yes, all right, it's going to be the first step down. Right back up again, and they are just going to try to run for the hills here. They're buyback over on Rebel. They find that ancient apparition. Lots of buybacks now.
As they also will finish off Phantom and Beck. They took the fight because they have the save, and Yatoro somehow does survive during all of it with a nice fall promise from their Poshka. They know Wraith King doesn't have buyback, so they take the fight, and Yatoro has buyback. So they take this one, they win the fight. Now Roach is back up with a refresher and an Ag's Blessing. Collapse definitely looking for that blessing pretty soon. The fights are just so chaotic still. And the Poshka, he gets the save. That's the biggest one to look out for.
Gyrocopter gets himself a nice Ag's Blessing now.
That's the dream. You build all the items up for pretty much being handed that blessing, right? He's got his Satanic, his Scotty, all this that works out so well with that little side gunner. It's going to be pretty huge for him.
Spending money is for losers when you can just get it for free, right?
Yeah, his item progression just looks
amazing. Oh boy, they rock right into the Rochan. Look at the damage coming out. He just immediately pops. Good God, as they follow up the call down coming in hot. They get the silence off over on the backline. So over to Timbersaw, and they're trying to jump over onto Maposhka. They want to get rid of him. He is going to fall, but he's going to buy back. Yamich now, he's got the spider leg trying to run away, trying to buy himself a little bit more time, but they have the magic damage as they'll kill Yamich. Down for 107 seconds.
This next fight without the Tiny into double Ravage.
And
Ravage back up in 10, and they have the Shard. Boy.
They don't have reincarnation.
They don't. It's back up soon, though. 10 seconds. He's lucky to get out, though, honestly. I actually thought that was the game right there, because Deracho popped BKB before he died the first time, but he was able to blink out. It looked like it was almost going to be the game right there. That's Team Spirit.
The lift. Jump forward from Deracho, but they have the Aeon Disc, and they follow up the zip through coming out from the storm, but they did too much damage. All right, that's going to be the reincarnation. Right up again. Collapse getting his position. He has a nice Ravage over onto 2. The silence the stuff. Another one popped out as they just rid him into place. Down they go. Rebel is trying everything he can, but Mira is going to be protected by Maposhka. Is hitting those buttons. Oh my word. Buybacks coming out again. We've got the Timber and the Ancient Apparition. They don't want to fall here, but they don't have the damage, I don't think, Fogged. Chakram
for such a long time.
The step forward, the lift off over on this Ancient Apparition. He just popped back. He can't afford to go down again, and he will. It's just the Storm Spirit and Timbersaw against the world. There's a nice vortex going in, but where's your follow? Where's your damage? The BKBs come out. They turn right back around against Cheshire Cat. He's trying everything, but he's not going to be able to escape. They'll just go right back over, start hitting the buildings, hitting the Ancient. This is looking like the victory here for Team Spirit, because there's nothing that, unfortunately, this Storm can hope to do other than play a little cheekily.
What a game, though. It was super close until just the last few moments, and Spirit they're feeling their power. And then charging into that fight into the enemy jungle there, that was them just knowing, like, no buyback on Wraith King. We have the number advantage if we just are able to actually take the fight, and they do. Then they get the Aegis, they get that refresher. Tide gets a beautiful Ravage on pretty much everyone, as they do end up finally taking the game versus Winstrike with